Yo, what's going on, man? How y'all doing out there? Y'all, I'm gonna give time for some more people to swing through. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna start the show. Y'all see the title? Oh shit! It say let's talk. Let me correct this. I didn't even know the T was missing. Wow. All right. Let me correct that. Let me see. Matter of fact, let me also put open panel too. Let me save that real quick. My fault, y'all. Yeah, y'all see the title. Let's talk eugenics. In case you don't know, you know what I mean? Because this whole everybody from Africa theory is part of eugenics. Believe that. You know what I mean? And man, shout out to Wild Card Indian, man. Yo, that's something major, man. And if ever you want to share it, bro, I don't know if you want to give your family name out there like that or whatever like that, but y'all, whenever you want to share that, man, you always welcome to come over here and share that, bro. You know what I mean? Hey, Demi, what's going on? Yeah, I got something for you today, Demi, man. Some more information, eugenics, and we're gonna start from the beginning because eugenics didn't start with Darwin, y'all. Nah, It started with his other family members ahead of him. All of them was is part of the same family tree, one way or another. You know what I mean? Until you get to uh people that look like us. Uh-oh. Okay. But give me 2 minutes and I'ma start, yo. And if y'all want to come up, I dropped the link. Y'all want to come up while I'm dropping the video and we can go along with the video. I love that. Y'all already know I love incompetent. In fact, that's what I'm gonna do while I'm showing the video. And if y'all want to come up, man, just let me know. I dropped the link, man. But give me 2 minutes, y'all. Man, hold up. Let me find, you know what I mean? Let me get some let me play a little. Oof, music real quick. Y'all already know how your boy get down, man. Let me drop a little music real quick. Where my show music at? I ain't dropping the show music them in a while. Every time I drop it, for some reason, they always strike me on some shit like, oh, these people didn't give it to you yet or whatever like that. But I know that's a lie. So, let me get some music playing real quick. Y'all see the title of this, man. Eugenics, man. You feel me? What y'all know about eugenics? We just like to uh give it to one sect or one or whatever like that, or we might not understand what you how much things are in the umbrella that's underneath eugenics. You feel me? It's so much things that's in the whole complex of eugenics to is crazy. Um, and when we some of the people that was involved with eugenics and the famous people that was involved with eugenics who was funding these movement. You know what I mean? And at the beginning and the core of what is now today eugenics, it wasn't about race. It was about species. All right. Let me reiterate. The thought and the concept of eugenics of today was not about race. It was about species. All right. And I'll clear it up as we go along with the video. But you know what I mean? Let me share this real quick, man. And let's go, man.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine and make their world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give Israel, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this the execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seeds. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pimping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd warm when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gon' be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top, and I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. Playing checkers, we playing chess, and nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog, and you just a little bait. You out of Africa, and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being, and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th, and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestor ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is when you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Yeah, man. Hey, shout out to Drake Cobbs, man. We still here. And we been here. And we ain't going nowhere. You feel me? Let's go.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh, just that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papa Bull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao Sang. So ass above, it's so below, that up and that down thing. This flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See, the pattern is ponic. I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers. You feel the force of the equals. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing put equal. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bride's groom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumpers, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
Yeah, I know they probably got me chopping, y'all, but it's all good. They ain't gonna stop nothing though. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all, but just deal with the chopping a little bit for me, yo. You know what I mean? But let's go. Keep going with this introduction, man. This was my old is only strictly for my computer. So it's crazy. So it's I think I'm gonna start doing away with StreamYard.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit you heard that. Don't believe we live on the globe, nigga, the earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this. And it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like this shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church music. We've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics part 3. My name Dangerous.
They attacked the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Y'all heard it, man. Shout out to Dangerous, man. Shout out to Cosmon. Shout out to Dre Cos, man. But like Malcolm said, if you can't prove that hypocrisy is not democracy, then don't put your hands on me. It couldn't have been no better than that. You know what I mean? I definitely can't play this song right here. Oh, Lord. Definitely can't play that. I know they'll strike me up for that. But let's go back to some more Dre Cobbs, y'all. Let's go.
She hit hard like Spence on the speed bag. I blow his legs off, he gon' need a knee tag. You niggas sound worse than Eminem on relapse. And Burna Boy, he's trash. You thought I was gonna let you ease past? Running your mouth while taking our culture. Treat this nigga like brisket and slow roast him. Roll up an Akon pack. I ain't ducking smoke, I just inhale and blow. I'm on demon time and I got a hellish flow. The 40 spiritual, I make them see the Holy Ghost. Let's bury these niggas and raise a toast to the Aborigines. That's from time immemorial. A tauntaun is from the soil. Every rhyme is that cook coke, that hard boil. My energy is unattainable. And for you $5 Indians, I might have to flame up you. Run up on the res, you know I'm blazing through. Turn your gang in the turtle soup. I aim for the head when I shoot. I take your top off like you do the coop. I took a drink from the fountain of truth. Now these bars is the burden of proof. They say the pen is mightier than the sword, so you gon' have to acknowledge the God. Drake Cobbs, I take your face off. My style is like cocaine raw. You gon' have to bow down to my Jaguar paw, or I'm coming like Leatherface with the chainsaw. I ride for my road dog like a new age outlaw. I do it to death like Chief Cornstalk. So fuck all your tough talk. You little pigeons can't fly with hawks. That'll get you outlined in chalk. It's the supreme being here to electrify your chakra. Any drama is mask on like the Phantom of the Opera. I got the hunger, and you niggas looking like pasta. Shrimp over the lobster, and I'm smoking like a roster. Check my posture, it's only one American, the rest of y'all imposters. Cause you don't want Dre to pop up, cause it's like boys in the hood. I'm out the window with the shoddy, nigga. When it comes to the mic, I'm like the coroner. All I catch is bodies, niggas. So look away before you come in my lane. It's arrows up, I just get it in aim. Yeah.
Yup, this how I know when they chopping me up, when they stop me from coming in the what I'm on, Chief. Oh man, straight smoke. You giving me that title, bro? That mean a lot coming from you, man. You know what I'm talking about? Word. You a chief too, bro. Just as long as you know that, you know what I mean? There's more than one style of chief. You feel me? Man, you know, already know what I'm on, that eugenics shit. You know, I got a video to show and commentate within the video. You know what I mean? That's why I dropped the link. Man, you know what I mean? Shout out to Drake Cobbs again for another banger, man. Arrows up. You know what I mean? Get in the way. Let the arrows spray, man. We're going to do this with Voodoo Child now, man. Done way too far. Oh, let's go.
Fuck is you hustling with these grams, man? I know it's all cap. All on my face with that fake smile, yeah, you can't get no dab. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. Up on the scene with them 223s and a bitch out. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. I be the one to blame, so please don't you make me click. Hit the block like a march, yeah, it's like a parade. Drunk sound and you ducking and hiding, oh, better cover your face.
Hip hop used to be hard, now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Niggas still killing niggas, pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising their children. Cluckers still paying dealers, trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gonna have this. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in their head, mumbling rapping shit, make the niggas say what it said. I know you think I'm tripping, this boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard, now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. too far. Man, y'all got an old nigga singing and sweating in the booth trying to get this shit heard. Way too far.
Yeah, I see they messing with my views. They messing with my streaming and all that. I don't know what stream y'all got going on to where I got my own internet powered up, dog. I'm talking about I'm to the max with bars. But then when I share something off YouTube or I share something, my bars go down whenever it's dealing with the internet. And that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna deal with it, man. You know, they try to stop the information, but you know, the good thing about information, if you don't understand or you don't hear everything that you need to hear the first time, the good thing about your boy OTK, I give you the title for you to go find it yourself. I give you the place to go research so you can find it yourself. And then you can come back and tell me something. Because when you're dealing with a book with 500 pages, if I literally take time to read 500 pages all at once, I probably wouldn't be on no panels or screen for like a month and a half. Maybe 2, because I'm probably going to read that again. You understand what I'm saying? But when I read it again, I probably skip through certain things and I'm going to write down the main chapters that spark my curiosity that I need to double check. So I'm going to go back and look at these things. Man, that's what you call research. That shit is tedious. For real. But let's go.
It's just nights like this. Days like that. Just sipping this brown, nigga. Blowing this loud. Rolling up these jackets. It's hard to stay sober because I can't keep sanity, you feel me? Nights like this, I wish. Nights like this, I wish. Nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my problems, made it to the top in front of bottom, even though they want to see me starving. Nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my problems, made it to the top in front of bottom, but these niggas rather see me starving. Nights like this, bad bitches and gold bottles. At 17, I had more money than my role model. They always told me the more money, the more problems, but money helped me get rid of my old problems. Moving and calculated step because the folks watch. Dirty motherfucker there, strip all the clothes off. The shit that I've been going through, make me go hard. I hope I make it so my son don't have the wrong father. Ay, still doing for my goddaughter. When my funds get low, I hit the block harder. Why you got your hands out and they got shit to offer? Feeling like bullshit, keep these devil off us. Real people shit, nigga. Let's try and duck the reaper, nigga. I live my life. 2 white brothers on my mind. On the daily, nigga. I got the gold, feel me? It's like this, I wish
in a bottle. But these niggas rather see you starving nights like that.
All right, y'all, man. Let me see. I'm gonna play one more of these, and after this song right here, I'm gonna play two of my songs, and we're gonna start, y'all. All right, you know what I mean. Please, like the video and share it out. Y'all don't have to subscribe yet. Just wait till after the information, and then if y'all feel like it, y'all can go ahead and subscribe. You know what I mean? Shit, all of it's free. You feel me? Word, all of it's free. Shout out to my dog Young Scrooge and Bud Lock, man. Know what I mean? Straight up country boys right here. From my swamps in the creek. Have your shit skipping, lagging, and all of that. You know what I mean? So it makes me wonder, like, you want that. They forcing you to do certain things that you don't want to do. You know what I mean? Uh, but let me get my turn up music, man. I ain't played this in a while. Let's go, y'all. You know what I mean? Shout out to my two little brothers, man.
BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder. BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit.
OZ to a whole P, I had to make a flip. First time playing with the clean, I bought the whole brick.
I've been capping, nigga, taxing, nigga, all about the flip. Nigga said his money was to work, I ran off with that shit.
Get them shit for 22, I let you send for 26. 31 is in the sale, 28 for remix.
2K for the rap bags, 42 for the run, stacks for the gas bags, 9 get more than one.
Tan, white, purple weed, and a brown bag, babe. Blue cheese and my purple jean, red bottom cakes.
DG on my belt, buckle Louis V shoe, education in the kitchen, I never went to school.
BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. Now it's Cali trips, saran wrap, I'm packaging, saran wrap the brick, ship it out, I'm taxing them.
BG with a quarter key, I hit a lick. 654 ounce of crack till I bought a brick.
Alexander McQueen on my shoes when I'm stepping in. Gucci shade frames on my face when I'm checking in.
Come to kill trap, pat you down before they let you in. Kill ain't gon' go to war unless he got a vest on him.
20,000 turning 50,000, now it's 100,000. Everything for the cheap price, 20 bells allowed.
Stack for the clean, holla for the play with. I don't give a fuck, cause I know you ain't gon' take shit.
Now I rock a little bit of ice, my diamonds bling blown. Amber money ain't taking shorts, Mr. Beam.
Back up on the scene now, cool, can't clean now. On my piece of you, I ain't tryna go to green.
BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Shout out to my dog KD and goddamn KOD and goddamn ammo. KOD mean cash on delivery, in case y'all don't know, man. You know what I mean? I still be seeing these young brothers today, man, and they still doing their thing. Got way more songs. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe to everybody who I played. Dre Cobbs, Dangerous, Cosmon, Voodoo Child, my cousin Young Scrooge and Bud Lock, and now my other two little bubbas, man, right here from around where I'm at, man. Lil Ammo and KOD, man. You know what I mean? I got to bring this back one time, man, before I get into this, man. I ain't gonna lie, this amping me up. Let's go. Shout out to my dog Roundtable Gang, man. Big Dog Philly OG. What's going on, man? Peace and love. My OG. Let's go.
BG to a quarter key. I've been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I been hating them. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I been pumping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I been hitting them. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit.
OZ to a whole P, I had to make a flip. First time playing with the clean, I bought the whole brick.
I been capping, nigga, taxing, nigga, all about the flip. Nigga said his money was to work, I ran off with that shit.
Get them shit for 22, I let you sign for 26. 31 is in the city, 28 for remakes.
2K for the rap bags, 42 for the run, stacks for the gas bags, 9 get more than one.
Tan, white, purple weed, and a brown bag, babe. Blue cheese and my purple jean, red bottom cakes.
DG on my belt, buckle Louis V, shoe, education in the kitchen, I ain't never went to school.
BG to a quarter key, I been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I been hitting them. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I been popping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I been hitting them. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. Now it's Cali trips, saran wrap, I'm packaging, saran wrap the brick, ship it out, I'm taxing them.
BG with a quarter key, I hit a lick. 654 ounce of crack till I bought a brick.
Alexander McQueen on my shoes when I'm stepping in. Gucci shade flames on my face when I'm checking in.
Come to kill trap, pat you down before they let you in. Kill ain't gon' go to war unless he got a vest on him.
20,000 turning 50,000, now it's 100,000. Everything for the cheap price, 20 bells allowed.
Stack for the clean, ain't hotter for the play with. I don't give a fuck, cause I know you ain't gon' take shit.
Now I rock a little bit of ice, my diamonds bling blow. Amber money ain't taking shorts, Mr. Beam eye.
Back up on the scene now, cool, can't clean now. On my P's and Q's, I ain't tryna go to Green Mile.
BG to a quarter key, I been pumping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I been hitting them. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I been pumping, bro. IGD me, nigga, I been hitting them. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the
Man, shout out to the dog KOD and Ammo, man. Y'all already know, man. Shit. Let me go ahead, man. Man, the people pulling up. A dog Juice, Straight Smoke, Big Dog Philly OG, my young Bubba. And I only say young because he's younger than me, but my young brother, Roundtable Gang Jay. You know what I'm saying? Peace and love to you, man. Been keeping in touch with my younger brother. Day one, brother, in this thing. For real. Like that young brother taught me the game about this, as far as like how to scream, how to do this shit on and present your shit and all of that. You know what I mean? And then Big Dog Philly OG took me underneath his wing, along with BAP, along with Top Cats, along with Preem Chief, Cuddy. Everybody I came in contact with took me up underneath their wing, man. So I learned a lot from all of them. That ain't even got nothing to do with the goddesses. You know what I mean? who put it a lot in it, man. Shout out to my cousin, Higher Source Healing. Y'all be looking forward to the book. You know what I mean? We're gonna let you know when we through with the book, man. My younger cuz right here, very intelligent, man, and he'll tell you, you know what I mean, no bullshit and none of that, man. Like, I really been putting this American Indian work in out here. You know what I mean? Like, for real, for real. He'll tell you, and he's been doing the same since he I don't know how to say it. I'll let him say it, but I will say since he got back to nature. Things that was natural that didn't need no explanation because it naturally happened. You feel me? Word. Shout out to old dude in this thing. You know what I mean? And my dog Juice. You already know. Hey, Juice, if you come in tonight, I can give you my email. The reason why I ain't been putting my email out there in no wild chats, bro, because I don't know what happened, bro, but I don't know what I got pushed to a level that I wouldn't even trying to get at because I'm a master student. But the way that these haters target me put me up there, man. You know what I mean? I ain't even been out long enough to try to compare with these kick doors that was out here dropping this information. I ain't even dropped that much information yet compared to them. You feel me? Dog, them boys been out here dropping info for years. I'm reaping the benefits. Real life shit. Earth to Wiz Godness. What's going on with you, man? Peace to you too, Goddess. But yeah, I'm reaping the benefits. And a lot of people along with me reaping the benefits. I'm just one of the ones that always give props to the kick doors who went through this shit before me. You know what I mean? And I ain't gonna lie to y'all, dog, it's been a hard road. Me and Smoke Signal used to meet up on Pan-African panels, aka Trans-Africans of the day. We used to meet up on their panels because we was out there going out and abroad spreading the word. Now me and my dog sit back. You know what I mean? We've been putting in work out there and we still ain't through. We just got the you know what I mean? The pass and the okay and the to say go ahead and do it. Why not? We're wrong. You know what I mean? We got the motivation from the kick doors. Big facts, man. And shout out to all of them. Y'all already know who y'all is. For real. For real. But I'm a let me play a little bit of this real quick. I told y'all I'm gonna play 2 songs real quick, and I'm gonna go ahead on into the bill. All right. Yeah. What it look like, man?
Let's see what it is.
Man, I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
I just don't want to
I
rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. patient. Anticipation of love making, got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind, I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life, well come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug, well come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to rush, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. Hey, you know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm out on why, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
Feeling all type ways right now, for real.
Hey, you already know, man. Shout out to all my goddesses out there, man. You know what I mean?
Let's look at it this way. Whenever we together,
That's real Indian business,
That
man.
ain't enough.
We get to know you.
It's not enough.
Hey,
I already know what it's like.
You know what I'm
Been
talking
there,
about?
done that. That's what's up.
I told you, I got you, man.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient.
if y'all don't understand, you know what I mean? What your boy OTK is talking about in that song, man. I'm talking about balance. And you know, most times the balance be offset because the man always trying to be more than the lead. Now, you know when it's your time to lead. But it's times where the woman need to lead too. You feel me? Because the last time I checked, only a woman can produce milk. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that like that. But anyway, so if y'all are understanding that song, we don't have to rush. I'm telling the female I'm talking to, like, yo, you just don't jump in a plane and fly. You don't know where you're going to. What? That's suicidal. Slow down real quick. Let me tell you about me. And let me ask you some questions. So that's where the balance comes in at. You feel me? Shout out to my mom, Dukes and shit, man. Who held it down, and my aunts, them boy, man. I came from a matriarchal society. Gangsta ass woman, too. Let's go.
Listen, you know what it is.
I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
Word. I just don't want to rush, man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say you like me is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'll be you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know.
Y'all already know.
Never lived a good life.
Now that I done brought that to y'all attention of what I'm saying, y'all looking at that song. I know a lot of y'all probably already like that song, but now you gotta look at that song at balance. Like, I was on some cocky shit, like, yeah, I already know I make your head shake when I'm next to you, so I know you. But yet, I didn't take that to advantage, because I'm digging you too. You know what I'm talking about?
Whenever we together,
Word.
That ain't enough.
No, I'm talking about. Let me do this for my big dog.
I already know what it is. Been there, done that.
Straight smoke. He in the back in the cut waiting. Already cop reloaded. You know what I mean? So before I bring him on, I definitely gonna play his request. You feel me? Definitely. Let's go, y'all.
Let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you, yeah.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G, hell yeah, hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see, man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G, hell yeah, hold it it down. Take a chance and you see. Man, you know I lock it down. Man, you know I lock it down. Certified dub. Mix it with some passion, but you call it making love. I only got one night, so baby girl, let's mingle. Feeling like Weezy, little mama, cause I'm single. Let your head down, let your earrings jingle. My name is L Bliss, and like Chris, I get Pringles. You know I hold it down. Baby, I'm a G. Two Street, baby, lockdown, ENT. You know I keep it 100 every day of my life. Gin and juice got me open. What's your plan for the night? Maybe we can slide, or maybe we can float. Overdose on L Bliss, all it take is one toke. Whoa. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
Come fuck with a G. Blow on some trees every coast of the city lights. Alizé, Hennessy for them late nights. Call Jones when your man ain't acting right. All she want is thug nigga who slang that pipe. Let your man be the one to fuss and fight. I'll be that thug to put it in your life. Sip rosé as you strip to some OJs. Text my phone for pictures of that thing, and how the neighbors already know a nigga name, and telling everybody how you wanna be a man. But baby girl, that was never part of my plan.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
You need a thug in your life. You can be a boom blunt. I'm the bud, you the wife. Passion and sex like husband and wife. I can make your heart melt like a tub full of ice. Like a tub full of ice. What you come do tonight? We can take flight in my helicopter ride. My helicopter ride. Take it to the other side. Show you a couple sights that you never seen in life. You never seen in life. Experience new things, ain't no need to think twice. I can be your man, but that's just for the night. I ain't TIP, but I give you what you like. You can hit me on the phone when you're scratching for the pipe.
Say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down. She say she only got fucked by a drug dealer, but never felt the real passion of a thug nigga. Baby, I'm a G. Hell yeah, I hold it down. Take a chance and you'll see. Man, you know I lock it down.
Hey yo, it's Diamond Star Production presents Big Make a Breeze.
I'm a trap star, baby. Stay moving. Get what you want, what you need, keep moving. For my money, stay on. Stay on like a chef ain't gone. I'm a trap star, baby. Stay moving. Get what you want, what you need, keep moving. For my money, stay on. Stay on like a chef ain't gone. Trapper of the year, you can tell by my jewels. The more money you get, the better my earth smell. Clientele at a high, but yeah, I'm never comfortable. I can get you everything, even the pharmaceuticals. Call me, make it happen. I can get it affordable. Your third time coming in, you're short, then I work with you. You can say I'm one of the best. Got a few that I kick it with, I roll with the rest. Lockdown. My style is unexplainable. I don't even got swag. I got money and it's spendable. Never come up short. Nah, that ain't my love. You can put that on everything I love. And beyond the shadow of doubt, you can still see my shit when you turn the lights out. Cut them off. But my money stay on. Stay on like a chef ain't gone. I'm a trap star, baby. Stay moving. Get what you want, you need, keep moving. But my money stay on. Stay on like a chef ain't gone. I'm a trap star, baby. Stay moving. Get what you want, you need, keep moving. But my money stay on. Stay on like a chef ain't gone. I'm a trap star, baby, my money stay low. Me and Gator in the trap, call us Cheech and Chong. Earning on the good, but still getting fed. Anytime ready to die, I stay ready. real D-boy. I ain't nothing like these other dudes. I'm a nigga with a motherfucking attitude. Down for whatever, that's whenever. Dirt road niggas and we always been clever. I'll give you prices that you can't refuse. You can put this thing in water and you still won't lose. Word. Plus I got the tab on Lori. Say Perks is a set, she got the cheese that she owe me. Her best friend Colada be chillin' at Club Cotton. Xanax introducer, but her real name is Oxy. Bottle Papa Diva, most gals they can't stand her. She ain't here around here, she came from Old Banner.
Let me tell y'all something, man. In case y'all ain't listening to you, that right there, man. I called out all the major pill popping drugs at the end of that, at that time, and still now. Xanax introducer, but her real name is Oxy, bottle popping diva. Huh? Let's go. You know what I mean? Shout out to my dog T. Washington. That's kinfolk right there. Yo, the link in the chat, man. I'm about to start this Eugenics thing, man. You know what I mean? I got my what the hell just happened just now? Got my dog Straight Smoke in the back, waiting, armed up. All right, Straight Smoke. Let me play this last one real quick, Straight. And then we're gonna go ahead and get into it. You know, it's only right that I kick this right here, y'all. Let's go. Yeah, this the OTK anthem right here. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep it real. You know what I'm talking about? Let's go.
And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your beefs than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool. He didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted. Man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Yeah, man. In case y'all didn't know, I keep it 100, man. I'ma just turn that down a little bit, man, and let that rock in the background, man, because that's powerful to me. Y'all already know I keep it 100, man. It's solid, man. Shout out to my dog, Straight Smoke. What's going on with you and the family, man? Hope all is well.
Man, you know how it go. What's going on, OTK? Salute to everybody in the chat. How's it going, brother? Another blissful night. I hope everything is working right for you, because you know what I'm about to do? I'm about to get out here tomorrow morning and I'm make some motherfucking money. Let's go.
That's what's up, man. And shout out to you. Self-employed with the grills, doing your thing, bouncing from spot to spot. Plus, incorporated with other things. You got the lab up and running. I heard that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Nanya Business, man. What's going on, Nanya? Nanya, what kind of post is that? I know that's right, Nanya. God damn, you done turned to the side with the head, with the neck back. I know that's right, Nanya. I feel you, sis. For real. What's up, Straight?
Man, you just would not believe everything that I've accomplished, brother. I've ran my own Cat 5. I've done all this digging and everything. I'm making it happen, not some of the time, all the time. Let's go.
In case people don't know what a Cat 5 is, that you're talking about a caterpillar, right?
No, I'm talking about running my own hard line. My own hard line. As far as you would look at it, you would look at it opticals. You would look at it like your opticals for internet and everything like that. I did it myself.
Oh, see, when you say Cat 5, dog, a couple of things came to my mind. Category 5 hurricane. But now when you say Cat 5, inside my line of work, a Cat 5 will be a caterpillar that has 5 different functions. You know what I mean? But
well, I ain't gonna even sit here and lie to you. You know, I didn't use that scale of a backhoe to dig the trenches. I didn't use that scale of a backhoe to dig the trenches. And no, TW, I'm not using Cat 6 because Cat 6 has an actual flaw in it a lot of people don't know about, but it's going to be discovered sooner or later. That's why they always increment and make you get something bigger versus what already works. But let's go.
Yeah, I'm lost. Y'all know I'm short bus shorty. When it comes
Come
down
on
to
now,
that
bro.
shit like that, y'all already know I'm short bus shorty until y'all teach me that shit. You know what I mean? See, hey, Straight Smoke, I ain't never been the one who wouldn't tell you like, nah, bro, I don't know what the hell that is. Break it down to me. Word. And this shit that y'all be talking about. But once y'all explain it, I'd be like, oh, so that's like such and such and such and such. And you'd be like, exactly. But y'all motherfucker going to the roots,
right,
and the leaves. You know what I mean?
Right. So
the roots and
I wouldn't
the tree.
I wouldn't picked up 15 square yards of Cat 5 cable, cut the ends off myself, made the clips to them. These are the things that go in the back of your router box, right? You know them cords they give you to go in the back of your router box as far as for your internet and everything? I make them myself. I make them myself. Okay. So I just finished all of that. Just finished all of that.
Are those copper or aluminum or fiber optics? What kind of fiber optics are copper? They just the different levels of how small the copper is in the fiber optic. But are those copper that you're talking about?
Well, it's a mixture between a lot of different elements. Okay. Because you got to look at the ping system, the prong system in them. You know, Cat 5 uses 6 to 8. And then Cat 6 uses 8 to 10 or 8 to 12. So it's
Would
all
that be a
dealing with
gauge? Would that be
speed.
a gauge and wire? Yeah, would that be a
Right.
gauge
This
and
is
wire
gauge
or
and
what?
wire. This is
I
gauge
bet,
and
bet.
wire,
Break that
but
down,
what
bro.
it
Just don't
does,
say it like that, man. Break it down and
I'm
let them
sorry.
know. 8 gauge, 6 gauge, so people will know that's the level and that's the size of the wire and how it comes. You know what I mean? Go ahead, bro.
Right.
You cook it right now. Go ahead.
Right. So it's very intricate because, like I said, I only stick with Cat 5 because this is my let's say comfort zone, if you will. There's no flaws in Cat 5. When you get into other things that's higher, if you do not have things that can supplement or deal with that line that's higher than Cat 5, you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems. So everything backward, it has to be backwards compatible is what I'm saying. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that does. And shout
And
out to
so
Tim
I would
Washington,
like
man. Hey, let's bring Tim Washington in.
T-Dub.
So he can get into this conversation too. So let's let him come in real quick so he can get into this conversation before I start this video. But go ahead. Go ahead, Tim. What's happening, bro? Peace. Hope all is well with you and the family, man. Go ahead.
What up, though, fam? How y'all doing?
Man, I can't call it. I can't call it. What's going on, big homie?
Man, you already know. Trying to make $10 out of 15 cents.
Hey, how that music sound in the background? Is it too loud, y'all? Or what?
No,
Nah,
it's very subtle.
It's good.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's very subtle.
Bet. Okay. All right, go ahead, y'all. Tim, I just
So what
wanted you to come on in so you can jump into the conversation with us. You know what I mean? I didn't want us to keep continuing on with this good conversation and you waiting to get introduced before you have to jump in. You know what I mean? That way you can interject at any time too. You know what I mean?
What's up.
Go ahead, straight.
No, I seen hey, oh dude, fuck you, bro. Why you talking about my connections and everything, bro? I had to work it all the way out so it'd be flawless victory. I had to work out to the flawless victory side of things. I get you, brother. I get it. I did it. It took a little time, you know. You got to go through every process to make sure that everything is working on both ends of everything, not just the city side, but your side. And it came down to it was a city problem versus me having a problem. So, you know, everything worked out. Everything is good. We back on track. Yeah, lab is open. Let's do it. Lab is back open. Let's do it. As you can see, there's no connection issues. Usually I'll be kicked off by now because my signal would have dropped or something would have happened. Nope. Got it worked out. What's up, T-Dub? What's up, OTK? Oh, shit. Let's do it.
Yeah, man. What's happening? That's what's up, man. Man, y'all see the title, man? Let's talk eugenics in case you didn't know. You know what I mean? Because let me ask you this, Straight Smoke, and then Tim, I want you to go in after him real quick. When y'all hear eugenics, just give me a quick summary of what y'all call eugenics. Go ahead.
You got it, Tim. Go ahead. I'll go after you.
Well, when you say eugenics, the first thing pop in my head is Hillary Clinton. I'm sorry. I mean, you know, to me, she like the face of eugenics with what's been going on the last 15 to 20 years to me. And we all know what that is. I mean, like that's a process of elimination of specific genes. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what eugenics is. You know, you a pool player, sort of like billiards, right? You got how many balls on the pool table? They all different colors, different numbers, and you got that white cue ball that's knocking them all in the pocket, saving the 8 ball for last. To me, that's sort of a what would you call that? A something that's synonymous or synonymous in appearance to eugenics. You know what I'm saying? Sort of a process of elimination of specific genes. Am I far off with that?
Nah, I'ma leave that right there, bro. You know what I mean? You made a bunch of great points. You know what I mean? Remember, I asked you a question, so it really ain't no right or wrong answer when somebody asks you a question. I ain't one of the ones that ask you a question when I already think I know the answer. You know what I mean? That would be disingenuous. So I wouldn't do that. So I'm asking to try to get point of views to let people know that eugenics it can come across in different ways, in other words. But go ahead, Straight Smoke. That was a good answer though, Tim. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna give my end to it. Okay. So what I understand is eugenics was started by Margaret Sanger and upheld and did medically by Joseph Mengele. What they wanted was the cream of the crop out of the DNA for the, this is going to be kind of hard to say, but I'm going to say it anyway, for the white race. When I say white, I mean, that's what they called it at that time. I'm not going to say the other name for it because I'm not trying to get my brother flagged, but that's genuinely what it was. They wanted the cream of the crop, if you will, the military age fighting men and the most beautiful of the women of their kind to only breed with and select with. Everybody else was deemed degenerates. They were actually put in camps. They was actually tested on. Majority of the people of that era.
You going into what we would call theories right now by going into that. I'm asking you, what do you know of eugenics? You feel me? And I want you to stay right there, Straight Smoke. I don't want you to go in too deep, Straight Smoke. I don't want you to go too deep.
You know, this is not a theory.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
You
but
know,
that's
this
why
ain't
I
a theory.
Hold on, though. I don't.
I'm sorry. My bad.
Right. There you go, Straight. There you go. You know what I mean? It's a question for a reason. You know what I mean? I just want to hear the different thoughts on what it is. I don't want to go into depth because that's part of my build to go in depth. And then y'all gonna come back in. That's why. You feel me? You feel me? Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
There you go. If that makes sense.
So you want me? Sure. So, if I could say, it's just how people viewed how the medicalization of, to me, just me personally, the medicalization, what people deemed as the fit and non-fit.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that right there. I'll leave it at that right there.
Hey, Demi, what's up, goddess, man? Peace to you and the family,
Peace,
man.
guys.
I hope you and the family is all right. How you doing today? And if you want me to ask the question again, I will ask it again if you want me to ask you. You know what I mean? I'm glad you came up. Go ahead.
I'm glad you have me. I'm glad you should. I'm honored. But yeah, ask the question again. Sort of missed it in between signing on.
Hey, Demi, what region you hailing from again, Demi?
The DMV area.
Okay, DMV area, Virginia, DC, Maryland. Tim
Yeah.
Washington, what area you hailing from again, my brother?
Detroit,
the Midwest. You know what I mean? Shout out to Detroit, man. You already know Motor City, Motor Town. You feel me? Shout out to Straight Smoke. You know what I mean? What area you hailing from? I know Straight Smoke, but you know what I mean? Everybody else might not know. Go ahead, bro.
Man, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I'm all the way Chicago, but I had to get the fuck out of retard state to get to Kentucky.
Where, hey man, this just to let everybody know, and for those of y'all that just tuning in, that we are all different areas, so we have different perspective on things. You know what I mean? This was so powerful about that roundtable gang that I was part of when I first came into it, because I was dealing with younger brothers with their perspective, and this older brother coming in and giving them my perspective, man. And we learned a lot from each other, man. So shout out the roundtable gang that's in there, man. Shout out to Truist. Shout out to Jay. You know what I mean? Good brothers. Um, so Demi, the question was about eugenics. When you hear eugenics, what do you think about?
Is my mic okay? Does my
Oh
mic
yeah,
sound okay? Or am I too low or too high?
nah, you loud and clear.
Okay,
Like
bet.
No, you
you
sound
right here.
beautiful. You sound
Thank you,
beautiful.
thank
You
you.
sound beautiful.
Likewise, guys. Thank you,
God
likewise.
damn.
Um,
See, them are wild ass Indians, boy. I tell you, we both compliment you at the same damn time. Go ahead. Go ahead, Demi.
bad, bad. So is it eugenics? Is it like um making it like a uh certain gene better?
Oh no,
Improvements of a
I'm not
certain gene?
asking you to ask me
Improvements
a
of a certain gene?
yes, I'm not asking you to ask me a question, Demi. I'm asking your thoughts of it, because I'm about to get into the whole eugenics thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, bad.
And so I just want to know what everybody think. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
And you said you think it was uh what you said now, gene
An improvement
purification.
of a particular like gene or a DNA whatever like an
Mhm.
improvement like they you like I heard someone say the best of the crop or some shit like that.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So I would say an improvement to like for example like the I don't know if you see the homo well not the homo the
What happened, Demi?
Yeah, she cut straight out, y'all.
can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
now we can hear you.
Okay,
You
like
There
the
you
all
go.
we heard was
my
about
bad. Like
the homo. And you're talking about
for example,
so-called
like the
races
genus
of,
Homos,
yeah, the
the
genus
genus
homo.
Homos
Okay.
man, that
Uh-huh.
they took that the qualities of that particular gene or DNA, whatever, and they made the Homo erectus.
Okay, so you're talking pretty much from the stages of eugenics ties in with evolution.
Yes, yes,
Because
yes,
what you're
yes.
talking about is the evolution of the Homo sapien race that they say we are today. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Okay. All right. Damn. That's what's up, man. My dog Straight Smoke. My dog Tim Washington, man. My kinfolks, man. And my sister Demi up here. You know what I mean? Glad that you know what I mean, I done converted you. You know I'm an Indian missionary now. Alright. So the reason why I asked y'all that question though on some real shit is because like uh eugenics was a created thing. All right. I don't teach on this. I'm also a master student at this too. Eugenics was a created thing. So it starts back from not Charles Darwin. You know, that's who they like to credit eugenics to, Charles Darwin. You know what I mean? But it didn't start with Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin teacher was actually a black man who taught him about the study of birds. This is what Charles Darwin did, everybody. He studied goddamn birds on different continents, different countries. All right. So his book that he came out with the origin of species and classification, it wasn't for humans. It wasn't no human trial at this time. And his forefathers before him, which was his grandfather, I think it was his grandfather and somebody else before him, they was trying to find out about uh passing on traits from the mama to daddy equal. So AB, let me give y'all this scenario. A plus B equals C. Mom and daddy equal child. You know what I mean? And as that child goes along and starts becoming and multiplying, that the A and B gets taken out. It's less and less of that. You know what I mean? Fine. We all know what this is today. This is what you call the one drop rule, 1/32. You know what I mean? 2/18 and all of this right here. This is what they giving these scales off of. So Darwin was studying birds. It was his brother. You feel me? And all of this is coming from Francis Galton. Definitely is. Definitely. Because these are some of his predecessors at the same time, too. You know what I mean? He actually published a paper with another co-writer about eugenics, but it wasn't called eugenics then. It was just a study of gene flow. Like, they was like, yo, we see so many different species of this that, man, we don't know which one is the dominant. That's what Darwin was. Darwin even came to the point where he was getting outschooled and damn near blackballed by his own constituents. You feel me? Because he was like, yo, this is not accurate to be doing with humans. Somehow he ended up disappearing or dying or whatever, however they say. And now his family members take on his work. Now they take it to testing humans. So where did this start at? This started with testing as far as like your head size, your family members. If your damn great granddaddy was a robber, they're gonna make sure you don't breed with nobody that's significant. You might get sterilized. All right. So this shit was major. This is where you get your feeble-minded, your insane, your what was the other one? It's another word, but I forgot about it, man. But this is how they got put inside these asylums. But they was doing it on their own peoples that was coming across here, the immigrants. You know what I mean? And then they sent this paperwork back to Europe. When they got back into Europe, this is where Hitler got hold to it. And this is where Hitler started practicing eugenics to the fullest. So now, after Hitler did it, the Americans turned around and started back doing it by sterilizing the woman. They started with their own kind. And then they had some old African American Indian agents who helped them sterilize our own peoples, who helped them spread disease and not cure our peoples and put them back into our populations. And we talking about 1920s, y'all. Huh? See,
OTK.
I really study this stuff. So you know what I mean? That is the core of eugenics. Now, this, what I'm going to show y'all is going to break down all of the names and the funders, like the cereal that we love, Kellogg. Huh? It's going to be a couple of them in here that y'all, you know what I mean? We don't have to say it. We'll let them say it. You feel me? So
OTK.
You know, go ahead, bro. Before I start this video, go ahead. You good?
I just have to say this one point. It was adopted. It was adopted by Germany.
Right. Remember, Hitler wrote a letter back to Darwin's them boys here in America to say, yo, I read your shit. While he was incarcerated, he was able to write a letter
And
back
please,
to them.
and please send your brightest minds over here to teach us about your construct.
Facts.
This was a construct.
So now,
these people was not kidding.
So in case y'all don't know, the head of eugenics was the British. All right, because they was trying to make a more perfect Britain. All right, they was the head of the eugenics whole thing about race breeding and all of that, because they wanted to be separate than anybody else. Okay, they was at rule at the time, and they're feeling they're superpowers. These are your Mormons. Hold up, huh? If y'all don't know what polygamy is, and polygamy is one man with a bunch of wives, so the blood can stay as pure as it is, and then they inbreed back. Okay, this is the whole thing about
one more time.
Eugenics. This is the whole thing about eugenics in the human race. They was trying to make the perfect European or the perfect British. All right, but y'all ready for this video, man? Y'all got anything to say, Demi? Tim Washington, y'all can go ahead and elaborate on what I just said just now, man, and we'll go and I'll jump into this video, man. It's a very interesting video too. I know y'all gonna enjoy it. You know what I mean? For real.
Okay. I don't have no pre-commentary. You can roll that beautiful bean footage. What about you, Demi?
What you think, Demi?
Well, I just want to say one tidbit is that
Saddam
Hussein married his first cousin, and the reason that he stated that he did was because to keep the bloodline pure.
In case people don't know,
I digress.
This is also biblical. All right. This is also religion. Abraham married his sister Sarah. Sarah had Isaac. Isaac had Jacob. Who is Jacob? The progenitor of the Israelites. Uh-oh. Hold on, OTK, you ain't say that. And yes, I did.
Can I go? Can I go?
Go ahead, bro. And let me get into this beautiful.
Yeah, because I want you to run the footage after this. Once everybody understands that all of this was about one thing and one thing only, this was all about keeping the bloodlines how they wanted to keep them. This is all incest, ladies and gentlemen. Be prepared.
All right. So let's start this, man. You know what I mean? PBS document, the Eugenics Crusade. And listen, this is only gonna touch in depth with these abolitionists who was involved. Okay, all right, but don't worry, y'all. I'm gonna bring out deeper research about these abolitionists that got involved with this. Okay.
On August 18th, 1934, 20-year-old Ann Cooper Hewitt, heiress to one of the largest fortunes in the United States, was admitted to a San Francisco hospital for an emergency
Hold up, y'all.
appendectomy.
That's a good question, old dude. Who owned PBS? So PBS is a public broadcasting system. That means they get funded by donations. I ain't never get strike or nothing for showing nothing off PBS. Word. I ain't even lying to you. Let's go.
Not only had removed her appendix, but also a length of her fallopian tubes, rendering her incapable of ever becoming pregnant. The story of the sterilized heiress hit the papers just after the new year in 1936, when Anne filed a $500,000 damage claim against the surgeons and her own mother for sterilizing her without her knowledge or consent.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Hey, ain't nobody innocent. Not even me. And I'll be the first to admit that I ain't innocent neither. But I totally understand what y'all saying. They're not innocent too, because they also push narratives too. You know what I mean? And I agree. But we also got to agree that they got some good documentaries behind themselves. Now they do a bunch of research. Now the narrators and the construct that they paint behind that is no different than somebody coming to report in your neighborhood and then going back and writing a newspaper article and twisting up what they really saw. But we dodge all the hijack. You feel me? We take what we need in, you know what I'm saying, and we roll off that. And one thing I also notice, y'all, is that when we be breezing shit like this off to the side, they really be telling some truths. We be like, yo, that's conspiracy. That's a theory. But really, later on down the line, we find out that they was telling the truth, the motherfuckers who they was talking about. So that's how I look at it, y'all. You feel me? Please respect that. So let's go back to this lady real quick, man, because I don't want to take nothing away from her. And y'all on the panel can chime in anytime on this video. Let's go.
For sterilizing her without her hands. On August 18th, 1934, 20-year-old Ann Cooper Hewitt, heiress to one of the largest in the United States, admitted to a San Francisco hospital for an emergency appendectomy. She later learned the surgeons not only had removed her appendix, but also a length of her fallopian tubes, rendering her incapable of ever becoming pregnant. The story of the sterilized heiress hit the papers just after the new year in 1936, when Anne filed a $500,000 damage claim against the surgeons and her own mother for sterilizing her without her knowledge or consent. Anne's mother denied any wrongdoing. She'd done what she'd done for society's sake, she insisted, because her daughter was feeble-minded. It was the sort of bizarre high society scandal that would have captured the national imagination under any circumstances. That one word, feeble-minded, struck a familiar chord and linked Anne's plight to a
Is it freezing or is that me?
That's me just paused it just now because I see they messing with me. So I try to stop it here and there just for a quick second or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah. What all did y'all hear? Did y'all hear about she went in there for an appendix removal and they took out her fallopian tube and she was the heir to be the richest person in America?
Yeah, we heard that.
She was American Indian now.
Mm-hmm.
In case people don't know, that wasn't no white woman and that wasn't no African American. That was an Indian, y'all.
I'm
She
glad
might
you
have had a
clarified
little
that.
French or something else in her, huh?
I'm glad you clarified that.
Right. And you know, for real. And this is crazy. And somebody mentioned something about was that you, Demi, that mentioned which one of y'all that mentioned somebody name who was helping with oh shit. Dang it, I forgot what it was. I remember. Nah, she was a straight American Indian. She was an heir to a bunch of land that had oil on it, y'all.
Right.
So what they did is they sterilized her so she couldn't have no male heirs. So when she died, that's a wrap. Whoever married to her, that's who takes over. So the Osazi shit is just the one that get famalized and end up in the Killers of the Flower Moon. But dog, this was going on everywhere. Everywhere. A lot of our men die at war. Remember now, we've been in war for 400 years here. Ain't nobody been in war for 400 years but in North America. Let me clarify that. In North America. And we talking about the East Coast. What majority of that is spread it out past the other side of the Mississippi and the Appalachian later on. When the other states start forming. I'm sorry. Let me get out this bag real quick. But I started back.
Eugenics provides the answer.
Eugenics was proposed as the scientific solution for social problems. It was a combination of hope and aspiration on one side, and on the other side, it was about fear, in some cases about hate.
They are identified early, categorized, feeble-minded, imbecile, idiot.
Hey, listen, y'all. And I also want y'all to pay attention. This wasn't started with us. Remember now, we was the savages. We was the imbeciles. We was the idiots per se. If we that, why are they testing their own peoples rather to be imbeciles, feeble-minded, or imbeciles? Huh? Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. They was doing these shit on their own fucking peoples. That's why I know today is 5 different races or more of what we will call a white European. And if y'all don't know history, y'all wouldn't know the goddamn difference neither. But you know what? Your boy Open Knowledge gonna do? I'm gonna start breaking down all the different Europeans. Huh? And I'm talking about the white ones. Everybody know about the black Europeans, but nobody know about all the white Europeans. They just lump all of them into a group. No, they didn't like each other, but they all was family. Uh-oh, hold up. Let me stop.
Born.
People tend to think that eugenics was a doctrine that originated with the Nazis, that it was grounded in wild claims that were far outside the scientific mainstream. Both of those impressions are fundamentally not true.
It was almost a mania that sort of swept through the country, and there was that kind of naive, optimistic vision of eugenics, like, hey, let's all get together and make better people.
The eugenics movement was about
having healthy children, about having a stronger society. There's nothing wrong with that. You have to look at the underlying eugenics to see what was so problematic about it.
At Liberty Mutual, we believe progress happens when people feel secure. That's why we exist to help people embrace today and pursue tomorrow.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Liberty Mutual Insurance is a proud sponsor of American Experience.
You got to pay bills, man. You got to pay the bills.
Yes, sir. Speed it up a little bit, OTK.
Sit back down.
Biologist named Charles Benedict Davenport arrived in London on a sort of pilgrimage. He was 36, Harvard educated, and like the biologists of his generation, study of evolution.
My
Do you have
bad,
a
man. It was
connection
messing.
issues over there?
Yeah, yeah, and see, and that's the thing, bro. Every time I share something like this, they mess with my internet. But if somebody else was to come on my show and share it, it would be good.
Give it
You know
here.
what
I'll
I
share it.
mean? It's right there. Hold on, let me let you see what it is. It's called the Eugenics Crusade, man. PBS, American Experience. Y'all
Okay,
go
hold on.
subscribe to them boy too, man. Good shit. Yeah, because it's about to get deep. It's about to get deep, and I ain't gonna even lie to you, bro. It's about to get deep. And Davenport was another one, man. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So are they?
Davenport was
Go ahead.
actually, I think, the head professor, something at Stanford at one point. So, yeah, he was the one pushing the eugenics thing on to people. But go ahead, Demi. Go ahead, Demi. Part.
No. Excuse me. I was just wondering, did they reuse the fallopian tubes?
No, what they did was they used it for scientific testing and stuff. That's why they knew the placenta. That's how they found out about the placenta. There you go, Demi. Good damn question. By cutting out the bottom half of your fallopian tubes, they was getting the best part of your placenta. The part that comes out and goes back that you supposed to, you know what I mean? Boom, you know, them boys started taking that out of the woman.
So she must have had, obviously good genetics.
Okay. So, hey, listen, because of genetics, uh,
Because when they,
biologists, because of genetics, biologists have they evolved to what we got now. In the, let me say it at the correct term, the laboratories, not a laboratory, laboratories, to where we at this point now, to where these mortuaries and stuff like that, they can take all the organs out and all of this stuff now. This is the beginning of it. Well, as far as worldwide and new age stuff now, I'm not saying nobody wouldn't already performing these type of surgeries back in the day, but this is on a whole nother level because This is finding out who is different than who after they die, and sometimes even killing people who you deem feeble-minded. What they call these centers, euthanism centers.
Yeah, euthanization. Yeah. But the also what you said about the inheritance or what she had, that right there. See, they always always have many factors. When they do something, there's many benefits in one. You know, like
And we talking about, check it out though. Did y'all not hit a year? 19. Okay, all right. My dog sharing it, so I can go ahead and take mine off. My dog sharing. Did y'all not hit a year? It said 1930s. 1930s. Make your screen bigger, bro. Hit that big square button to your right. It said 1930s. She was the second heir to the largest. She's about to be the richest in America. Over here in North America now. All right, let's go, man. My dog got this. Back up. Man, go ahead, bro. Appreciate you too, Tim Washington,
I'm going
man.
to create a new kind of institution, a station for experimental evolution, not Darwinian natural selection that you just go out and observe.
Hold on.
But
Go back a
we
little
figure
bit
out
when they first started talking about Davenport. Yeah, yeah. Go back. Ooh, where was we at? All right. Okay. All right, bet. My bad. Okay.
In the fall of 1902, an American biologist named Charles Benedict Davenport arrived in London on a sort of pilgrimage. He was 36, Harvard educated, and like many biologists of his generation, absorbed with the study of evolution. He'd been traveling in Europe with his wife, collecting seashells for research on species variation. But this was to be the highlight of the trip: a meeting with the world-renowned gentleman scientist, Sir Francis Galton. A pioneering statistician, Galton had lived his 80 years by a single motto: whenever you can, count. His obsession with measurements and patterns had led him to create the world's first weather maps, establish fingerprinting as a means of identification, and set data-backed parameters for the perfect cup of tea. Charles Davenport had come to discuss another matter: Galton's work on heredity.
Francis Galton was a great quantifier. He liked to quantify height, hair color. You know, what's the chest size of an average man? What is the thigh length of an average man? Even things like intelligence.
Galton had a theory that talent, as he called it, what we would call intelligence, seemed to run in families. And so it quickly occurred to him, if we can get people with high talent to mate with each other, prevent people with low talent from mating with each other, we will, within a few generations, create this race of supermen.
Francis Galton was borrowing ideas and kind of riffing off of the work of his half-cousin, Charles Darwin.
Darwin believed that evolution was this natural process that was inevitably leading towards what they call the survival of the fittest. Galton really turns that idea on its head and says, you know, natural selection isn't working very well. We need to do a form of selection. We need to intervene.
To name the effort, Galton had coined the term eugenics, a hybrid derived from two Greek words, meaning well and born. Charles Davenport believed, as Galton did, that selective breeding could transform the human race. What was needed was a scientific understanding of how heredity actually worked. And over dinner at Galton's home, Davenport declared his intention to get to the bottom of it.
Davenport said, I'm going to create a new kind of institution, a station for experimental evolution, not Darwinian natural selection that you just go out and observe, but can we figure out how inheritance works? Can we do experiments and find the patterns of heredity?
Hey, pause it real quick.
When Davenport sailed for home in December 1902, he carried with him.
All right, so that was Darwin's work, y'all. Charles Darwin. It was natural selection. It was with species. Y'all notice that in that little section, they only showed species of what we call amphibians, mammals, or insects and stuff like that. Y'all saw that. So Charles Darwin never practiced anything on a human. And you know why he never did it with a human? Because when he was studying the species of birds, he said, man, there's so many different species I can't classify them all. Word. So when they started doing humans, and they speed coursing through this, when they go into Davenport and then Galton, they leaving out some key members in between that who were supporting them, rich people too, who were supporting them. And then they also cutting out a bunch of stuff in this video when they talking about what they said about Davenport or Galton, which was the cousin of Darwin. You know what I mean? At Davenport's college, if I'm not mistaken, at Stanford, Darwin's son was also teaching. And he was teaching eugenics that his daddy didn't do. He was with this racial stuff. But they was doing it to each other. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is an old video too, old dude. Go ahead, Tim. I just want to cut in every now and then, bro. But go ahead.
Not
If
only a
any
letter of
one of y'all got
recommendation
something to
signed by
say,
Galton,
y'all good.
but also, he later wrote, a renewed courage for the study of evolution.
Davenport and Galton really did imagine that the idea of improving human heredity was of almost religious significance, of profound moral importance. They also believed they were qualified to breed a better race because they believed that they were the best and the brightest.
Scarcely more than a year later, with funding from the Carnegie Institution, Davenport opened his research station on the north shore of Long Island at Cold Spring Harbor. Situated on 10 acres along Oyster Bay, the place had been purpose-built for the breeding and analyzing of plants and animals,
And
complete with
everybody
sprawling
know who
garden
the
plots,
Carnegie
an
Institute
aviary,
is.
and a half-dozen tidy enclosures housing chickens, goats, and sheep.
Right.
By mating organisms with unusual characteristics, a tailless Manx cat or a rooster with a black comb, and then studying their offspring generation after generation, Davenport hoped to unlock the mystery of evolution.
Davenport wasn't yet thinking much about humans. He was just absorbing all these different theories of heredity and trying to figure out which ones applied when and under what conditions.
After scores of experiments, one
Y'all
Pharisee
notice out of all these
who
experiments,
recently
it's
discovered
just
work
a
of an Austrian
black
monk
and a
named Gregor
white.
Mendel, who'd spent a decade in the mid-19th century experimenting with peas.
Mendel learned that there was a pattern to how pea plants pass down certain traits. And you could
Mendel
come
is
up with
another
certain
one,
ratios
y'all.
to predict how likely it was that a pea plant would look one way or another.
Davenport took that and ran with it. He goes about breeding all kinds of animals looking for the Mendelian ratio. And in trait after trait, he seems to find the Mendelian ratio.
Pause right there, bro.
Suddenly, they're beginning to see a mathematical, scientific explanation for things that had been.
Pause right there, Charles. Let me tell y'all, while they was practicing this eugenic stuff, right? And y'all see everything that they do, every chart that they was practicing, it was black and white, correct? All right, then. So now, with that being said, they math was so thrown off that they thought it supposed to be 50-50. If a black and a white mouse or black and a white chicken, black and a white rooster and a hen breed together, you know what I mean? They supposed to come out half and half. We're going to have some whites and then we can breed them whites. But when they saw that it was damn near more blacks coming out, this would led to the black being the dominant race, y'all. Yes. Yes. This is where people get their research from because they saw what they were seeing. They can't hide it through their research. So once you see this through their research, you can come up with your own conclusion. Like, what the hell they trying to hide? Hey, Tim, just back it up just a little bit for me, man. When they were showing them charts, You know what I mean? When they were showing them charts with the black white chicken, and yeah, and then they started doing it on the black white mild. Look at that shit, bro. Look what when we know this is a genealogical tree, y'all.
Yet thinking much about humans. He was just absorbed.
Pause it right there, bro. This is a genealogical tree. A black and a white chicken made a mulatto, or what we would call a mulatto. And look what that mulatto produced. Damn near a full black, another, and two mulattoes, and only one white offspring. This is where they knew that black chicken was dominant. This is why they say, yo, y'all do not need to breed with them color folks. All right, let's go. Let's go, Tim.
All these different theories of heredity and trying to figure out which ones applied when and under what conditions.
After scores of experiments, one theory seemed to stand out from the rest. The recently discovered work of an Austrian monk named Gregor Mendel, who'd spent a decade in the mid-19th century experimenting with peas.
Mendel learned that there was a pattern to how pea plants passed down certain traits. And you could come up with certain ratios to predict how likely it was that a pea plant would look one way or another.
Davenport took that and ran with it. He goes about breeding all kinds of animals looking for the Mendelian ratio. And in trait after trait, he seems to find the Mendelian ratio.
Suddenly, they're beginning to see a mathematical
Pause
scientific
right there.
explanation for things
Pause right
that had been
there.
merely conjectural before.
Damn.
It's becoming obvious.
My bad. One more time, Carl Johnson. Go back. Not Carl Johnson. Damn, shout out to Carl Johnson, man. That brother on my mind. Word. That brother on my line. On my mind. Yeah, a little bit past that. What are these? Are these Gerbers? Are those Gerbers, Tim?
I think those was guinea pigs. I don't know.
Guinea pigs? Okay. Can you go back a little bit to where they got the little tree up? Just in case people didn't see it. No, not that one. Not that one. The one with the guinea pigs. Yeah, right at a little bit after that, after the peas.
Learned that there was a pattern to how pea plants pass down certain traits. And you could come up with certain ratios to predict how likely it was that a pea plant would look one way or another.
Davenport took that and ran with it. He goes about breeding all kinds of animals looking for the Mendelian ratio. And in trait after trait, he seems to find them.
All right, right there. Pause. In case y'all thought I was lying about the goddamn chicken, the rooster and the hen. Now, what y'all gonna say about the Gerber? Now, you know the mice is one of the Gerber mouse or mice is one of their favorite test subjects. One of their favorite test subjects. Now, you got a black parent, a white parent. Look what came off of the black and white parent. 4 blacks. And out of the 4 black parent kids, you had 3 kids that came out black and then 1. And that was only out of 1 line. So they didn't do the rest of the line. So they just gave the ratio because the percentage would probably be the same. So right now you will have 12 black lines and 4 goddamn white ratio lines. Come on, y'all. This fucked them up with eugenics. This fucked them up. And they was doing the research with this. This ain't no guesswork. They was doing the research at Carnegie Hall and all that. Y'all already know. Huh? At Stanford. They was doing the research. This is the whole concept of black as the dominant gene.
Mind you, when they saw this, it scared the shit out of them when they saw this.
Right, brother. The NOI, the Nation of Islam, you know what I'm saying? The goddamn Garvey probably got hold of this shit too. The Mohammedans, and then you got the Garveyites. The Garveyites got a hold of this, and then you got the MSTA that got hold of this. They was all the ones preaching that the black is the dominant gene back then. You know what I mean? They poor righteous teachers. That's what I call all of them to me, because they was going out spread the word. Even if you don't believe it now, you got to say that they put a lot of this shit on a lot of people's minds. But let's go, Tim. You can go ahead, Tim. What you think, Demi? What you think? You can start it right from there too, brother. What y'all think? Y'all can elaborate real quick. Go
Good.
ahead.
I'm good. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they know that they're not going to last long if if they don't do something about it. As far as their race.
Right, baby. So once they saw this, Demi, this is when they say, you know what? We don't need to intermix with these motherfuckers that's darker than us.
Right. And they did say that, they said it kind of low and under their breath, but they did decide that they was going to do something about it.
Correct. And behind this now, laws came out. Now, don't get it fucked up. Laws in Virginia came out with interracial marriages. That shit trickled on down to South Carolina too. That's how long this eugenics shit lasted. Now we talking about from the 1800s, where genetic type shit, or what you would call genetics today, started, hereditary rather, and then it turned into eugenics. But Galton was the one who named it eugenics. You know what I'm saying, in one of his books. And then, if I'm not mistaken, it was either Mendel or either was Davenport that came out with the law, one of the laws inside one of their pamphlets. And I hope this gets into it, man. But yeah, man, shout out to Coach Aton up in this thing. Shout out to Wild Savage in this thing too. You know what I mean, man? Shout out to y'all, man. Hope all is well. But Tim, y'all got anything to say, man? Go ahead, man. You can start this.
Well, I noticed you said
whenever you're ready, bro.
I noticed you said that's how long this thing lasted. Mind you, this is still going on to this day. We can get into that in the next video.
Right. So there you go. Now you see why I got to go back to the roots, bro. I'm a root dude. I ain't just no leaf dude on the tree. Well, I just give you leaf knowledge. I give you the beginning of this shit. That's why people don't understand me sometimes when I be talking, and they be like, no. And I be trying to tell them the roots of this shit, but they don't be understanding.
Right. I'll put the next video in the back. It'll go into something else. I ain't gonna give too many spoiler alerts.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Mendelian ratio.
Suddenly, they're beginning to see a mathematical, scientific explanation for things that had been merely conjectural before. It's becoming obvious that, in fact, there are these things called genes. These units are being transmitted from parents to their offspring, and they're giving rise to physical traits.
By 1906, the work at Cold Spring Harbor had caught the attention of the press and established Charles Davenport as a rising star in the new science of genetics. Thanks to Mendel's laws of heredity, Davenport told one reporter, agricultural breeders could now precisely select for desirable traits to develop a strain of protein-rich wheat or chicken that laid more eggs. The same method would one day lead, he predicted, to a rapid and thoroughgoing improvement of the human race.
Davenport was tantalized by the possibility that you could take charge of human evolution. And then along comes Mendelian genetics, which seems to offer a very powerful tool. So extrapolating from the work that the breeders were doing in animals to the breeding of better human beings was a natural step.
In 1909, Davenport informed his funder, the Carnegie Institution, that he'd shifted his focus from the breeding of cats and roosters to an investigation of human traits. Having already found the Mendelian ratio in early studies of eye color and hair color, and convinced he was on the right track.
This is also the beginning of your military too, now, y'all.
He sent out a
This
family
is when they
history
start
questionnaire
drafting
to hundreds of individuals and solicited prisons, hospitals, and educational institutions for their records.
You can't really do breeding experiments with human beings. Aside from the ethics, you just can't live long enough to see generations and generations. So it was Davenport's genius to realize if he could collect family pedigrees he could trace family inheritances and try to prove that evolution works for human beings the way it works for animals.
Davenport's plan was to analyze the pedigree charts for Mendelian patterns and to identify the desirable traits human beings might encourage through careful breeding, and the undesirable ones they could breed out.
Wouldn't it be a better world if we could wipe out poverty? Wouldn't it be a better world if we didn't have criminals? Wouldn't it be a better world if everyone behaved themselves? And if the reason we have poverty and crime is something that's determined by our genes, if we can change that and make it so that the people who have those bad traits don't pass them down, wouldn't that be a better world?
Among Americans of Charles Davenport's class and generation, there was perhaps no word that had more currency at the turn of the century than improvement. They had come of age in the midst of a revolution, a seismic shift that had made the United States the most prosperous and powerful nation on earth, and in the eyes of many, had simultaneously plunged it into chaos.
It's the beginning of the 20th century. We have rampant urbanization, rampant industrialization, rampant immigration. The old order is passing, and wherever you look, society seems to be deteriorating.
More and more farms were giving way to factories, and the cities were overrun with newcomers, many from the countryside, many hundreds of thousands more.
Pause it real quick.
There was impure water.
All right. So all of this is coming from the Calvine, from the South. They get the information from the South on how to measure this motherfucker, that motherfucker. And now they on some eugenic shit. At the time of this right here that's going on, y'all, it's also during the time where the god damn, what do they call it? The first and the second man. Damn, this what y'all get for studying too much, y'all. Y'all stop forgetting old shit. Damn.
You talking about the Depression?
Yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go. The Depression, man. 1 and 2. You know what I'm saying? The first Depression started in the 20s. The second one hit heavy in the 30s. This is when you start seeing these other people start coming and funding these organizations. But go ahead, bro. I just want to make sure, you know what I mean, we all right showing this video. That's why anytime you want to stop, bro, go ahead, stop into it, man. Or Demi, just say something, man. Go ahead.
Okay, bet.
All right. Yeah, we good. I sped it up. So we.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see it's moving faster. Okay. I bet. Yeah. Bet.
And the schools were awful, and the disease was rampant, and immigrants were pouring in.
People were apprehensive about rapid change, about the kinds of people you saw on the streets. Slums, crime, alcoholism, prostitution. Native white Protestants felt that they were losing control of American society.
Determined not only to meet the new challenges, but to master them, a veritable army of educated middle and upper middle class Americans launched a crusade
real quick, bro. Stop real quick.
To eliminate corruption.
I know this thing is speeded up, but y'all notice what they said. The white Protestants felt like they was losing control. All right? So your white Protestants is your 1619 people, your pilgrims. All right? They came out of the pilgrims. They're different than the Anglo-Saxons. Your Anglo-Saxons will be more of your Mormon type. So both of them believe in church or whatever like that, but they had different ideological beliefs because they went through so many councils. Council of Chaldea and the Council of Nicaea 1 and 2. They went through councils for damn near 700 years before they came up what we call today the Holy Bible with Constantine, with the Old Testament and the New Testament put together. You know what I'm talking about? But I you know, we got to do more builds on that, man, too, man. I got to get back in my bag, man, because I'm surgical with this, man. But go ahead, though. But I just want y'all to pay attention to what they're saying. They said Protestants now. Okay? So watch when this other group come in, y'all. Go ahead, bro.
Stamp out disease and vice. Assimilate the immigrant and uplift the poor. all in the name of progress.
The world had never seen invention as powerful and remarkable and as influential as the last 3 decades of the 19th century. This fueled an already existing American optimism about what can be improved. And it directed it into a particular track, which was scientific improvement.
There was a great belief in science. There was a great belief in government, in bureaucracy, as a tool for solving social problems. And also a belief in collectivism, that the population needs to work together to improve society.
The progressive movement said we can use state power and expert advice and knowledge to solve things like poverty, to solve things like alcoholism. So that was an incredibly hopeful and optimistic idea. Eugenics was part of that.
Stop this real quick. Stop this real quick, bro. Hey, Wild Savage, the link in the chat, bro, because I'm being a master's student right now. No, bro, it don't matter where they came in at. What I'm telling you is that these people who calling themselves the Protestants, these are your pilgrims. They got kicked out. King James gave them the right to come over here in 1619. They was indentured servants. The Anglo-Saxons already been in Jamestown, Virginia. Those would be your Mormons. You feel me? Yeah, I know you say the 1619 people ain't pale skin. I got you. But the ones that came in the 1900s, they was pale skinned. Let's go. The religion don't mean nothing. Your denomination don't mean nothing. Remember, Little Richard said he was a little Jewish boy. Make that make sense. Let's go.
When the letter from Charles Davenport arrived in 1909 at New Jersey's Vineland Training School for the Feeble-Minded, the staff hadn't known quite what to make of it. A mere 2-line note requesting hereditary information. One of hundreds Davenport had sent.
Davenport investigated any and all
right
traits.
here, dog.
Eye color, weight, mood, habit, temperament, diseases, anything. And then he finds this psychologist in New Jersey, and he begins to zero in on low intelligence, something known as feeble-mindedness.
Psychologist Henry Goddard, Vineland's director of research, had no family histories to share. But what he lacked in data, he more than made up for with enthusiasm. Not only was Goddard interested in the new science of heredity, he asked Davenport to guide him in making his own study of feeble-mindedness.
Like lots of people who are working in institutions, doctors or social workers, Henry Goddard was interested in identifying the kinds of conditions that were passed down in heredity and preventing them.
Henry Goddard was 42 and a one-time teacher in Quaker schools. It was in part an interest in education that had brought him to Vineland in 1906. He'd spent the 3 years since trying to parse the many varieties of feeble-mindedness, an all too common mental deficiency associated with antisocial behavior. Some of Vineland's 300 inmates were violent or deranged, others unruly, still others merely slow. Hoping to improve their individual care and training, Goddard had pioneered the use of an intelligence test, which purported to measure a person's mental abilities in relation to that of so-called normal people of the same age.
The IQ.
The scores enabled him to sort his charges into categories. To the existing classifications of idiot and imbecile, which long had been used to describe debilitating mental impairment, Goddard had added the third, a higher functioning group he called morons.
That was actually a diagnostic term and not just an insult. Henry Goddard argued the high-grade moron is high-functioning enough to act normal, but they're kind of stuck in this evolutionary phase, and they don't emerge as true adults. What's missing is moral judgment. So Goddard constructs that term moron, and mental deficiency and immorality become basically interchangeable.
Now, with Davenport's tutoring, Goddard began to survey the family histories of 35 of his students at Vineland. What he found made him an instant believer in eugenics. Not only did morons seem clearly to pass on their feeble-mindedness to their offspring, their family trees often were rife with alcoholics, prostitutes, criminals, and paupers. As Goddard put it to the New Jersey State Conference of Charities and Corrections in 1910, feeble-mindedness is at the root of probably 2/3 of the problems that you have before you. The cause was defective ancestry.
Henry Goddard puts forward this idea that if you got rid of feeble-mindedness, you would get rid of all of these problems, or at least greatly reduce them. And we love explanations like that. It's so simple. Oh, it's just feeble-mindedness. So let's, that's the fix.
Goddard reasoned that if the test he devised to better care for the feeble-minded instead were used to identify them, the contagion could be halted, and future generations spared the scourges of mental deficiency.
Henry Goddard said, you know, it takes an expert to identify the true menace of feeble-mindedness. So someone you're sitting next to at a restaurant or in a theater could look perfectly normal to you, and it only takes one feeble-minded person marrying another one, even someone who's not feeble-minded, to create generations of feeble-mindedness. What it did is up the stakes of feeble-mindedness by claiming that it was a hidden menace that was more difficult to pinpoint than people might think.
By early 1910,
Hey, Tim,
Charles Davenport
pause
was
it real
convinced
quick,
that
Tim.
certain human traits were passed down in a predictable way.
All right, so Tim, you seen anybody that look like us inside this documentary yet, bro?
No, sir.
Demi, you see anybody look like us except for that beautiful woman at the beginning?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right, go ahead. And I'm saying that for a reason, to let y'all know eugenics with this race shit didn't start with us, with them separating the black from the white race. That came later after they started testing each other. Remember, they did the animals. So they was like, oh no, now we got to try this shit with something else. We got to test the immigrants. Notice it say the Protestants seemed like they was losing control with the immigrants that was coming in. The immigrants that looked just like them. I want y'all to pay attention to this documentary now. We got to take in whatever they, you know, the little sly shit that they just say. But you know what? It's going to get deeper. And this is the beginning of the IQ test. The IQ test with them testing their own peoples. Because guess what, y'all? All of the immigrants that was coming over here couldn't read or write. We talking 1900s, y'all.
And they trying to figure out, are these idiots, morons, or buffoons? What category do we put these nuts in?
Feeble-minded or whatever. This is also the age of asylums. Remember Batman was fighting all the people that came out the asylum? Uh-oh. Remember everybody came out the asylum, Gotham Asylum in New York.
Yep.
Let's go, Tim. Let's go.
And that American society could be dramatically improved if only reproduction were controlled. Anxious to spread the word, he began to lay plans for a new institution dedicated to eugenic research and education. In February, in search of a patron, Davenport traveled to New York to lunch with Mrs. E.H. Harriman, widow of a recently deceased railroad magnate.
Davenport's pitch to Mrs. Harriman was to say, right now you give your money to all kinds of good
y'all
organizations. They
ain't
feed
know
the poor,
about
they
her.
clothe the poor,
Everybody
they do many
be
wonderful
talking about
things,
Margaret
but it's
Sanger.
never ending. With eugenics,
we
we
going back
eventually
to
won't
the
need your
money
philanthropy and
that
charity because
funded
we'll solve
this.
the problems that right now you're just throwing money at. He persuaded Mrs. Harriman that the future of the country was at stake and that only a eugenic project could save it.
And these are some of the
Charles
same
Davenport
people
says, all you people who think that if we just
funded
educate the
your
poor,
girl,
if we just give them charity, if we just
Phil
reform
Neil
their environment,
Hurston.
even the poor can rise to our level, forget about it.
Let's go.
That's just sentimental hogwash. It's not the environment that makes you what you are. It's your genetic inheritance from your parents. So now, yes, let's regulate the matings of human beings, eliminate the bad genes in the population, and keep the fittest genes in the gene pool.
By limiting the birth of people who were deemed to be unfit, you were by definition enhancing the stock of human society. And so there was this social mission of really fighting dependency, fighting crime through eugenics. The idea was that eugenics would solve all of these broader social problems if enacted in a robust way.
Mrs. Harriman was a great believer in the importance of proper matings. She credited her late husband's interest in horse breeding for that, and she enthusiastically pledged to finance Davenport's eugenic enterprise. It was, Davenport later wrote in his journal, a red-letter day for humanity.
The impulse to perfect humanity is an ancient aspiration. The idea that somehow or the other that you can get the best humans by selectively breeding the best, most fit, hardiest, most beautiful. It's an ancient desire. You find it in Sanskrit texts. You find it in Greek texts. The trouble is that only some human beings can dictate or decide what the correct features might be. Who decides?
Charles Davenport thought by breeding a superior race of people, we can bring about the millennial kingdom on Earth.
The problem with utopias is that they set a set of aspirations that then blind you to a certain set of consequences. And that can be dangerous.
In October 1910, on an 80-acre plot adjacent to the Cold Spring Harbor campus, Charles Davenport opened the doors of his new institute. It was a modest structure built for a grand purpose: to house hereditary information on American families and use it to guide the reproductive choices of the nation. He called it the Eugenics Record Office.
Eugenic ideas were very much floating around as early as 1880. But Davenport gave eugenics teeth. He was institutionalizing eugenics. He was marshaling people around a research program.
Davenport already had assembled a prestigious board of scientific directors, among them prominent scientists, physicians, and famed inventor Alexander Graham Bell. Day-to-day operations, meanwhile, would be overseen by Harry Laughlin, a high school superintendent from the Midwest with a lifelong passion for poultry breeding.
Laughlin was a very zealous proponent of eugenics, and in that sense, he got along well with Davenport. They both believed in the mission, they believed in the cause.
For Davenport, a lot of it was about what you can do in the laboratory and how you can analyze the data. For Laughlin, a lot of it was about, well, how are we going to get out there in the world and change the direction of history?
To gather new disciples to the cause and to aid in the collection of data, Laughlin and Davenport launched an academic program, which offered training in eugenic field research techniques. Over the course of 6 weeks each summer, recent college graduates from Vassar, Harvard, Oberlin were taught how to investigate family histories, how to conduct interviews and make eugenically useful measurements, and how to chart family pedigrees and analyze them. Then, at a salary of $75 a month, came a year's work in the field. Armed with the official trait book, which assigned numerical codes to a broad spectrum of human characteristics, the newly minted researchers fanned out to study delinquents in the Juvenile Psychopathic Institute of Chicago, the insane at the New Jersey State Hospital at Matawan, albinos in Massachusetts, circus families at Coney Island, the Amish in Pennsylvania.
They would go into some holler in Virginia and find some family that seemed to have a lot of alcoholics and criminals and, other ne'er-do-wells. And they would go, aha, we found a family with terrible genes. And they'd interview someone and they'd say, oh yeah, John seems a little slow, but I knew his uncle and his uncle was a big drunk. And they'd write that down, uncle, a big drunk. So they would come back with all this evidence of the way in which human traits were inherited.
Of course, the reliability of the data was not questioned, even though it was based on interpretation and impression and recollection.
Pause real quick, bro. Do y'all see the level and the method? And now, remind y'all now, these are the same people that came up with the scientific method. All right? So these same people that's coming up with the scientific method are giving methods on how you should classify somebody by your not. What if you are feeble-minded? What if you are a little bit slow? Would you not see this in somebody else too? Because I could have sworn that is psychology today that they teach, that if you sense something in somebody else, you have that same symptom. Yours might just not be more advanced than the next, but in order to diagnose somebody with this, you would have to have that same symptom too. Ain't no different than when they was classifying us on these census. They classified us based on how they looked at us, based on what the neighbors might tell them or something like that. Or if nobody was found, they found one person in a town of 100, they found 5 people. They gonna classify everybody in that place that type or that complexion or whatever, however they seem fit. We didn't write these things, y'all. We didn't write our complexion, our name on these documents? Somebody else did. And they just showed you this now. Like, yo, it was up to the eyes of the beholder. When they interviewed them, is this not the same thing that the police do when they interview you? They diagnose you and be like, yeah, he's lying. He's hiding something. What the hell? If I'm hiding something, then, bro, you hiding something. If you can sense that in me, go ahead.
Right. Exactly.
The living members of the family with whom they spoke, no checking.
Year by year, as trainees rotated out of the summer program and into positions at universities, hospitals, and mental institutions, Davenport's assumptions and methods of fieldwork gained currency all across the country. And year by year, the data accumulated. Stored in fireproof cabinets and intricately indexed, it comprised, as Scientific American noted, a sort of inventory of the blood of the community, and supplied grist for a multitude of books, pamphlets, lectures, and press releases regarding the danger of so-called inferior germplasm.
They're using the family records that are stored in the fireproof vault to prove all these traits, not just physical, but mental traits, moral traits, are caused by genes. There's nothing you can do about it. This is cold, hard, pure science.
Just as we have strains of scholars, of military men, Davenport told the New York Times, we have strains of paupers, of sex offenders, strains with strong tendencies toward larceny, assault, lying, running away. The cost to society of these strains is enormous.
Davenport took this basic idea, applied it far more widely than it had ever been before, and really promoted this probabilistic idea as if it were a deterministic one. That is to say, it's not just likelihoods, but in some ways we're dealing with certainties. And that idea really sold.
By the time the Eugenics Record Office issued its first official report in 1913, many Americans had begun to see the wisdom in eugenics. I agree with you that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind, former President Theodore Roosevelt wrote Davenport that year. It is really extraordinary that our people refuse to apply to human beings such knowledge as every successful farmer is obliged to apply to his own stock breeding.
If you're going to be in the
Don't
business
get it
of
wrong,
breeding,
y'all.
you're gonna have to
Davenport
convince
is a
thought
president
leaders and
over
politicians,
here
and
that's
especially
from
the
over
government,
there.
to begin a kind of unprecedented program. So they understood from the beginning that they needed to persuade those who were in a position to do something about it that it was possible, indeed desirable.
The eugenicists thought that people's base interests are just self-serving, selfish, right? And if you just leave them to themselves, they're going to evolve in all these random, dumb directions.
The Eugenics Record Office recommended both widespread eugenic education and aggressive government intervention. Laws that would keep defectives out of the country, prohibit them from marrying, and prevent them from becoming parents by segregating them in asylums throughout their reproductive years. Also recommended was a new and somewhat controversial surgical procedure known as sterilization.
All right, so we about to get into the goddamn. That was the first quarter. Now we about to get into the second quarter of this. So they just gave y'all a real quick history of who took it to the level to where it got to this level right now, where they're going to the point where, you know what I mean, if you're not seen fit, you getting executed, and if you a good work or whatever like that, you just get sterilized. All right, let's go.
By cutting and sealing organs involved in reproduction, both men and women could be made infertile. So far, the technique had been used primarily on criminals, particularly sex offenders, and it was thought to have a curative effect. Harry Laughlin envisioned a broader application as a eugenic tool that would eliminate defective germplasm once and for all.
Harry Laughlin really has this political vision of what we can do with eugenics. And he said, in order for eugenic sterilization to really do what had to be done, 15 million Americans would have to go under the knife.
The idea was that eugenics was for the common good, and by implementing the science of heredity, they could protect America and strengthen America.
They thought of it as the beginning of a revolution, of a religious movement. You have to start with a few converts, and then you try to grow it into a bigger movement. All that seemed exciting and full of possibility. and they were going to create a new world.
The eugenics movement that Charles Davenport had launched rested on Mendel's laws of inheritance, which assumed each trait was governed by one gene and was passed down in predictable patterns. But for all of Davenport's certainty about the gene, there remained open questions about the gene's physical properties and its location within the cell, and the means by which it accomplished its function. All over the world, scientists looked to fast-breeding organisms in search of clues. Some focused their experiments on the sea urchin, which turned out a new generation each year. Others on the even speedier mealworm, with its larva-to-larva cycle of 4 months. For zoologist Thomas Hunt Morgan, the organism of choice was the fruit fly, which was capable of reproducing in just 10 days.
The organism breeds so quickly that Morgan is able to see things that the eugenicists cannot because he's watching mutations move across multiple generations.
By 1913, Morgan had been studying fruit flies for so long that his laboratory at Columbia University was known simply as the Fly Room, and his assistants, the Fly Boys. For nearly a decade, they'd been holed up there, on the 6th floor of Skimmerhorn Hall, breeding flies in half-pint milk bottles pilfered from the campus cafeteria. Thousands upon thousands of mutants were crossed, and the results meticulously recorded. White-eyed, bristled, red-eyed, short-winged. When the data was collated, Morgan made a startling discovery. The mechanism of heredity in flies was far more complex than in Mendel's peas.
Gregor Mendel thought that every gene was its own unique, discrete entity. Morgan showed that, in fact, that's not the case, that, in fact, genes have a physical entity, they live in chromosomes. Because they live in chromosomes, often they travel in packs. Morgan's work complicates the idea of simple eugenics, because you don't just pick one thing out of one drawer, a second thing out of another drawer, until you get your ideal child. It's not so easy to pick and choose what your next generation might be.
It makes sense in pea plants. It makes sense in cattle. It should make sense in
Tim
humans.
Watson.
But there were no experiments that really.
Hey, Tim, let me make you laugh real quick. Don't this sound like Yakub?
It does. Modern day melonhead.
I told you they got hold of this information and they attribute it to a person, Yakub. If you ain't noticed, dog, it's the same research. And how long it's been going on? Over years. Hundreds of years of them thinking about it and then actually doing it and checking it out. The Yakub story, it took years before the so-called white man was created. That's what they put at the end of Yakub. He created multiple races, including the white man. That was put at the end of Yakub. But with their science, they're saying no matter you mix that, dog, 9 times out of 10, that child coming out black. So Yakub said, you know what? We're going to take this white or this other race and mix this other race that I created with each other. And it started getting lighter and lighter until he got to the white man. And then all of a sudden he stopped.
Unfortunately, Yakub died before he can see his fulfillment, whatever his plans was. He died before it came into fruition. So
I thought he you know what I mean, that he been unattained so much knowledge to his head been done so big to, I thought he turned into Thoth or Hermedes. Oh, let me stop.
scientist.
Let me stop, Demi. Let me stop, Demi. I don't want to take you there, Demi. Let me stop.
Oh, you can take me there because I might know the nigga personally. No, it's joking.
I just
But
yeah, but yeah.
Go ahead.
What y'all thinking about this documentary so far? It's informative to y'all.
Yeah, it's very informative. It gives sort of like a in-depth history of them forming their eugenics programs.
Mm-hmm. And notice now they ain't mentioned Darwin since the beginning, because Charles Darwin had no parts of this with the human people. They just use his concept, what he got from other people with hereditary and what they would call hereditary and what they would call genes today. You know what I mean? In fact, one of them made up a DNA spiral, double helix spiral diagram back in like the 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. And that today is what they use to show your DNA strand. They show it in a double helix form. So in a spiral and double helix form at that. So you know what I mean? What you know, if when I go back into these older people that was out during the time of Darwin, who was also hitting on stuff just like this too. And then the people before him, when I go into them, y'all gonna see that a lot of their works is still being carried on today, just in a more advanced form today. And a lot of times the name changes. Because they had conferences, genetic conferences, where they all grouped up together, man. You know what I mean? And these scientists like Davenport, not scientists, but these people like Davenport and stuff like that was going out there and speaking to them and pushing this thing because they was trying to get funders for their projects to go and do this. Now, the only reason why I think you will need funders is if you're doing human experiment. That means, you know how they have these things now where they doing these experiments. You would be funded if you an ex-smoker or you a smoker of cigarettes. We want you to come try our program and you be well paid. It's a 30-day program and all of this right here. I think a lot of that was going on too.
So do y'all remember what they
Yo,
used
I can
to
take your
call?
land, Tim Washington. If your mama was the last heir of the land and you was a little boy and I put your mama inside an asylum, I can take your land, bro.
Well,
If I'm
that's
the
what they was doing.
government.
That's what they was doing when they still doing it to this day, bro.
Right. See,
When
we ain't
these
even get into the American Indian yet and what they was doing. You see what I'm saying?
right, right. They
Right.
look what do they do when a senior, a elder, can no longer take care of themselves and they have to go into a facility?
Uh-huh.
They take their property.
They take their property, especially if ain't nobody there.
They take it if they can. If it's in that person's name, they
They gonna
take that property and they sell it and they say this is gonna cover your expenses while you in our facility. They
Right.
still doing
And
the same thing to this
rather than
day.
sending a nurse out there to you or a doctor out there to you to check on you and let you be peaceful in your home, they put you in a spot and they take your government check that you're getting, and that's what pays for you to stay inside this nut house, asylum, or medical ward. And at the whole time, dog, they be done get you to sign some paper where you signed over your land.
Right. They take your land, they take your bank account, they take all of your possessions when you go in them facilities. If you don't have a family that's going to bat for you and covering your shit, or your shit is in a trust, a proper trust, they are taking your shit if you go in them facilities.
Right.
So basically, your property of they can claim property. Your property. Like your Uncle Sam's, right? So
Yeah,
they can.
you become
Okay.
ward of the state.
You become wards of the
Mhm.
state. You become, and this ain't no Islam. This ain't no Moorish shit or no none of that. This ain't no black law. This is straight Indian facts. You are the landlord of the land. American Indians is the landlord of North America, first and foremost. All right. So anybody else that come in, they are renters.
That's what attorneys were for. They used attorneys for turning over property. That's why there's two different terminologies between attorneys and lawyers.
Lawyers, correct. Attorney was more residential, your wills and all of that. A lawyer practiced more of the law that they started coming out with.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
Like the power of attorney.
Yes. So your power of your attorney, yeah, that's your power of attorney can be one of the shareholders of a bank. If you got a trust at that bank and you got a seal vote, you know what I mean? Your power of attorney can be one of them, but he's a power of attorney just to speak for you on your behalf when you gone. He's not a power attorney as far as head of your estate. But what the problem happened is they started giving power attorney to their husbands and shit like this, or automatically it went to their husband and they didn't have no kids, or if they did have kids, if it was a daughter, she can never inherit the land. And if it was a son, 9 times out of 10, they probably will kill him off, or you know what I mean, they would coerce him. Word.
All right, before I roll it, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all remember what they used to call, and maybe it was a nickname, but the double helix DNA strand? Y'all remember what they used to call it? Sound like you don't. Jacob's ladder.
It's like a RNA or DEA or something.
Damn, I couldn't come off mute, man. I know what's going on. Yeah, they made a movie about it.
Right.
Right.
They used to call it the Jacob's ladder.
Right. Correct. Where to bring that correspondence back, bro? I would have never thought to bring that correspondence back, but damn, I couldn't come off mute fast enough. Yeah. You was like, I guess not. I was like, God damn it, we'll fucking go ahead.
Yeah, I heard them crickets. I was like, yeah, I guess they don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm old.
Hey, hell nah. I've been cribbing crickets for the chat too. Shit. It's always somebody who don't know. You feel me?
Right.
But yeah, that is the Jacob's ladder. That's why I tie all of this in back with the Bible. With this evolution thing, you know what I mean? It ties in with the book. Jacob ladder, you know what I mean? That Jacob, that was a character in the movie, but we all know who the famous Jacob was. The one who stole the birthright.
Talking about.
Stole the birthright from Esau, and you know what I mean, and became the progenitor, became the first Israelite.
Right. What does the word Yaqub mean?
Jacob.
Exactly.
They just didn't use J's. They didn't learn how to use J's until they came over here.
All right, I'm gonna roll it.
To support Davenport's theory.
Thomas Hunt Morgan was a believer in the transformative power of eugenics. He had served on the board at the Eugenics Record Office since it opened. But based on the lessons he'd learned in the fly room, it seemed clear that eugenic science, such as it was, had no business informing American laws. If the eugenicists want to do this sort of thing, well and good, Morgan wrote a friend. But I think it is just as well for some of us to set a better standard and not appear as participators in the show.
Morgan writes a letter saying, I'm going to ask to be taken off this letterhead. I study fruit flies and I can't figure out how their eyes work. I can't figure out which one's going to inherit certain kinds of wings. And you seem to be saying you can understand who's going to inherit something as vague as criminality or pauperism. So he backed away, but privately.
Morgan's withdrawal from the record office was regrettable, but Davenport was undeterred. At this point, the eugenics movement would not be stalled by the minutiae of science.
What genes are is a great biological and biochemical question, but there's a kind of a Yankee practicality about eugenics. Let's get this job done. And so they move right along.
This is also, y'all, the creation of pseudoscience.
When the Panama Pacific International Exposition opened in San Francisco on the morning of February 20th, 1915, 100,000 people streamed through its turnstiles. Over the next 9 months, the number would reach more than 18 million. Billed as an encyclopedia of modern achievement, the fair offered a dizzying array of diversions and curiosities. A 23-minute ride over a functioning replica of the recently completed Panama Canal. An assembly line that turned out 18 Model Ts a day. A 57-tier tower built entirely of Heinz condiment products.
The Panama Pacific Expo was a celebration of science, efficiency, engineering. It was an opportunity for the United States to demonstrate the power of science and technology, and also a utopian vision looking towards the future.
Nowhere did the future look brighter than from the Race Betterment exhibit. Housed in the Palace of Education, the display featured imposing plaster casts of Atlas, Venus, and Apollo, a collection of medical instruments used to gauge human biological capacity, and a welter of charts, graphs, and lists that outline the way eugenics would better the human race. All of it was the work of Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, a fierce proponent of what he called biologic living.
John Harvey Kellogg was an incredibly energetic man. He was a health reformer and a physician. And
we love his cereal, though. We love his cereal, man. I ain't lie. And I think if people would have
that is the same Kellogg, too.
Yes, it is, bro. Yes, it is. The Morgans came from the J.P. Morgan family. Now, don't get it twisted. You know what I mean? Everybody who's funding this shit, you know what I mean? It got that paper. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
and an amazing entrepreneur. And he developed all these regimens and invented different medical instruments, had a whole dietary plan.
He was obsessed with cleanliness, with purity, and he believed that the key to reforming society is to cleanse our bowels on a regular basis. He invents something called cornflakes to help cleanse your bowels, and he had a spa in Battle Creek, Michigan. Lots of eugenicists came to the Battle Creek Sanatorium to have their bowels cleansed and to talk about eugenics.
For Kellogg, eugenics made perfect sense. It was about health. He linked these views about heredity, which were difficult to change, with these ideas about what human beings can do to improve themselves.
John Harvey Kellogg believed that the environment can affect the gene, that consuming alcohol or consuming meat could lead to genetic inferiority in offspring. So there's more than one way to improve heredity.
At the expo, Kellogg sought to usher his brand of eugenics onto the national stage. With assistance from Charles Davenport, who had supplied him with both data and contacts, Kellogg had organized not only the Race Betterment exhibit, but also a major eugenics conference at the fair. The turnout exceeded expectation, drawing reform-minded medical professionals, university presidents, conservationists, and business leaders from all over the country and across the political spectrum.
Eugenics had a little bit of something for everyone. So if you're a social hygienist, you're interested in wiping out prostitution, eugenics is interested in that too. If you're a prohibitionist and you want to get rid of alcohol because alcohol breaks up families, makes men unemployable, eugenics wants to get rid of all those things too. So it manages to match up with the concerns of many other different kinds of reforms.
What led people to get behind the eugenics campaign wasn't just their ardent belief in the science or in heredity. It was a fundamentally broad and sweeping social and political agenda to try to recreate society, one might say, in their own image.
They're almost all white, almost all Protestant,
Hey, bro.
middle to upper middle class, and
Hey,
they
bro.
tended to equate human worth
Sam,
with equality.
Hold on real quick. Hey, can you go back just a little bit to where they show that chart just now where that shit had feeble-minded syphilis? Look at all the shit that they're coming across here with, that they're diagnosing their own people with. Nah, it just had went past, bro.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just had went past.
To the world and to say, okay,
Was it
all these vague
back
anxieties I
further
have
than
about
this?
the
And a
Oh, here
fateful
it is.
tryst that over several generations
No. It was before that.
It was before this chart?
Yeah. Yeah, it was right after they showed the Benevolent Society about him and Davenport and how he dropped the chart. Yeah, way before that. Yeah, keep going back some more. I'm looking at your smaller screen. Keep going back some more.
Yeah, okay. About here?
All right, right there. Go back a little bit. Go for that's cool right there. Just let it play from there.
Okay.
The fair offered a dizzying array of diversions and curiosities. A 23-minute ride over a functioning replica of the recently completed Panama Canal. An assembly line that turned out 18 Model Ts a day. A 57-tier tower built entirely of Heinz condiment products.
The Panama Pacific Expo was a celebration of science, efficiency, engineering. It was an opportunity for the United States to demonstrate the power of science and technology, and also a utopian vision looking towards the future.
Nowhere did the future look brighter than from the Race Betterment exhibit. Housed in the Palace of Education, the display featured imposing plaster casts of Atlas, Venus, and Apollo, a collection of medical instruments used to gauge human biological capacity, and a welter of charts, graphs, and lists that outline the way eugenics would better the human race. All of it was the work of Dr. John Harvey Kellogg, a fierce proponent of what he called biologic living.
John Harvey Kellogg was an incredibly energetic man. He was a health reformer and a physician and an amazing entrepreneur. And he developed all these regimens and invented different medical instruments, had a whole dietary plan.
He was obsessed with cleanliness, with purity, and he believed that the key to reforming society is to cleanse our bowels on a regular basis. He invents something called cornflakes to help cleanse your bowels. And he had a spa in Battle Creek, Michigan. Lots of eugenicists came to the Battle Creek Sanatorium to have their bowels cleansed and to talk about eugenics.
For Kellogg, eugenics made perfect sense. It was about health. He linked these views about heredity, which were difficult to change, with these ideas about what human beings can do to improve themselves.
That place they're talking about in Battle Creek, Michigan. Guess what it is today?
Speak on it, bro.
That complex today is a veterans hospital.
Wow.
John Harvey Kellogg believed that the environment can affect the gene, that consuming alcohol or consuming meat could lead to genetic inferiority in offspring. So there's more than one way to improve heredity.
At the expo, Kellogg sought to usher his brand of eugenics onto the national stage. With assistance from Charles Davenport, who had supplied him with both data and contacts, Kellogg had organized not only the Race Betterment exhibit, but also a major eugenics conference at the fair. The turnout exceeded expectation, drawing reform-minded medical professionals, university presidents, conservationists, and business leaders from all over the country and across the political spectrum.
Eugenics had a little bit of something for everyone. So if you're a social hygienist, you're interested in wiping out prostitution, eugenics is interested in that too. If you're a prohibitionist and you want to get rid of alcohol because alcohol breaks up families, makes men unemployable, eugenics wants to get rid of all those things too. So it manages to match up with the concerns of many other different kinds of reforms.
What led people to get behind the eugenics campaign?
Right there.
Science or in heredity.
Ooh.
It was a.
You seen that chart right there, bro?
Yeah, I saw it. Let me see if I can get back to it.
Oh, you was right on it just now.
What led people to get behind the eugenics campaign? Was it just their ardent belief in?
Is after this, or is this
right
it?
there? No,
Hold
that's
on.
it.
Let me back up a little bit.
Yeah, they saying this is what they hereditary.
What led people to get behind the eugenics campaign? Was it just their?
Right there. They saying this is what they hereditary. This is what Kellogg presenting to them now. What they hereditary carries: cancer, alcoholism, insanity, criminality, feeble-mindedness, syphilis, various morbid condition, and predispositions. This is all his own peoples now. What are most of the things that Black people have today? Cancer. What do a lot of our, and I'm using Black, y'all, just for a construct, American Indian. We die of cancer now, all of a sudden. What else did they use to gain a low inheritance? They used their alcohol and alcoholism. They say that we are
drugs
savages.
and alcohol.
Yeah, they say that we are insane because of the way that we act. So the insanity. They say that, well, damn, if you was a damn criminal, your son gonna be some kind of criminal too. That's in your bloodline. That's criminality, because we see who's was packing up the jails for over 100 years. Feeble-mindedness. They told our woman them that they was crazy when they was accusing somebody or something. And then syphilis got introduced 1918, 1920s, in that era with the Tuskegee experiment. Also during the time of the Spanish flu, and various morbid conditions and predispositions, meaning that you're just in another world. In other words, various forms of conditions, man, that they don't that's not ordinary. You know what I mean? It's what I forgot what their top word was. A moron. Moron. You know what I mean? You got a moronish or some type of moron condition, and you got a disposition. You know what I mean? Meaning you got two conditions. So this is what they came with, y'all. And y'all notice all of these things got put on us.
Sure did.
Go ahead. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
All right.
If y'all want to, go ahead.
You about to say something, Demi?
Nah, if y'all want to say something, yeah, that's why I was
Oh no,
asking
I
y'all.
was just agreeing. I was just agreeing with
Go ahead.
everything
Go
y'all
ahead. Say
said.
what you got to say. You can give us the
That's
woman.
it. No, I'm just I just try not to get emotional,
Oh,
upset.
okay.
But yeah, just go ahead. Thank you,
Okay, you
guys.
ain't get you ain't about. Oh no. Quarter 3, you gonna get quarter 3 going in the fourth. You gonna get emotional then. But go ahead, Tim. Go ahead.
All right.
Ardent belief in the science or in heredity. It was a fundamentally broad and sweeping social and political agenda to try to recreate society, one might say, in their own image.
They're almost all white, almost all Protestant, middle to upper middle class, and they tended to equate human worth with the qualities that they themselves possessed.
Over 5 days in August, the 60-odd conference delegates delivered talks on everything from proper toothbrushing to eugenic sterilization. Unless we weed out the weaklings, one speaker warned, we will reach a point where many of those born and helped to survive will be a burden to the race. All told, the Race Betterment Conference drew an estimated 10,000 people and generated more than 1 million lines of press. Your efforts on behalf of eugenics are certainly beginning to bear fruit, Kellogg told Charles Davenport. The public is beginning to understand better and appreciate more.
The Panama Pacific Expo was really a defining moment for the American eugenics movement. The eugenics movement was coalescing. It was solidifying.
These elites are all saying, yes, we believe in progress, and this is progress. Eugenics gave them a way to view the world and to say, okay, all these vague anxieties I have about the present and particularly the future, this is what the problem is. Well, let's get to work on solving that.
In May 1917, as new converts spread the eugenic creed in cities and towns across America, a half-dozen psychologists gathered at the Vineland Training School for the Feeble-Minded to meet with Henry Goddard, by now considered the nation's leading expert on mental deficiency. His groundbreaking 1912 study, The Kallikak Family, had awakened the public to the menace of the feeble-minded. With its true life tale of an old-stock American, a feeble-minded tavern girl, and a fateful tryst that over several generations had spawned more than 100 mental defectives. Among them, one of Goddard's own patients at Vineland, a girl he diagnosed as a moron.
The Kallikak Family was a huge bestseller for many, many years. References to the Kallikaks were in the speeches of politicians, books, scholarly journals, popular magazines. Everyone knew what the Kallikaks meant. You have to watch out who you mate with, or your descendants could turn out to be feeble-minded criminals, alcoholics, and so forth.
Goddard was eager to demonstrate the value of intelligence testing as a diagnostic tool, and he'd spent the years since his book's publication administering tests to scores of institutional inmates, immigrants, schoolchildren. Now, with his colleagues, he designed a program to carry out intelligence testing on a mass scale. Just 7 weeks earlier, the United States had plunged into the First World War, and the draft ultimately would swell the Army's ranks by nearly 3 million men. The aim of the testing program was to classify them for service and to identify the mental defectives lurking among them. They began in late September 1917.
We're going
at
into
Camp Lee
quarter
and Camp
3
Bailey,
now.
Camp Devens, and Camp
You know
Biggs.
what I mean? Hey, Tim.
First, new recruits.
You know what I mean? You know, that was this the halftime show about to go into the third quarter right here now, y'all. We talking football status. You know what I'm talking about? Dog, this shit about to get serious. Now, you remember now, they say the beginning of World War II. Okay? Check this shit out, y'all. Let's go.
Were sorted according to their level of literacy, and then administered one of 2 tests.
They had one test called the alpha test for draftees who were literate in English, and another called the beta test for draftees who were not literate in English or illiterate completely. One of the questions on the alpha test was, the Knight engine is used in the Ford, the Pierce Arrow, or the Lozier car. Now, tell me, is that known to you?
Hold on. Stop
While the
real
literate
quick, bro.
testers puzzled.
Stop one more time real quick. Hold on. How people coming across here from Europe in the 1900s and don't know English? If it was made over there, how they don't know English, y'all?
And what language was they speaking?
Exactly. So this after World War One. So World War One, what we did brought who did we bring back over here and give them refugees? The Irish,
Germans.
The German. No, that I think with World War II with the Germans, right? That was your boy. That was your boy Adolf. World War II, right? Yeah, I think World War II was Adolf. World One was like Stalin and them boys, right? Like Stalin and Italy and all of them. But they was in power at the time. But I think what was this? World War One was Japan, right after fucking Pearl Harbor, right? Right. So this World War One would be Pearl Harbor, right? Where we fight with Japan, if I'm not mistaken, man. But fuck all that. All I know is it was wars and we went to fight. And after we went to fight, we let them refugees come across here. And those refugees at the time would be who we dropped Hiroshima and what was the other one? Nagasaki, or what was the other bomb we dropped on Hiroshima and on Nagasaki? We dropped
Nagasaki,
two. Yeah, so yeah. Okay, all right, bet. Go ahead.
For multiple choice questions. The others attempted to draw their way out of mazes and sketch in the missing bits of simple pictures. One Sicilian recruit, Catholic, considered an image of a house and drew a crucifix where a chimney might be. He was marked wrong. It was touching to see the intense effort put into answering the questions, an Army examiner later recalled, often by men who never before had held a pencil in their hands.
The tests were by no means measures of intelligence, whatever that may mean. How well you did on them depended upon your degree of education, how many years you've been in school, and also how attuned you were with middle-class culture.
Administered to 1.7 million Army personnel over the course of the conflict, officers and enlisted men, black soldiers as well as white, the test led to a shocking conclusion. Roughly half of the draftees were considered to be morons.
The Army's experience became a headline. America is degenerating. We have to somehow interrupt this swamp of defect.
Huh?
There was a movement to institutionalize.
When did America start degenerating?
You can see.
The boy say America started degenerating.
Yeah, he said 1914, didn't he?
Oh my God. Huh?
So that means it was fine. It was fine before you motherfuckers got here.
Right. And in case y'all people don't know, this is Ellis Island. Ellis Island was the hub of eugenics.
Right.
All
And they're
right.
not speaking English when they coming over here. They speaking Polish and German and shit.
I thought they say English is dramatic. I know. Man, quit. Listen, man, let me tell y'all something. One thing about lingua franca. Anytime another people who speak a different language come into your territory and y'all get them the right to live there and they go on multiple generations, y'all language will start intersecting with each other. Y'all dialects, and y'all will start creating a lingua franca within y'all two, the way y'all can understand. This been going on. Some of our words get added into your vocabulary. Some of your words get added into my vocabulary, because I might not have never seen a fish before in my life. You know what I mean? Or catch a fish. You know what I mean, bro? But then when I come down to where you from, and you from the land of rivers, where you got rivers on all sides of you, you show me how to catch fish and all that. I don't know no words for that.
Right.
You're going to teach me the words for that, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take that word back and incorporate it back with my lingua franca for my people's them. So when they see this, I'm going to draw it. So I'm going to draw it first, and then to let them know so I can explain what I'm drawing to them. And then now I'm going to tell them the story. And now this is how this get incorporated with my lingua franca. Correct, bro? Am I wrong or am I right?
No, that's right.
Yeah, you're right. Like Spanglish.
Hola, ¿cómo estás ustedes, señorita? You know what I mean? Yeah, like they will say, when they speak Spanish, is, we will say, man, I'm about to go to the store. They will actually say store I'm about to go to. Like they will say tienda yo la vamos. You know what I mean? Like, yo, let's go to the store. But they will use the store first. Me, when I speak it, I speak, yo, es necesito de vamos de la tienda, mi hermano. You know what I mean? And they understand. But that just me incorporating the way I speak with their language. And they understand it because they done been hearing it so long from me. But let's go, man. My bad.
An IQ
I
test
mean
can really grease the wheels. If you're going to start moving people into institutions, if you're going to start sterilizing all that, you need some numbers, and the IQ test provided that.
By 1919, intelligence testing was a full-fledged craze. An adapted version of the Army test, the National Intelligence Test, sold 500,000 copies in 1 year. Businesses administered mental tests to prospective employees. Schools and universities evaluated their students. And ever more paupers, prostitutes, drunkards, and delinquents found themselves suddenly with pencil in hand.
Feeble-mindedness was a big fear in that era. There was a thought that there were a lot of these people out there who were deficient, who were morons. And they were not only out there, they were reproducing much more rapidly than other people.
The trouble is that in practice, the word moron could be anyone who was not part of the so-called social norm. So the word moron begins as a scientific attempt to classify intelligence, but very soon becomes usable as a means of social control.
By 1920, the vast majority of those committed to institutions for the feeble-minded were classified as morons.
To some extent, humanity's always been about othering and about, there's us and there's the other. The eugenics movement really gave this scientific, punch to this idea that they're us and they're the others, and we're the right people. We're the people that it's important not only to favor now, but we're the people who have to own the future. Suddenly, eugenics comes along and gives them a scientific basis for believing that.
Eugenics is easy to accept because it preserves existing hierarchies. It doesn't seek to overturn them. What it did was lend new weight to established hierarchies.
I don't think there has ever been a time when people didn't think that some people were simply better than others. The eugenics movement, like a chameleon, took on the colors of those attitudes which existed before the word eugenics was coined and certainly exist today.
They'd been swarming the ports of entry since 1890, as many as 1 million of them a year, in flight from poverty and oppression, lured by the promise of equality and opportunity. The Great War had staunched the flow, but with the armistice, the tap had been opened once more. By 1920, some 75,000 new immigrants were landing at Ellis Island each month. That May at Cold Spring Harbor, Charles Davenport penned a letter to a friend. Can we build a wall high enough around this country, he wondered, so as to keep out these cheaper races?
Charles Davenport was born into a very fancy old stock family. So he was someone brought up to believe that family mattered and that, good qualities ran in good families like his.
Charles Davenport was very focused on wanting to maintain the traditional American stock, and he wasn't alone in that. There was this fear that the right sort of American wasn't having enough children, and the race as it existed was being diluted and polluted by incoming waves of immigrants.
Most immigrants used to come from Northern and Western Europe, from the British Isles, from Germany. And then all of a sudden in the 1890s, immigrants started coming here from Eastern Europe, from Southern Europe. These are Catholics, these are Jews, these are peasants. And Davenport feels correctly that his race is losing the demographic game.
On the receiving end of Davenport's letter was Madison Grant, a zealous convert to the eugenics cause, with a sterling American pedigree and an abiding preoccupation with endangered species.
Madison Grant was a very wealthy lawyer. His ancestors are traced back to the original Puritan founders of the United States. Some of his ancestors signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a committed conservationist. He saved the redwoods from extinction. At some point, he realized, I'm spending all my time and effort trying to save our nation's flora and fauna while my own race is dying out. When Madison Grant walks out the door of his Wall Street law office, he is accosted by thousands of foreign-speaking peasants. They don't know and they don't care that Madison Grant's ancestors signed the Declaration of Independence, and he is offended.
Grant had sounded the alarm for old stock Americans in 1916 with The Passing of the Great Race, a 476-page elegy for what he called the white man par excellence.
His vision is one of America as a country wrought by great men who ventured from Europe, and an America that is facing an onslaught from the undesirable hordes from most of the rest of the world.
He invents this race called the Nordics, this tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed race. According to Grant, the Nordics are the most recently evolved of all the races. That means their genetic traits are still fragile, not fully formed. And so, if a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Nordic mates with a more primitive race, a Mediterranean, a Jew, certainly a Negro, or an Asiatic, the more primitive genes of the inferior race will actually overwhelm the superior but not yet stable genes of the Nordics.
So this is a threat, and a threat not just, hey, I look around the city, it looks a little different. This is a genetic invasion.
As Grant saw it, the threat from the Negro race was mostly neutralized by laws already on the books in many states that forbid marriage between blacks and whites. The threat posed by the foreign-born, however, was at once more insidious and more pressing. We Americans must realize that the altruistic ideals and the maudlin sentimentalism that has made America an asylum for the oppressed are sweeping the nation toward a racial abyss, Grant declared. This generation must completely repudiate the proud boasts of our fathers, that they acknowledged no distinction in race, creed, or color, or else turn the page of history and write Finis America.
Madison Grant takes eugenics, which had hitherto been concerned only with survival of the fittest individual, and he says we need to be concerned with the survival of the fittest race. We need to preserve the Nordic race.
Grant's mission in 1920 was to rally his fellow eugenicists and convince the federal government to drastically reduce immigration. He began with a charm offensive directed at Congressman Albert Johnson.
If it's not Nazi movement, I don't know what is. Blonde hair, blue eyes. These are your Vikings, y'all, over there, who beat up on Italy, who beat up on all the little regions for a while. They was the seafarers, you know what I mean? They definitely was beating up the church. That's all they like to beat up. They like to beat up the church, dog. They was finding churches and savaging in these churches. You know what I'm saying? On some realness. For real. Your Nordics, your Celtics, your Celtics, whatever you want to call them. I just call them Vikings because that's who they later become being known as, the Vikings.
But the Norvex are the same. They're extraterrestrial. They're extraterrestrial DNA. They have extraterrestrial DNA, like the Pleiadians with the blue eyes and white hair. See, they're leaving out the extraterrestrials in their experiment because the extraterrestrials are trying to invent the humanoid at that time as well. So, but they're leaving out that part. But yeah, the Norvex, yeah.
But I think the extraterrestrial that they really trying to correlate themselves with is Jesus and God.
Okay.
That's they closest to the extraterrestrial.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you got your Pope, the Vicar of Christ. You know what I'm saying? Because he's the next to the high. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, that they was trying to bring it a little closer to say, yo, the only way is through the Father or through the Son. You see what I'm saying? That, you know, but yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. I feel you with I definitely understand what you're saying. All on you, Tim.
Chairman of House Committee on Immigration and Naturalization, inviting Johnson to New York, plying him with whiskey and cigars, and gradually persuading him of the urgent need for eugenics. Once Johnson was in the fold, Grant suggested he bring Harry Laughlin, the superintendent of the Eugenics Record Office, to Washington, D.C., to testify on the so-called biological aspects of immigration. Johnson was so impressed with the presentation, he named Laughlin expert eugenics agent and commissioned him to make a study of the foreign-born. In the meantime, amid a rising anti-immigrant clamor from labor unions, social workers, conservationists, Congress curbed the influx with the Emergency Quota Act of 1921.
All right, y'all, watch
This was
this.
supposedly a one-year temporary measure, but in 1922, the bill is renewed for another 2 years, and that gave Madison Grant and the eugenicists time to launch a massive propaganda campaign convincing Americans that immigration restriction must be permanent.
In September 1921, at New York's American Museum of Natural History, Grant convened an International Eugenics Congress to whip up support for the cause. Organized in tandem with Charles Davenport, the week-long event drew some 300 delegates from 28 foreign countries. Numerous members of the Senate and House Immigration Committees were in attendance, as was actress Lillian Russell, who now informed her legions of fans that the American melting pot was a catastrophe. If we don't put up the bars and make them higher and stronger, she warned, there no longer will be an America for Americans.
There are all kinds of exhibits at the Congress showing that Negro fetuses have smaller skulls, Italians have a higher level of criminality than other people. And at the end of the Congress, the exhibits are packed up and shipped to Washington, D.C., where they are prominently displayed in the committee rooms, so the congressman could not help but, consciously or not, imbibe all the latest scientific findings of eugenics.
But it was Harry Laughlin's return to Capitol Hill and the reports on his study that convinced many on the House committee of the perils of unchecked immigration.
He had numbers that purported to show that rates of insanity were different among immigrants from different countries, that certain nationalities were much more likely to have their immigrants become prison inmates. And he also argued that just biologically, because we were largely a Nordic, Northern European country, it was harder to assimilate immigrants from other parts of the world.
Citing data from the Army intelligence tests, Laughlin claimed that foreign-born
did
whites,
you see that
and in
chart just
particular,
now, Tim? Did you see that chart of immigrants?
Yeah, I did.
Go back just a little bit, man. See, that's why I tell y'all it be hidden jewels in these things, man. And I like to see them. I apologize, y'all, but I like to see these little hidden jewels, man. And I like right there, bro. Look at that shit. That shit said Switzerland. This was crime now. Ireland, Germany, Scandinavia, Northwestern Europe, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Canada, Australia / Hungary, native whites. And then it got another native whites. Remember I told y'all that the first people who was really calling themselves Native Americans was your firstborn genealogical pass down, who they say they parents them came across here as slaves, and they'll tell you that they came across here as slaves and indentured servants, and they worked their way out of obscurity. You know what I mean? I'm a native white. I'm a Native American. This is why they was calling themselves a Native American, because they already been here. And now you got this influx of all these other people. A lot of them you in war with. A lot of them you never met before. You know what I mean? But damn, I just had to go back to this map real quick because this is a crime prediction map. And they say the native white is more likely to commit crime than anybody on this map, based upon analysis of the population of 155 state and federal custodial institutions. Okay, so they're saying that This is the wide numbers of who are in jail from 155 state and federal prisons or jails or prisons.
Where is the Negro?
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. I'm trying to tell y'all now, they had a problem with their own people. If y'all didn't notice, the first people who really started the police force was the Irish. Now, remind y'all now, this is also the makeup of the 5 points in New York. The Gangs in New York is a beautiful movie on it. It's a beautiful movie on it. And even in that movie, they call themselves Native Americans. And they was going against the Irish, the Dutch. They had all kind of names, the Rabbits and all kind of stuff, man. Y'all go watch that movie, The Kings of New York. I mean, not the Kings of New York, the Gangs of New York. And it's the creation of the 5 points from their point of view. You know what I mean? After the American Indian was moved out. You feel me? Let's go, bro.
And he also argued that just biologically, because we were largely a Nordic, Northern European country, it was harder to assimilate immigrants from other parts of the world.
Citing data from the Army intelligence tests, Laughlin claimed that foreign-born whites, and in particular Jews, were intellectually inferior to native-born Americans, and therefore likely over time to diminish the intelligence of the nation.
The Jews on the Immigration Committee object. They claim correctly that the eugenicists have first come up with their theory that Jews are inferior and then found the data to back it up. But Congress is converted to the cause of eugenics. The congressional record is filled with congressmen reading excerpts from The Passing of the Great Race, Madison Grant's book, on the floor of Congress. And so the restrictionists win the day and Congress passes immigration restriction legislation.
On May 26, 1924, President Calvin Coolidge signed the Restriction Act into law. Madison Grant hailed it as one of the greatest steps forward in the history of this country.
They shut the door and reduced immigration to the United States by 97%. The door was shut and it didn't open again for 40 years. And in a very real sense, this was a political policy victory for eugenics.
The new policy would help the nation to remain, as one congressman said on the House floor, the home of a great people, English-speaking, a white race with great ideals, the Christian religion.
Yeah,
one
man.
race, one country, one destiny.
Another senator that
It was really a reversal of
from South Carolina too. Another senator that I love this whole thing too. He's from South Carolina. You know what I mean? I don't want to mistake his name, but I think his name was Powell. Some shit, man. I know he was an old racist ass senator from out of South Carolina too. That was down for this shit too. But let's go, bro. Look at this now. Look at this now. These people starting to look mixed in it, y'all. Hold up. These people ain't starting to look mixed to y'all?
They look mixed to me. Now, they said that there was Jews and Catholics. Right?
Right. Remember, the Protestants didn't fuck with the Catholics. And since they see all of these boys who are Protestants, they feel they descend from the Pilgrims who came across here now. You understand what I'm saying? And they different than Anglo-Saxon. All of these people right here will be considered Anglo-Saxon to them. The Anglo-Saxon, in other words, aka the Vikings, aka the Nordics. These are your Anglo-Saxons that once they got converted, they became Anglo-Saxons and whatever like that, but they believed in the church, the Catholic Church. You know what I'm saying? After they've been pillaged that for so long, they ended up losing and they had to convert. Because Italy got back strong with the help of Sicily, and Italy beat them up, you know what I mean, out there in that peninsula. and they took them boys out, ran them back up in the upper Europe and Germania, what they would call Germania, and all that shit like that. You know what I'm
Back up
saying?
in the Caucasus.
Not per se, not towards Turkey, because Turkey would be towards the right. They ran them boys like straight up the damn middle. You know what I mean? Towards the left, coming out of Italy, and you know what I mean? They ran them towards the left, like going back towards France.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, they ran them that direction. But they went way up because you know they had like being by the water. So they went way up top. You know what I'm saying? They ran them pretty much out. But after that, they became part of the Holy Roman Empire. Okay. But I'm gonna get into all this, man. This year right here, going out of this year, coming into the new year, man, I'm gonna get back on my shit for real. I'm gonna do a lot more research and a lot more studies, man, because I see I'm starting to forget more than I've learned. And I don't want to forget things that I learned and not give it out first. So we can have more conversations like this. But all right, bro, let's go, man. If y'all ain't got nothing to say, man, let's go. I appreciate y'all too.
Good.
And the
Likewise.
chat. I appreciate y'all in the chat too, man. Appreciate y'all. Let's go.
Give us your tired and your huddled masses. And it sends a message that the open arms of Ellis Island are now closed.
For many of those across the Atlantic who would pin their hopes on America in the years to come, the consequences would be dire.
Congress passed this law and closed the door on Jews in Eastern Europe and Germany who were trying to flee the Nazis. Otto Frank wrote to the U.S. State Department trying to get visas for his family, and he wrote repeatedly, and he had connections, and he was turned down because of this law. We think about Anne Frank dying in a concentration camp because the Germans thought the Jews were genetically inferior. But to some extent, Anne Frank died in a concentration camp because the U.S. Congress believed that as well.
We believe that married people who have transmissible diseases should not have children. No couple who has the disease of feeble-mindedness or insanity or epilepsy should have children. Babies should not be brought into the world when the father's income is obviously inadequate to provide for its food, clothing, or shelter.
On August 5th, 1926, a crowd gathered at Vassar College to hear a lecture given by Margaret Sanger, the controversial founder of the American Birth Control League. Sanger's reputation preceded her. In her dozen years as a crusader for contraception and family planning, she'd been denounced, jeered, and jailed repeatedly. Now she'd undertaken...
And I appreciate the chat, the smartest goddamn chat in the world on all of these panels. I swear, man, y'all chat, man, that be in all these panels. Y'all some of the smartest people in the world, for real. Somebody already named Margaret Sanger long time ago in the chat. And I told them, nah, I'm going to go before that. So you see how far down the line Margaret Sanger come into play, y'all? So by the time she come into play, dog, they been done had that shit. They had know what not to do and what to do, how to get funding for this. She took it to the level with women.
She looked like she was part of the initial breeding program. You see that extreme overblight.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but at this time, she will be your modern white girl who every white girl will want to be like.
Right.
You feel me? This will be their spokesmodel at this time. You understand? Oh, I asked. Come on, man. When they saw these girls over here with these asses, they said, damn, what is that? Motherfucker said, man, that's their backs. That's their asses. He said, damn, I got to get one of those. You know what I'm saying? They thought they ain't never
How
seen
can we
nothing
get
like
a
that
little
before.
bit of that without completely changing color?
Right. They ain't never seen nothing like that before, cuz. You feel me? Because of what they saw over here, this is when they started making their dresses where they put them shit on. That shit will have metal wires to make it look like That shit real wide at the bottom. Y'all remember them? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I
Yeah,
ain't
them
got to.
petticoats and them baskets
Yeah,
that they used to wear to make their hips, basically to hide the non-existence of hips and back.
Right. Definitely, man. But go ahead, man.
Cross-country speaking tour intended to bolster her cause by linking it to eugenics.
Margaret Sanger was laser beam focused on promoting birth control, which she saw as a liberatory agent for women. It was a hard push, reproductive rights, contraception. Her embrace of the eugenicists was a way of getting some influential and powerful allies behind her cause.
The question of race betterment, Sanger told the Vassar audience, is one of immediate concern, and I am glad to say that the government has already taken certain steps to control the quality of our population through the drastic immigration laws. But while we close our gates to the so-called undesirables from other countries, we make no attempt to discourage or cut down the rapid multiplication of the unfit and undesirable at home.
Margaret Sanger is struggling to open a conversation at a time when public discussion of birth control, let alone access to birth control, was illegal. But her views are fairly persistent with regard to issues of biological inferiority. You could argue that they're strategic, but the difference is not that significant from the standpoint of those listening to her words.
Once birth control is packaged as a way of improving the human race, it seems more manageable. And there are a lot of people that were on the fence that she convinced to embrace birth control because of its eugenic potential. It was being labeled a birth control activist that was truly controversial. Being a eugenicist was far more acceptable.
Amid the many American enthusiasms of the 1920s, skimpy dresses, dance marathons, mahjong, breeding a better human race was perhaps the most unlikely. But by the middle years of the decade, the notion was everywhere. Included in the curriculum at more than 350 American colleges and universities, among them Harvard, Northwestern, and the University of California at Berkeley. Eugenics also was preached from pulpits, promoted on lecture circuits, and appropriated to sell everything from newfangled beauty treatments to children's toys. Disseminated by a host of popularizers, and at times diluted, distorted, or both, the eugenic creed filtered down to the masses through magazine articles, advice manuals, even a movie called Are You Fit to Marry?
This was really something that permeated the culture. It was really a craze. It was something people were excited about.
Eugenics starts to trickle into mainstream popular culture in the 1920s. And it says to individual Americans, if you want your society to improve, you have to marry the right person. You have to have healthy children. You have obligations to the human race and to your country.
As one newlywed confessed in a letter to his local eugenics society, my wife and I are both extremely tall, and this worries us as we do not wish to bring abnormally tall children into the world. At state and county fairs across the country, in Massachusetts, Kansas, Georgia, Texas, a human stock contest known as Fitter Families for Future Firesides drew throngs. Sponsored by the American Eugenics Society, a propaganda organization run by the movement's evangelists Harry Laughlin and Madison Grant, the competition offered a primer on eugenics, disguised as wholesome family entertainment.
What the American Eugenics Society realized is that if you're going to spread a message about eugenics, you have to get people involved in more than just reading something in a popular magazine.
Hey, hold up. Did you y'all see this, right?
Creed. It's a faith.
Y'all
It's
see
a
these
religion.
charts, right? These charts are saying native born. Okay? These are white people calling themselves native born. And they calling themselves American. All right? Native American. These are the first. These are also some of the ones who end up getting land by marrying into some American Indian family. And some just took it. But go ahead, bro.
Harry Laughlin and Madison Grant understood we need the people to be converted to this religion so that everyone will understand. If I am eugenically superior, I cannot date and certainly cannot mate with a eugenically unfit person.
Fitter Families contestants came from miles around, often dressed in their Sunday best, and submitted themselves to a rigorous 3-hour inspection. Straight, healthy teeth earned them high marks, as did musical talent or a family history of longevity. Disease or disability, even a lame grandmother or an epileptic uncle, was a demerit. While the stock judges are testing the Holsteins, jerseys, and white faces in the stock pavilion, one contest organizer said, We are judging the Joneses, Smiths, and the Johnsons.
Just as they would have a contest who had bred the best cows, who had bred the best sheep, who had bred the best children. And at the end of the state fair, the eugenic winning family, the Fitter family, would be driven down the midway and wave to people and show off their ribbons.
By the 1920s, eugenics was a household word. A generation of people grows up thinking of this word as a aspiration, healthy babies, and as a warning. They've read it in school, they've heard it at church. It has become part of the consciousness of the country.
So pervasive was the impulse to human improvement, even prominent African Americans took up the theme. W.E.B. Du Bois, one of the founders of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People.
All right. Now, Demi, I know you say you was getting tearful, but when you see these prominent members who these trans African be giving props to, W.E.B. Du Bois was part of this eugenics movement. Just back it up just a little bit, just so they can see that picture. You know what I mean? If I'm not mistaken, I think that's Carver on that picture too in the right. I mean, not Carver in the right. We got W.E.B. Du Bois. They got this dude got a white little child on his lap. You know what I mean? If I'm not mistaken, this is the beginning of the NAACP, is it? If I'm not mistaken, I think this is the beginning of the NAACP. Right, this is the beginning of the
NAACP.
Okay, my fault. This might have been the advancement for colored people then. They had that person.
That's what it was.
Okay. All right. All of these people right here, dog, are American Indians who assimilated and who we will call Indian agents, and later on today become the Boule, the black elites. All right. I'm just throwing that out there.
Right.
All right. You're Masons. Okay. All right. Go ahead, bro.
Okay.
Americans took up the theme. W.E.B. Du Bois, one of the founders of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, maintained that the best of the black race, what he called the talented 10th, was the hope for the future. The Negro, Du Bois declared, must begin to breed for brains, for efficiency, for beauty.
Du Bois's ideas are fundamentally about combating prejudice, but at the same time, he talked about and embraced the notion that not all blacks were equally gifted and equally talented, and that the future of African Americans should hinge on the future procreation of the talented. Those ideas really are resonant with eugenic ideals of the time.
Hey, listen, right?
Eugenics
and
became
this
a really
right
powerful
here
ideology.
went, and this is why him and Booker T started butting heads, because Booker T was like, look, y'all, I'm teaching y'all the trade down here in Tuskegee. We making wagons. You know what I mean, to build our own stuff out of this church. We had holes in our roof. We fixing everything. You know what I mean? But when he ran into, after Douglas died, this is when Booker T came into play, because Douglas died. And now at this time too, you got this coon right here who Booker T say, yo, man, come and teach down in Tuskegee, man. You get the head professor job. He tell him no, he can do more work in Atlanta. And Booker T at first was like, yo, we can get into politics, man. I ain't gonna lie, Booker T was on some shit like, man, look, let's forget about what the white man did to us. Let's get what we need to get, and let's learn what we need to learn, and go ahead and take over. So he was on some shit like, man, I want y'all to put that off the side, but don't forget. You can forgive, but don't forget. You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and get in power. But this motherfucker here was like, nah, man, let's go ahead and, you know what I mean? We're gonna follow these people here, man. I love the European. That's how W.E.B. Du Bois was. Du Bois was a fucking European lover. And even though Booker T. 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 he was more mainly about advancing his own people. I mean, the man built his own college out of a house, out of a church. You know what I'm saying? And them boys push him off, man. After so two events happened. You had Wilmington massacre that happened during Booker T, and you know what I mean? And every time the president backed what was going on and backed the sides of the what they would call a white man. And then you had the shit that happened in Texas, Brownsville, where a police officer and a bartender got killed, and they blamed it on the black soldiers, and they kicked, I think it was like 160, 70, 80 of them or something. They all got kicked out of Brownsville, Texas, and the president backed that shit. He didn't listen to Booker T plea, like, look, man, come on, what you doing? And he kicked all them boys out. So motherfuckers started turning their back on Booker T. And W.E.B. Du Bois was the forerunner of that shit. It's two more other advocates too. Frederick Douglass might have died, but he played a role at the beginning too. You know what I mean? Because all of them was together. And it was another one, George Washington Carver, if I'm not mistaken. I think he was in a little bunch too, if I'm not mistaken. But because I think the Model T Ford is coming out around 1920, right? So he taught them the assembly line by doing the peanuts and shit with the sword. So yeah, this is Carver time too. But if you got if any one of y'all might can correct me if anything, if I was wrong on anything, or I might have been wrong time dating, man. Y'all feel free to correct me, man. You know, I'm getting my shit back, man. I'm just going off the hip. I'm looking at nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm
You're doing better than me.
All right, Tim.
Because it made sense to a lot of different groups who were concerned about disparate things. Part of the draw is how science can make us better human beings, that we can engineer ourselves into being even better than we are, and viewing that as a source of progress.
The eugenics movement of the early 20th century got traction because the slogans were simple. Things like better babies and happy families. On the face of it, you know, better babies, healthier babies, what's not to like? It would have taken considerable effort to demonstrate to people what that simple slogan was actually hiding.
In September 1924, at the Virginia Colony for the Epileptic and Feeble-Minded, the colony's board of directors met to discuss the case of patient 1692, a 17-year-old named Carrie Buck. She'd been admitted to the colony several months before, at the request of her foster parents, who claimed that they could no longer control or care for her.
Carrie Buck had been raised by a foster family, not a nice family. She is rented out to other people in the community to do house cleaning, and she's pulled out of school after 5th grade, even though she's doing very well and is a perfectly good student. Then a nephew of her foster mother rapes her, and she gets pregnant, and they want to get rid of her.
By the time her daughter was born, the state had labeled Buck morally delinquent for having given birth out of wedlock, diagnosed her a middle-grade moron, and confined her to the colony.
Sexual delinquent, sexually immoral.
Right,
These terms are intentionally vague.
So also, y'all, they just wasn't naming this shit the Salem witch trials no more. Cause boy, listen, during the Salem witch trial, that's why I tell y'all, these are the pilgrims / Mormons. You know what I'm saying? Dog, these are your people, them boys who are literally with this. Like, come on. How could you have a baby out of wedlock? Where did they get that from? Out of the Bible.
Right. Right. And it also, and I always ask this question: why? This is going to be a little bit off topic, but why did that Kirk guy, Charlie Kirk, pick you? I mean, why was it Utah? For some reason, it was Utah, right?
Right.
I always
Mormon
question that.
territory. And Utah
Right.
was founded by who, baby girl?
Mormon.
And who was that Mormon, baby girl? It's a famous person.
Oh God, you mean as far as politically?
I got you. Brigham Young.
Ah, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I got you, sis.
Yes.
I got you.
Okay.
I got
Bet.
you. I got you. Yeah.
Okay.
So Brigham Young went there,
Mm-hmm.
and he ran. Okay, so now you got at this time you got a mixture of Anglo-Saxons and Pilgrims. So this is oh man, it's hard to describe, but the Mormons was against both of them son bitches when they came through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Joseph Smith too.
Joseph
Joseph,
Smith. That's what I was thinking of Joseph Smith when you
yeah,
was asking.
Joseph Smith was, he came during Virginia colony times
Mm-hmm.
with Joseph Smith. Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. He was one of the first pilgrims or Puritans, if that might make
Puritan,
it sound
yes.
better. Or Puritans.
Puritans, yeah, the Puritans. Don't forget about the Puritans, yes.
You know what I mean? Your Quakers, the
Yep.
only difference between them is whether or not they traveled or they stayed in one place or not.
Right.
Okay. All right. Oh, and then they had a little different with like they was able to practice all up underneath the Protestant banner, but they all had their different ways of practicing Judaism. If that makes sense. Like some might take commune, some might not. Some might go to church on Saturday, some go to church on Sunday. You know what I mean? Some might go to church all year round, your 7-day Adventists. You understand? All of them came up underneath the Protestant banner. So go ahead, bro.
Moral tendency could be that a woman had been sexually abused. It could mean she was going out late at night. It could mean she's a prostitute. If you're morally deficient, that's evidence that you're mentally deficient, and vice versa. So the state needs to intervene.
The question before the colony's board of directors now was whether or not to sterilize Carrie Buck.
She lands at the Colony for Epileptics and Feeble-Minded right when Virginia has passed a eugenic sterilization law, and the lawyer for the state hospitals really wants there to be a test before sterilizations occur. So the superintendent of the colony basically needs an inmate that he can say, I'm going to sterilize you, have that person challenge the law, and then hopefully prevail against her. So he's looking for someone, and Carrie Buck checks a lot of boxes.
From the board's perspective, the menace posed by Buck's own feeble-mindedness was doubled by her lineage. Her mother, who was alleged to have engaged in prostitution, was likewise an inmate at the colony. By the laws of heredity, the board concluded, Carrie Buck is the probable potential parent of socially inadequate offspring. It was recommended she be sterilized, for both her own welfare and the good of society. Then Buck was assigned an attorney, friendly to the eugenic cause, who would appeal her sterilization, ideally all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. Across the country, eugenicists would be watching to see if the Virginia test case could create a national consensus on sterilization.
Sterilization was a radical procedure. Between 1915 and the mid-1920s, you have a dozen or more states that passed laws that allowed for mandatory sterilization of people in institutions. Some of them were used actively. Many of them were just on books, but nobody was being operated on. Some of them have been struck down by state courts. So it wasn't at all clear what was going to happen to eugenic sterilization.
There was hope among eugenicists. If we could just get a case that goes up to the Supreme Court, one ruling from the Supreme Court, and suddenly we've got a national legal standard that eugenic sterilization is acceptable. So that became high on the wish list of the eugenics movement.
No one was more interested in the Virginia test case than Harry Laughlin, who had spent much of the previous decade promoting sterilization as a cheap, effective way to rid the nation of what he called the socially inadequate classes.
Harry Laughlin believed that to really move the needle on the national genetic pool and really improve things, sterilization was the answer.
Eugenical sterilization was Laughlin's life work. He published a book in 1922, a compendium of every law that had been passed, of every case that had been brought, excruciating detail about the history of eugenical sterilization. And it became the Bible for people who wanted to pass sterilization laws.
It was only a matter of time before Laughlin was asked to serve as an expert witness in the case against Carrie Buck. And though he was unable to appear in person, he was more than happy to help.
Laughlin never met Carrie Buck. Laughlin never traveled to Virginia to see her. His testimony was read into the record of the Carrie Buck case as a deposition.
The Buck family, Laughlin argued, was mentally defective, members of what he described as the shiftless, ignorant, and worthless class of antisocial whites of the South. As such, Carrie was certainly likely to give birth to defective children. No doubt, with her infant daughter Vivian, she already had. Laughlin's testimony proved persuasive. As the eugenicists hoped, first the county judge, then the state Supreme Court, upheld Virginia's sterilization law. The next and final ruling would come from the Supreme Court of the United States.
Poor Carrie Buck. There's no weaker person, perhaps, who's ever come before the Supreme Court. She is poor, and she is alone, and her mother is an inmate, and she has a lawyer that's been chosen by her enemies to not represent her. And she's asking the font of justice in our society, don't let them forcibly operate on me so I can't have children. And they say, go ahead, sterilize her.
In May 1927, the court's majority opinion was rendered by the venerable Oliver Wendell Holmes, who at 86 was widely regarded as America's most brilliant legal mind. It is better for all the world, Holmes wrote, if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime, or to let them starve for their imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. 3 generations of imbeciles are enough.
Justice Holmes says if she is allowed to reproduce, or if the Carrie Bucks of the world in general are allowed to reproduce, this will be deleterious to American society. And so therefore, the government has the authority to step in and in pursuit of the greater public good, to suppress her individual right to reproduce.
Carrie Buck was sterilized on October 19th, 1927. Less than a month afterward, she was paroled from the colony. Thanks to Carrie Buck, a jubilant Laughlin declared, eugenical sterilization's experimental period had come to an end. Over the 2 decades that preceded the Carrie Buck case, only about 6,000 sterilizations had been performed nationwide. In the 6 years that followed it, as states across the country rushed to enact sterilization laws, that number would more than double.
If you look back at all the sterilization laws passed, the easiest way to sum up who their targets were is round up the usual suspects. You are generally going to be dealing with poor people, people who are part of a disfavored minority, people who are on private charity or public welfare, people who had disabilities, mental or physical, and people who were generally considered somehow on the margins of society.
The conceit of eugenics was that scientists understood what traits were associated with health and well-being over the long term. But hereditary science in the early 20th century was still emerging. Eugenics led the public discussion, promoted the science of human heredity in a time when hereditarian scientists were themselves developing their craft. And I think for a period of time, they saw this as a positive development, society taking interest in the kind of science that they were doing. And then I think by the 20s, there's a problem.
It was the fall of 1926, and geneticist Herman J. Muller, a former Columbia University flyboy, was looking for ways to speed his experiment along. He was still working with flies, though now on his own at the University of Texas in Austin. So far, he'd been using the technique he'd learned in the fly room from Thomas Hunt Morgan. Hunt for naturally arising mutations, then track them across generations. Breed a generation, peer at its members one by one through a jeweler's loop. Repeat. But at this point, Muller had lost patience.
It took an enormous amount of time to generate these mutants. You had to wait until you basically found one. It was a process of discovery. So Mueller began to wonder whether he could actually create mutants de novo from scratch by doing something to the genes.
One night, on a whim, Muller switched on the X-ray machine and began irradiating male fruit flies. Once they'd been exposed, he slid them into glass bottles with a roughly equal number of female flies. Then he waited. When the larvae began to appear on day 5, it was clear the whim had worked.
Mueller, by using the exact right dosage of X-rays, finds that he can make dozens of mutations that would have taken months or years to find. He becomes a mutant maker. He can't do it in a predictable way, but the principle that human gene material was malleable, was changeable, is an idea that Mueller understands and embraces.
Did you just hear what he said just now, bro?
If an insect...
This dude was able to speed up life genesis and was mutating. You hear that?
Yeah, I peeped that.
Early 19, and they think they can't mute. Come on, man. You think they ain't mutants now? you think this research just going down the drain, right? Like ain't nobody else just pick up where he left off. One thing about science, the next person always pick up where the next person left off at.
Right. It's still going on to this day. That
That's where they
program is still
bases
in
come from.
progress.
Right. That's where they bases come from. Just like all of this right here, basis is coming from Darwin study of species. And then farther back than that, you know, Mendel and Galton and all of those boys there, man. I forgot the other two, his grandfather and all of them boys there. I forgot their name. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
And it eventually leads into them forbidding marriage without marriage license and certain testing before a marriage license can be issued.
Correct. Go ahead, bro. But you know, it's no different than what they came from, though. Remember what they came from. You would be wed with a woman if you was of royalty. You would be wed. Matter of fact, you ain't even had to be royalty, man. Shit, if that dude had 3 daughters, he gonna try to marry his daughter off into some kind of royalty so the daddy can be straight. So having kids, having females back then was commodity, and having a son was just an heir to what you own. So they was all arranged marriages. Very rarely you hear a story about love. I ain't hear a story about love until like Romeo and Juliet came out. Othello. But that wasn't what 2 Europeans, but you know, that was a Moor in the European. But shit like Romeo and Juliet with Shakespeare. You know what I mean? I know that. Yeah. Word. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, say what you gotta say, bro. And you can start it whenever you want. Go ahead.
Oh, that was it. I'm gonna run it.
Genes could be altered by a blast of radiation, Muller realized. Human genes one day might be manipulated as well. And heredity would no longer be the prerogative, he said, of an unreachable God playing pranks on us. The idea of controlling human heredity had captivated Muller since his earliest days in Morgan's lab. He'd been aware of the flaws in so-called eugenic science for nearly as long, and his doubts about the American eugenics movement had been steadily mounting.
Mueller began to think that you couldn't have a eugenics movement without asking questions about equality. What was the criteria for judging a better human being than a worse human being, and thereby sterilizing the worse human being or selectively breeding the better human being? Who would ensure that the eugenics movement was selecting the best features when the best features were dictated by the elites?
Concerns about the eugenics movement had been raised before, but they'd come mainly from lone voices, shouting into the wind. Now, increasingly, hereditary scientists began to speak as one.
More and more scientists are realizing that heredity is not something that you can understand simply like Mendel understood his pea plants. That some human traits are really complex, and you can't predict whether they're going to appear or reappear. That some conditions that we think of as hereditary are really about social issues. Nobody really discards the idea that heredity is important, but there is a growing chorus of scientists who are being more careful in the way that they talk about heredity.
Even the father of the intelligence test, Henry Goddard, who had done so much to stoke fears of hereditary feeble-mindedness, disavowed his earlier conclusions. In particular, he regretted having coined the term moron. With proper education, he now believed, such individuals were perfectly capable of managing their own affairs.
Eugenic scientists were doing what they understood to be reliable science, and it turned out that in many cases their science was mistaken. Science is a process. People make claims, they advance evidence for it, and then others come along who have a more sophisticated understanding of the methodological problems, and they say, hey, prostitution may result from a woman's having no other choice economically, or alcoholism may arise from all sorts of stresses in one's life. You don't need genetics at all to explain these things.
As the 1920s came to a close, and the Great Depression radically rearranged American society, the dogma of the eugenics movement rang ever more hollow.
25% of the country is unemployed. People's life savings have been wiped out by both the stock market crash and the bank failures. The person who's now on the breadline might have been a lawyer who graduated from Harvard. And this was a clear indication that poverty was not biological.
When, in 1932, Yet another eugenics congress convened in New York. Most in the scientific community declined to attend.
They hold this conference to propagate the idea of eugenics. All the same guys are there: Madison Grant, Charles Benedict Davenport, Harry Laughlin, espousing the same ideas. Their ideas have not changed in 25 years, and almost nobody comes, because among scientists, eugenics is now viewed as the purview of a bunch of old white cranks whom science has passed by.
Improbably, Herman Muller did turn up at the Congress, though only to deliver a scathing 10-minute speech. There is no scientific basis for the conclusion that the socially lower classes have genetically inferior intellectual equipment, he insisted. Certain slum districts of our cities are veritable factories for the production of criminality among those who happen to be born in them. Under these circumstances, it is society, not the individual, which is the real criminal, and which stands to be judged.
The problem of eugenic thinking was
All
the utter
right.
ignorance
So
of
now-
social causes of
Now
social
y'all
problems.
see their pseudoscience is about to be shot down. So now they trying to save face. No, it's not genetic breeding. Meaning, if I was a killer because I might have killed somebody in self-defense, that don't mean my kid's gonna be a killer too. You know what I mean? It's saying it's a product of your environment. It deal to stress. It's deal to otherworldly things, what we call life, what we call nature. You feel me? Now they trying to clean your face now. This is crazy work. But let's go.
A tendency to over-biologize, to think through the biological lens about everything in society.
Eugenics might yet perfect the human race, Muller told the audience, but only in a society consciously organized for the common good.
Now we getting into
In
the
July
fourth quarter,
1933,
y'all.
in Germany,
Hey,
Adolf
shout
Hitler
out to
came to
Tim
power
Washington, man, for sitting in here rocking.
and immediately enshrined eugenics
Sitting
in
in
state
here
policy,
rocking with me, man.
with a law that mandated the sterilization of men and women suffering from any one of 9 presumably heritable conditions. It had been based on a model law written by Harry Laughlin.
Before Hitler, there was a German eugenics movement, but it did not have a sterilization law. The sterilization law was ultimately enacted with the inspiration of what American states had been doing.
Ist die amerikanische Familie Kallikak. Die Nachkommen des Leutnants Kallikak.
Harry Laughlin is corresponding with German scientists all along and encouraging them. He's proud of the fact that when the Nazis adopt eugenic sterilization law, it's strongly modeled on his own law.
Because our president
The United
at
States
that
has the
time came
reputation
from
of being on the
over
forefront
there,
of scientific.
Woodridge. Go ahead, bro. Our president
When
at
Adolf
that
Hitler was in prison, he read Madison Grant's The Passing of the Great Race, wrote Madison Grant a fan letter saying, "This book is my Bible." And when he wrote Mein Kampf, his autobiography, he said, "We, Germans, must emulate what the Americans are doing."
Nazi officials estimated no fewer than 400,000 Germans would be sterilized, roughly 25 times the number sterilized in the United States so far. The more zealous American eugenicists applauded the Nazi law, which applied to all people, whether institutionalized or not. As one Virginia sterilization advocate put it, the Germans are beating us at our own game. But for many Americans, the news from Germany was accompanied by an uncomfortable revelation.
Hey, bro.
Many interviewed about the Hitler
Hey,
proposal
bro.
expressed
So
shock,
let me
the
ask
Daily
you
News reported.
this question right here. Once I sterilize you, you're no longer needed in society, right? So now, you know how they say that he killed how many Jews? Hitler? In the Holocaust? We don't need no number. But they sterilized 500,000 of their own people. This is what they're saying. But remember at the beginning, they told you who was really the feeble-minded and the imbecile. It was the Jew and the Italian.
It was Jews and Catholics.
Jews and Catholics, right? That's why I say Italian. That you know the Holy Roman Church.
Yeah, the Roman, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So you know what I mean? Yeah. Crazy work, man. Crazy work. Let's go, y'all.
We're surprised to find out that 27 of our 48 American states have laws permitting the performance of sterilization upon the feeble-minded.
The 1930s was the peak of eugenic sterilization. And that was after geneticists, professional scientific geneticists, had largely abandoned the eugenic program.
There's this trend that discredits the doctrine on which eugenic sterilization is based. At the same time, paradoxically, sterilization rates shot up in the United States because of the Depression. It costs money to keep people in homes for the feeble-minded. So if you want to reduce the cost of keeping people, you sterilize them. And that's what happened.
Motherfuckers, let me tell y'all what these crazy ass, let me tell you what these crazy ass women was doing back then. And I don't need to say who they was because we see who this whole documentary is about. They knew that they baby daddy or their boyfriend was having sex with their daughters. And when their daughter have a baby, they would check them in the asylum. Or either get the check. You feel me? Because they probably couldn't produce no more because they already been unsterilized. Let me tell you the sick stuff that you will encounter when you doing history. I swear, y'all would be like, whoa. And they call us savages. Man, I slap somebody dead in their damn mouth. You call me a savage. You calling me a savage because you don't understand this. But nah, dog. We ain't no savage. We protectors. But we will get in savagery mode to protect our land. Believe that. We ain't no killer. We are killers, but don't push us. That's it. Point blank. You feel me? And we're going to protect home. And that's when we get into that savage mode. But naturally like that, though, we calm and peaceful people. That's why it was so easy for us to let y'all in, because we was calm and peaceful. And y'all came on some spiritual shit. You feel me?
Notice they not saying we was fucking up society then around this time. They saying it was their own people. They said it was Jews and Catholics that was fucking shit up.
Right. But now when you go back to gangster stories, they say that the crack epidemic and all of this right here during these same times now in New York. You know what I'm saying? How is all this going on in New York, my brother?
Right.
I'm saying New York is big as shit. It is big as shit, but how is all this going on, though? The depression, eugenics, plus you saying over there in Harlem and all of that shit right there. You got the mob at this time, too. This is when you see the beginning of the Italian mob, Irish mob, Jewish mob. You know what I mean? This is the beginning of that, too.
Right. They was moving kind of quick.
Yeah.
Programs like this that sort of when they seen that they really couldn't improve their stock, they start trying to degrade our stock. And that's when the eugenics movement went from an improvement to them to more so a weapon against the Aboriginal. You see what I mean? It turns. But, you know, they're breaking down.
Right. Yeah, it's a good documentary, man. You know.
Very good.
All right, let's go.
Well, I'll tell you.
As public awareness of eugenic sterilization spread, a controversial Hollywood film opened in theaters. A cautionary tale about good intentions gone dangerously wrong.
And you mean they're going to stop me from having children ever? Exactly.
Released in 1934, Tomorrow's Children told the story of 17-year-old Alice Mason, the sole functional member of an otherwise drunken, crippled, feeble-minded family, who was slated for sterilization along with her parents and siblings.
3 generations of unfit are enough.
And saved from the scalpel only by the revelation that she'd been adopted.
Look at me. Can't you see that I'm well and strong? And I'll be a good mother to Judge. Honest, I will.
Tomorrow's Children raises the question of whether or not you always get it right when you sterilize someone. How much can you really know about someone's background? Without getting into the details of how much do we understand about genetics in 1934, it simply says sometimes people make mistakes with these things. And so maybe we should be more careful.
Tomorrow's Children was still playing on screens across the country when, in 1935, a committee of scientists turned up at Cold Spring Harbor. They'd been sent by the Carnegie Institution, which had sponsored the Eugenics Record Office since 1918 and had long been embarrassed by its political activities. Now Carnegie's board of directors had ordered a review of the work being done there. The visiting committee's report was decidedly unfavorable. From a scientific vantage, they concluded, the thousands of heredity records stored in the famed fireproof vault were useless for the study of human genetics.
They rightly saw that this eugenics fieldwork was largely ridiculous and was not scientific, but they also were troubled by the degree to which clearly Harry Laughlin was acting not as a scientist, but as an evangelist for eugenics. And this was a clear indication that the tide was really turning against eugenics.
For the movement's faithful, the message was plain. If they were going to continue to cull the unfit, they would need a new justification for it. From the moment the case of the sterilized heiress first hit the news, in January 1936, Americans were enthralled by it. First, there was the girl, Ann Cooper Hewitt, a San Francisco socialite who stood to inherit 2/3 of her late father's vast estate, and her shocking claim that her mother had her sterilized to gain control of that inheritance.
All right, so that's the fourth quarter. This is, you can rewind it back a little bit. In case y'all didn't catch it from the beginning, it started off about a girl who was about to be the second richest in the world. Shit. You know what I mean? And they sterilized her. She went in to get her appendix taken out and end up getting half her intestines taken out or whatever. So it's because she was mixed. Okay. And this is what her mom did to her. So
there's
she
the weaponization right there.
So she wouldn't inherit that. Long as she couldn't have kids, she wouldn't inherit it. And once she died, the mama would inherit it. You feel me? So, you know, after the next step of step, she was hoping that she died during surgery, to tell you the truth. But
wicked.
Bring it back a little bit, bro, because you know the black and white pictures don't say enough. But y'all just look at this beautiful woman, man. You know what I'm talking about, man. And shout out to her. Damn. Yo, thank you, Tim. Appreciate you, bro. Go ahead.
No problem, bro.
Americans were enthralled by it. First, there was the girl, Ann Cooper Hewitt, a San Francisco socialite who stood to inherit 2/3 of her late father's vast estate, and her shocking claim that her mother had had her sterilized to gain control of that inheritance.
Ann Cooper Hewitt is sent to the hospital for an emergency appendectomy, and she comes out sterilized. And when she discovers it, she is understandably horrified, and she sues both her mother and the two surgeons. She claims that her mother has done it because her father's will stipulates that if Anne should die childless, the inheritance would go to her mother.
Equally intriguing was the claim of the mother, Marion, that her daughter Anne was feeble-minded, a diagnosis based on an intelligence test she'd been given just hours before her sterilization.
Anne says that she's writhing in pain, and then a woman walks in the room, and the woman starts asking her all these questions. What's the longest river in the United States? And how many years is a presidential term? And Anne's reaction is, why are you asking me these asinine questions? What does this have to do with appendicitis? And she doesn't answer most of the questions.
Although her score identified the girl as a high-grade moron, a court-appointed psychiatrist at a preliminary hearing found her to be well-read, fluent in French and Italian, and perfectly normal in every respect.
The Cooper Hewitt sterilization case was one of those cases that people call the trial of the century. Headlines all over the country.
Fluid,
and if you weren't
fluid in French and Italian, but because she didn't answer the questions, they get her appendix took out. And they use the word acidine. Why are you asking me these acidine questions, man? So apparently she actually said those words, and to be using those words and looking like that, it's a problem.
Yeah, she was highly intelligent. Mom done drug the doctor in the back and was like, hey, I give you a little cut. You know, how about 5%? Doctor was like, done.
Damn. Hey, listen, bro. And this is just the build up. Because I don't want y'all to get it twisted now. Don't think they wouldn't doing this to our American Indian woman now. Don't get it twisted now. Okay, I'm gonna get into that too. I'm gonna do another build on that too later on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right, bro. Let's go.
Paying attention to what sterilization was, by then you would have heard in that story.
Ann Cooper Hewitt is not emblematic of the typical sterilization patient. And for that very reason, she gets a lot more attention.
By eugenic standards, Anne was the very definition of well-born. She was the scion of the successful, white, wealthy, seemingly sound in both body and mind. On what grounds, then, those following the case may well have wondered, could her sterilization possibly be justified? Attorney I.M. Golden, who represented the surgeons named in the suit, wondered much the same, and he decided to solicit the opinion of an expert. In May 1936, he composed a letter to one of California's leading eugenicists, Paul Popenoe, and laid out for him the details of the case. Among them, the reasons Marion Cooper Hewitt had given for wanting her daughter sterilized.
Marion makes 3 charges about her daughter's behavior that she sees as indicative of someone who is mentally defective. The first is that she becomes infatuated with a chauffeur. The second is that she is infatuated with men in uniform. And then finally, that she has plans to run off with a Negro porter on a train. These are not people that probably Marion believed her daughter should be associating with, not somebody she should have children with.
In your opinion, Golden asked Popenoe, was it proper to sterilize her as a matter of medical and scientific procedure? Paul Popenoe long had been a proponent of eugenic sterilization. But the argument that an immoral, oversexed girl would pass on those traits genetically could no longer plausibly be made. So Popenoe offered another rationale, one that had been recently formulated and recommended by the American Eugenics Society. Heredity, Popenoe told Golden, is not particularly the issue in this case. But I suppose we should all answer negatively the question whether a young woman such as you describe would be a desirable mother.
In the 30s, the eugenic rationale for sterilization begins to morph into a kind of more generalized understanding that this person isn't fit to be a parent.
That turns the whole argument about eugenics on its head, because the determining question was not, will she spread her genetic defect, but will she make a desirable mother?
When the trial of the 2 surgeons got underway in San Francisco, Anne's questionable capacity to mother was the centerpiece of the defense. The girl's sexual behavior alone, Golden argued, cast grave doubt on her ability to provide good moral and intellectual training to her offspring. In the end, the argument had little effect on the judge, who, after 6 days of listening to testimony, abruptly called a halt to the proceedings and dismissed the case, on the grounds that sterilization was legal in California. But in the public mind, sterilization had been effectively recast as a preventative measure against inept parenting.
This is not a story that happens in an institution. It's a story about a socialite. Nevertheless, the same themes of needing to sterilize people for their own good come up. Forget about heredity. These people will be unable to take care of their children, so the humane thing to do is not let them have any.
Eugenics simply becomes part of the machinery of how these state institutions function. Hereditary defect is no longer part of the conversation, and it's simply a question of a state attempting to use all the tools available to limit the number of people who are seen to be a social and economic burden.
By the close of the 1930s, more than 30,000 Americans had been sterilized nationwide.
I think eugenics appeals to some real strong elements in the human psyche. One part of that, the positive part, is that there is a desire among people to perfect things. The negative side is we're also a species that is very prone to tribalism. We're very prone to believe that, our people are the right people and other people are a threat.
For a time, the enemies within American society were eclipsed by those without, and the nation's attention diverted by a conflict that consumed much of the world. Then came the liberation of Buchenwald and Dachau, and the chilling evidence of eugenic policies carried to a monstrous extreme.
By the mid-1940s, the full horror of what happens in Nazi Germany becomes apparent. The movement from sterilization to extermination, the killing of several millions, based on this kind of idea of the betterment of human race. And it creates a vast embarrassment for the American eugenics movement.
People were repelled and began to turn away from eugenics, and eugenics became a dirty word.
the Holocaust being tied to a wide range of eugenic practices is a blemish on humans as a species. And it undercuts any notion that eugenics was a positive force in American society.
Surgical sterilization was thought to be too slow, too expensive, to be used on a mass scale.
After the war, when the Allies put the Nazis on trial at Nuremberg, one of the charges was eugenic sterilization. And the lawyer for the Nazi who was charged said, how can you charge my client with the crime of eugenic sterilization when your own US Supreme Court said this was okay?
By the end of the 1940s, the eugenics movement had faded from the mainstream of American life. But the laws that had been passed in the name of eugenics would remain on the books for decades, barring some people from entering the country and others from marriage, and subjecting thousands to forced sterilization at the hands of the state. By the time such practices finally came to an end in the 1970s, the total number of sterilized Americans would exceed 60,000. And no matter the cost or the casualties, the scientific betterment of humanity would remain an irresistible aspiration, tempting generations to come with the promise of perfection.
We believe in science. We want science to solve social problems. And we want to make ourselves better. I think everybody wants to do that.
There is this idea that remains a kind of hope that if we just get the science right, if only the right people are put in charge, that we can engineer our way to a better world.
Some of the greatest social changes that have ever been accomplished have occurred because people were really willing to imagine impossible things. But the future that American eugenicists imagined was only a future for some.
And so now the debate is, are we going to use technology to try to fulfill Galton's dream, if you will, of taking charge of our own evolution? Now, of course, it was a pipe dream. But nevertheless, it is a dream that persists. We have reason to be apprehensive about this, and the test tube bears watching.
Yeah, man. Shout out to PBS, man, for that beautiful footage.
All right, now let's get into how this whole movement of improvement eventually evolved into a weapon.
All right.
I take it he was agreeable?
He didn't really have a choice.
Has he been infected?
Oh, yes, most certainly.
This plague, the rioting is intensifying to the point where we may not be able to contain it.
Why contain it? Let the bodies pile up in the streets. In the end, they'll beg us to save them.
I've received reports of armed attacks on shipments. There's not enough vaccine to go around, and the underclasses are starting to get desperate.
Of course they're desperate. They can smell their death, and the sound they'll make rattling their cage will serve as a warning to the rest.
I hope you're not underestimating the problem. The others may not go as quietly as you think.
Oh, hold on, bro.
Hold
on, bro.
With people across the country, and some worrying that it could grow into a full.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Ooh. That. I got strike for a warning for showing some 60 Minutes shit. That last show I did with Farrakhan and Jesse Jackson on 60 Minutes for like a minute and a half, I got a warning for that. And I was on Cherie's show, so I almost fuck around and got a strike. And also what this is talking about right now, we got to be careful, bro.
This on my channel. They gave the all clear on this video.
Okay.
This is my video.
I bet.
Yeah, you've been to my channel, right?
Blown pandemic. Well, one state, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, is preparing for that with a very controversial bill. Massachusetts proposing legislation that would allow police to forcefully quarantine residents and even impose martial law without a warrant.
Back now with two quick updates on a story that began this broadcast last night, the predicted quick and rapid spread of swine flu in this country and around the world. The U.S. military considering a plan that could establish regional military teams to assist civilian authorities in the event of a major outbreak of the virus this fall.
Now, what do you think of the vaccination?
You know, I have more concern about the vaccine than I do about the swine flu. It's been rushed to market. There are high levels of adjuncts, which basically make it more potent, so they can, it's kind of an unrefined method that they use. They had to use high levels of these adjuncts, including
thimerosal. It's an antiseptic preservative, and hasn't that been linked in some cases to autism?
It has, and you look at it's been shown to cause autism in children with mitochondrial dysfunction. Now, and other is controversial, though highly implicated. And the problem is you don't know if your child has mitochondrial dysfunction. I also worry about children and people who have blood-brain barrier dysfunction or it's not fully developed, which include children, pregnant women, chronic neurological illnesses, and chronic fatigue syndrome and fibromyalgia. I've seen these people have been devastated by these infections.
Would you give it to your kids?
I definitely would not.
You would not. All right. And in fairness, I've talked to 3 doctors in 3 days now, and all 3 have said absolutely they would give it to their kids. They intend to give it to their kids. They're going to take it themselves, but you say no.
I definitely would not. I've seen it devastate people with chronic fatigue syndrome, fibromyalgia, highly implicated, again, in autism. I think you're rolling the dice. It's a proven neurotoxin. It has 25,000 times the level of mercury than would be considered toxic if it was a food or water.
26-year-old Desiree Jennings is the picture of health. She's a Redskins cheerleader ambassador and an avid runner. Her life changed forever on August the 23rd when she says she got a seasonal flu shot at a local grocery store.
I was training for a half marathon and it all went so fast.
10 days after receiving the shot, she came down with the flu. After that, her health spiraled downwards. She started passing out and had to be hospitalized twice.
Yeah, we went to an urgent care facility and they wouldn't even let her get out of my truck because she was seizing in the back, so they called an ambulance immediately.
Doctors at Fairfax Inova and Johns Hopkins diagnosed her with a rare neurological disorder called dystonia. They think it was caused by a severe reaction to the flu shot. She now has difficulty speaking, walking, even eating. During our interview, she had several seizures. The effects are irreversible.
Symptoms will get worse if I use my voice or walk when the brain signals are misfiring.
American parents would make very different decisions about how they vaccinate their children were they given the proper information.
One of the reasons that I'm here is the toxicity of vaccinations as they have been used for such a long time in this country.
It's not in the best interest of your children. You're going to be trading some innocent types of diseases that we now know how to handle better for other problems such as allergies, asthma, even autism for years to come.
You do only one thing in the next few months that is to protect you and your family, then do this. Don't have the vaccine. Don't have the vaccine. Tell as many people as you can, don't have the vaccine. Get on the internet, check it out. Go to my website. You'll see the charges that have been filed with the FBI against this group of people and organizations. This is the idea, because they want to dramatically reduce the number of people in the world. And they also want to access the body and therefore destabilize it mentally, emotionally, and physically. This is why we've had this explosion of vaccines for kids to the point now where they're having 25 or more before the age of 2. Yes, in America and Britain and elsewhere. And this is pouring total shite into a still emerging immune system. You've got a growing, developing immune system, and you're saying the first 2 years of life, have some of that, darling.
She's the beautiful cheerleader whose heartbreaking story is shocking the nation. 25-year-old Desiree Jennings showed me how she can't walk without twisting, jerky movements, but she walks backwards normally. Doctors say she has a rare 1 in a million neurological disorder that was triggered 10 days after she got a seasonal flu shot.
Started with me not being able to eat without passing out.
You couldn't eat without passing out? I visited Desiree and her husband Brendan at their home in Ashburn, Virginia, to see what their daily life is like. She has to go up and down stairs backwards because something as simple as walking forward can be dangerous. And here's the unusual part about the disorder. Take a look at this. Desiree can run just fine. It's only when she stops. You see, that's where the spasms start. Now you can walk backwards though, and it'll make it better, right?
Yeah.
She runs with a normal stride, and as I ran with her, she even spoke normally. And now you can talk.
Yeah, it's weird. It fixes as soon as I start running.
I mean, you sound
I know, it's great, isn't it?
you sound amazing. And then you stop, and that's what happens. Desiree got a flu shot on August 23rd. 10 days later, she came down with what doctors have diagnosed as dystonia, a rare neurological disorder. Her jerking and twisting are the result of uncontrollable muscle contractions. There is no known cure.
Are you all ready?
Yes.
This is home video of Desiree as a beautiful bride when she married Brendan 2 years ago. And this is a photo when she was training to be a cheerleader for the Washington Redskins. Doctors say what happened to Desiree should discourage people from getting flu shots. But here's what the woman who's on the wrong side of being 1 in a million says.
Running has to be a relief.
The only thing I have left.
Only thing you have left.
Hello, I'm Dr. Leonard Horowitz, and this is an urgent news bulletin about a new flu that is said to be making its way from Mexico into the United States as I broadcast. Skyrocketing stock values at Novavax Inc., precipitated by dozens of flu deaths in Mexico, implicates a leading Anglo-American network of genetic engineers in a conspiracy to commit genocide. Dr. James S. Robertson, England's leading bioengineer of flu viruses for the vaccine industry, an avid promoter of U.S. government funding for lucrative biodefense contracts, along with collaborators at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, helped Novavax Inc. in Bethesda, Maryland, produce genetically modified recombinants of the avian, swine, and Spanish flu viruses H5N1 and H1N1, nearly identical to the unprecedented Mexican virus that has now spread to the United States. The outbreak was precisely timed to promote the company's new research and huge vaccine stockpiling contracts. The outbreak was precisely timed to promote the company's new research and huge vaccine stockpiling contracts. Scientists at the CDC are implicated through collaborations and publications involving private contracts with Novavax, a company that obtains its, quote, biosimilars through the CDC Influenza Branch Director Ruben O'Donis and Dr. Rick Bright, previously working with Donis at the CDC, now Novavax's Vice President of Global Influenza Programs. Evidence for this conspiracy to commit deadly duplicity in the vaccine industry includes the genetic markers on the novel flu virus now spreading from Mexico to America.
Well, are you sitting down? Baxter International, an Illinois-based pharmaceutical company, was caught shipping live avian flu viruses mixed with vaccines to 18 countries last week. Of course, health officials are asking how this could be, as it can't happen by accident. Why? Because Baxter International adheres to Biosafety Level 3. That's a set of safety protocols that prevent the cross-contamination of materials, which means it was done purposely.
So what was Baxter doing mixing live avian flu viruses, both H5N1 and H3N2, which is the human form, with standard flu vaccine material? And who authorized it? The tainted vaccines were received by labs in a number of Eastern European countries, and some are wondering whether the contamination was part of a deliberate attempt to start a pandemic. The avian flu virus on its own has killed hundreds of people, but when combined with ordinary flu viruses, which are easily spread, the effect is a potent, super airborne, super deadly biological weapon with a 60% plus kill rate.
And check this out. On the same day the story broke, officials at the National Emergency Management Summit released a statement saying it was no longer an if issue, but when there would be an avian flu pandemic. One could only wonder if they knew what was going on at Baxter. And in a chilling hint of what's planned to deal with a pandemic, whether it's natural or man-made, health officials say it's important for all citizens to be prepared for the possibility of being quarantined for months at a time.
We have an incredible defense system called the
And it eventually happened, but guess when it happened? Just about the same time as the COVID-19 happened.
So this happened, you said this happened before, around the same time the COVID started?
Yeah, you see, they said this would eventually happen. They said not if, but when, and it did. But it happened just about the same time the COVID pandemic happened.
Oh my God, it's crazy. Wow.
human immune system. And when that is strong and in optimal efficiency, it keeps us well. It gets rid of foreign attacks on the body. If you undermine the human immune system, or you stop it developing properly so it's undermined for life by throwing all this stuff at under twos, then you open people up to getting illnesses and being killed by things that the immune system in its true optimal state would deal with easily. There is a war on the human immune system, because when that goes down, we go down. Because we're going to live for long if that's not working properly. And they're targeting the kids from a very, very early age. And that's what this is all about on one level. But on another level, this is about a colourful population. I'm not saying for a second that vast numbers of people will keel over overnight. That'll be too bloody obvious. But the effects of this vaccine, as people move forward, is going to manifest itself in lots of different ways. It's more likely that there will be effects of many and various kinds, because the body is an electrochemical organism and it has an optimum electrochemical balance, and we call that health. When you imbalance that through introducing chemicals and electromagnetic sources, then you move it from optimum, and it no longer works correctly, emotionally, mentally, or physically. And if you look at the cumulative chemical onslaught, particularly on children, but people in general, in food, drink, soft drinks, and mobile phones, and all that stuff on the electromagnetic side, humans are being bombarded. There's a war on our children's minds, there's a war on our children's immune systems, and there's a war on our children's emotional balance. And it's connected into all these different areas of food, of drink, and of vaccines, of pharmaceutical medicines. They invent diseases so that problem, or in this case, no problem, reaction, solution. Take this.
I began looking at vaccine toxicity years before I had my first child back in the 70s. And back then there was enough information for us to see that the whole theory of vaccines could be terribly flawed, and that by dumping stuff into the blood could in fact cause some severe long-term illnesses.
So the current climate of vaccine science is very controversial. The information that we're being given, that I was taught in medical school, is not consistent with safety and efficacy. As we see the number of vaccines being added to the schedule, we're also seeing a tremendous increase in the number of chronic illnesses in children.
For the time being, over 180,000 people across the country have been diagnosed with different respiratory diseases, and the situation seems to be really, really serious for the time being.
Well, as we can see, let's say the virus is spreading in Ukraine, but what about the people? What do they think about the situation? Is there a sense of panic among them?
Yes, that's what we feel here in the Ukrainian capital. I'd like to remind that 9 regions of Ukraine remain under quarantine. This includes Kiev. All schools and universities have been closed till further notice. That could be about 3 weeks, and people are here on the ground are starting to panic. Over the weekend, they have swept all the anti-flu medication off the shelves of drugstores. Respiratory masks, which also were available on Friday and Thursday, also cannot be found now in Kiev, even though every third person in the streets of Kiev is wearing those masks. At the same time, people, as I mentioned, do not know what to expect of this outbreak. Some say that this is somehow connected to the ongoing presidential election campaign in Ukraine. As long as all mass activities have been cancelled in the country, this is of course a serious blow to the campaign and to politicians taking part in it. But of course, all the authorities are saying that human lives come first, and now everyone is trying to deal with this disease as soon as possible.
All right, Alexei Yurchevsky, thanks very much indeed for bringing us the latest from the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, on the spread of flu there.
My concerns are the absence of any adequate safety studies looking at the long-term detrimental effects of vaccines used in childhood, and the almost cavalier continuance of the process of introducing more untested vaccines into a schedule of vaccination that is already appalling in terms of its scientific underpinning.
It's about the manipulation of our perception of everything, because our perception leads to our behavior and our actions. You're going to control someone's actions, then you need to control their perception, because that controls their actions. And the perception they want people in more than anything is danger, danger, danger. Because once you get someone in fear of something, they will look outside of themselves for something or someone to protect them from what they've been manipulated to fear. So get them to fear swine flu, they will then say, save me from swine flu, okay. Give us your arm. Good night. Right. Give us your children's arm. Oh no! Oh darling, you must be vaccinated against swine flu. I mean, pathetic. What people got to do: go on the internet and put in 1976 swine flu conspiracy or words to that effect, or go into YouTube and see the adverts they put out in '76 to frighten people into being vaccinated for an epidemic that did not happen, and the consequences of it. People died. People had their minds scrambled. It was, and they want to do that now on a massive scale. What they do, you see, is they have their version of trials. They've got a big version of something coming, but further down the line or back down the line, they try it out. And what they're looking for is, will the public do it? Will the public stand for it? Will the public react the way we want?
Some say it began in the spring of 1918, when soldiers at Fort Riley, Kansas burned tons of manure. A gale kicked up. A choking dust storm swept out over the land. A stinging, stinking yellow haze. The sun went dead black in Kansas. 2 days later, on March 11th, 1918, an Army private reported to the camp hospital before breakfast. He had a fever, sore throat, headache, nothing serious. 1 minute later, another soldier showed up. By noon, the hospital had over 100 cases. In a week, 500. That spring, 48 soldiers, all in the prime of life, died at Fort Riley. The cause of death was listed as pneumonia. The sickness then seemed to disappear, leaving as quickly as it had come.
I strongly advise against getting the H1N1 flu vaccine. It is not a very serious illness. The swine flu vaccine has both aluminum and mercury in it, which are both neurotoxins. Squalene may be added. Squalene is an adjuvant that stimulates your immune system to attack itself. It has been associated with Gulf War syndrome in 2 papers.
You know that with these chemical trails, in the morning, there's actually little spots, little flakes on my car of silver and pink. I don't know if it's from the barium, the aluminum. They put aluminum in the sky. Aluminum causes Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease in the brain. And there's a lot of people where I live who are dying. Cancer. Oh, the place is overridden by cancer. Cancer and a lot of respiratory problems. Do you have silver skies where you live most of the time? It's been a bad summer. I haven't been able to use the pool this summer that much at all. What are they putting in the sky? Is it something to help us? Or is it something that's going to hurt us?
It is not a very serious illness. It's less bad than our seasonal flu. Please do take your vitamin D, your vitamin C, eat healthy, eat organic, get lots of sleep, drink lots of water. That's much safer than taking the vaccine.
Is it because of the swine flu? Or is it because of global warming? I don't know. I'm not usually one of them conspiracy guys. And that's what you're going to call me for making a chemical trail video. But it is so obvious. You know, it isn't like something that's not tangible. You can look up in the sky and see it. Hey, the sun is trying to break through. It's finally breaking through a little bit. I think the government owes us some answers. If you notice, meteorologists never talk on TV about it. But meanwhile, they know it's there.
These waivers have also been issued for pandemic influenza vaccines of a number of types. What that means is that if you are injured from one of these H1N1 vaccines or another pandemic vaccine, you have no access to the legal system.
So because apparently they're worried that the swine flu is a public safety issue, they're talking about a law where the police can knock on your door, right, or not necessarily knock on your door, just go in and essentially quarantine you.
Well, they're doing more than talking about a law. The state of Massachusetts, both houses of the legislature have enacted this law, and once Governor Deval Patrick signs it, and he says that he will, it'll become the law, and it will allow him to declare an emergency. And once he declares an emergency, he can authorize non-healthcare licensed personnel, read that to mean police, to vaccinate people against their will. Now, can they force adults to take vaccination? No. They will incarcerate adults without a trial, without charges, without even a search warrant, who refuse to be vaccinated. This is what the statute authorizes. It also authorizes the statute also authorizes the police to remove children from adults, vaccinate them against the will of the child and the will of the parents.
This is so troubling on so many different levels. I mean, first of all, you think, wait a minute, they've got a great big list with everybody who got a flu shot's name on it, and are they going to just have neighbors turn into other neighbors? Hey, they're sick.
Well,
they haven't got the shot.
It's interesting you say that. There is not a clause in the statute that requires you to report a neighbor, but the government will encourage people to do it. Look, this is the reason why we have federal judges, because federal judges in Massachusetts will have to take this statute and compare it to the Constitution. And the Constitution says the police can't break into your home, and the police can't take your children away from you, and parents decide what medication the children get, not the government.
You can look up in your sky on any number of days and see the airplanes laying them down, no matter where you live. And not only that, it's not only happening in this country, it's happening in 40 different countries, probably all the NATO countries. Is this a United Nations thing? Are they doing this for global warming? Or are they doing this to stop the swine flu epidemic? Are they hurting us with these or helping us? I would like to know. I think the government owes us an explanation. After all, we are the people.
As swine flu continues to spread across the world, so do theories about its origin. US investigative journalist and RT contributor Wayne Madsen says he's gathering more and more evidence that the H1N1 virus started out in a lab. Well, he's now in Washington with RT Priya Sridhar. Priya, tell us, what new proof is there to support this theory?
That's right, Bill. Well, we've been talking a lot about the swine flu in the past couple of months, and just recently, the first shipment of the swine flu vaccines have been available in the United States. But now we're learning more information on how the H1N1 virus actually came to exist here in this country. And joining me to talk more about it is RT contributor and investigative journalist Wayne Madsen. Wayne, thanks so much for joining me. So first of all, tell me, what have you learned about how the H1N1 virus came to exist here in this country?
Well, it's very apparent that there's three research centers involved in the development in a laboratory of the 1918 Spanish flu, which was actually resurrected. The proper name should be the Jurassic flu. It was resurrected from the DNA extracted from an Inuit woman who died of this pandemic in 1918 in Breivik Mission, Alaska. The material was taken to several laboratories, and what I've discovered is that three particular laboratories are very much involved in this research. The University of Madison at Wisconsin, the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and something that might surprise a lot of people, the St. Jude's Veterinary Research Laboratory in Memphis, Tennessee. So we have three places now that seem to be ground zero for the research that led to the redevelopment or resurrection of the 1918 Spanish flu.
If we're going to look at food, if we're going to look at the plastics in the environment, the heavy metals, the pollutants, the perfumes, the skincare products, antibiotics, we must be open to the possibility that not only is it the vaccination itself, the introduction of materials that are foreign to the body past the natural immune system, but we also must entertain the possibility that some of the byproducts of vaccine manufacturing also make it into the body and destroy or impair or contribute to the destruction or impairment of our children's systems.
Well, I think what we have here is a situation with bioethics. They talk a good game in the medical research community about bioethics, but it doesn't seem like there's any method to enforce the ethics. And if, in fact, this was developed to make money for certain biopharmaceutical companies, of course, this is a case of bioterrorism. It may be bioterrorism sought, but many people have died around the world from this. Right now, it doesn't appear that the FBI or any other law enforcement agency is actively investigating it, which brings up the anthrax case, which some people say that was not adequately investigated either.
Looks like our government's getting us pretty upset
and concerned about the swine flu. This is interesting to me, not only for political reasons, but also as a physician. It makes me think back to 1976, the first year I served in the Congress. We had a vote on the swine flu. Back then, there was a panic, and they said it was going to sweep the nation, and they rapidly came up with some flu shots, and the government was going to inoculate everybody and save the world from this disaster. I remember there were 2 votes against it, myself and Larry McDonald, another physician. It turned out, though, that our instincts were correct. Not only did we object to it because we didn't think the government should be in the medical business and making these medical decisions, but it turned out that the instincts were absolutely right, because the flu came, the flu went, and 1 person died, except for those individuals who died from getting the flu vaccine.
We had a case in May where a scientist from the National Microbiology Laboratory in Winnipeg was caught bringing Ebola and HIV DNA across the U.S.-Canadian border at Pembina, North Dakota, was arrested, apparently was freed. He was on his way to the National Institutes of Health right outside of Washington, D.C. There also was a case where a Japanese researcher involved in the same research was caught taking H1N1 DNA out of Surabaya Airport in Indonesia to Japan. Japan is also involved in some of this research.
Some pretty interesting revelations, and we'll certainly keep you updated on anything we hear from Washington, D.C. I'll be back here next hour for another live update, but for now, Bill, it's back to you.
Priya, thanks very much indeed. Our correspondent Priya Sridhar talking to U.S. investigative journalist Wayne Madsen live from Washington, as Priya says. More from her a little later in Washington. Thank you.
How did the Department of Homeland Security get into the medical business? You know, it just is totally out of control on what they think we should do.
Also in Massachusetts, the legislature is acting rapidly on a bill updating what the state can do in a public health emergency. That bill has languished on Beacon Hill for some time, but with the flu outbreak, it's now racing through the legislature. NECN's Josh Brigadier is at the State House in Boston tonight. Josh?
RD, the state Senate passed this bill, Bill 2028 today. They did so unanimously, and it gives the governor and the health commissioner the power to act in the public's interest in case in any kind of medical emergency.
Timing sped up a hearing and ultimately unanimous Senate approval of the Pandemic and Disaster Preparation and Response Bill in Massachusetts. The bill gives the public health commissioner the discretion to respond to an outbreak like the kind going on in Mexico, to close or evacuate buildings, enter private property, isolate or quarantine people, and to get and distribute meds and vaccines. A registry of Massachusetts volunteers would be created and would be activated in case of emergency. Plus, the commissioner could request personnel from other states. The bill also protects healthcare workers from liability. Concerns about the spread of swine flu meant lawmakers, such as Worcester County Democrat Richard Moore, didn't want to take any chances.
It's too bad that we have to have something like that pending to get us to finally act, but this was actually on the calendar before that became a news story, so it's not that it's totally that, but it does give us another reason why it's a good idea to have this on the books.
The big question is, does a bigger government always solve these problems? They usually make things much worse. So all I'm asking people to do is step back and think for a minute rather than rushing and panicking and taking advantage of opportunities like this. This is what happens, whether they're economic problems or medical problems. The people who love the government take advantage of this. And in the Department of Homeland Security, she's really not acting outside the prerogatives of that department. And one of the reasons I voted against it, it's an open door invitation to deal with medical problems. And of course, the way I see medical care in this country is deteriorating and the costs are skyrocketing, mainly because we have had central economic planning in medicine now for 30-some years. It hasn't worked very well, so now we're about to embark on socialized medicine. But I just don't think that we need the government in this manner dealing with this problem in a hysterical manner. We ought to just sit back and think about it for a minute, and maybe we'll come to our senses. But certainly, it isn't a responsibility of the Department of Homeland Security, even though technically they might have the authority. That, to me, is not something that should be turned over to that department. That is the medical care of this country.
Josh, any penalty if you don't follow the emergency declaration rules?
It can actually get to be a pretty severe penalty, because for each day someone didn't follow a rule, for example, if somebody was asked to be quarantined and they decided not to follow that, it could be a fine of up to $1,000 per day they didn't follow, and also up to 30 days in prison.
Josh Brigadier on Beacon Hill tonight.
Man, the first time, if this were to happen, and the first time some cop goes in and gives some kid a shot, it's going to hit the fan.
Yes, it will. And the state of Massachusetts will be sorry it enacted this, because people will revolt against it.
All right, Judge Andrew Napolitano, thank you very much.
It's their conclusion, these scientists who they've spoken to, that this is a very unusual form of flu because it looks like it is a product of some gene splicing. The flu contains elements of bird flu, 2 forms of human flu, and various forms of swine flu. To them, it doesn't look like this is naturally occurring. The other thing is the target for this flu, as opposed to other flus, it's not the very young and the very old. It's people between the ages of 20 and 45. And the other thing is people are not contracting this from pigs. The National Pork Council here in America says pigs are not being affected. This is human-to-human contact. So people who either eat pork or are exposed to pigs are not getting this flu.
Dr. Emanuel wrote last October 12th that a crisis, war, and financial collapse would get the frightened public to accept the program.
It's the vaccine that can't come soon enough.
Now, from Reuters, I can't make this stuff up. The headline, container of swine virus explodes on Swiss train. Get this, it was a sample pack in dry ice. It exploded on the train and reportedly injured 1 person, but yet poses no risk to humans. The technicians transporting samples that were packed in dry ice on this train. No worry, didn't hurt anybody, it's all good. It's a different strain than the Mexican swine flu virus, the kind that doesn't transfer to humans or anything. The article goes on to state that after consulting virus specialists that confirm no risk exists, police decided to stop the train. Let me get this straight. This strain doesn't transfer to humans, yet this testing for the samples that he was carrying was to create a human flu test. Are you buying this story? Now, if this sample is not transferable to humans, poses no health threat to humans, why are they stopping the train? Again, if it's not transferable to humans, then why are they using it in their experiment to develop human testing? And why the hell are they running around carrying samples of flu virus on a public train? Have these people never heard of rental car or private transport or trucks?
They don't call them viruses anymore. They call them, quote, mock-up files. They're laboratory recombinants, genetically modified, mutated, hybridized, new laboratory creations that they don't even want to alert or alarm the public, so they have new names, new terminology.
Some New York hospital workers are fighting back,
Very disconcerting to me.
refusing to take the seasonal flu or the H1N1 vaccine mandated by the New York State Health Department for healthcare workers statewide.
It reminds me of the 1976 swine flu pandemic that was out. They did that. They created such a panic that people rushed to get these vaccines, and over 4,000 people became disabled in one way or another from those vaccines.
Just getting the shot is not 100% guarantee that you won't get the flu.
Even if long-term problems are unlikely. These workers say they'll be protesting at the state capitol on Tuesday as they're left with the choice: keep their jobs and get the shots, or be out of work just before Christmas.
And from Natural News, swine flu smoking gun. CDC was combining flu viruses in 2004. The article talks about the swine flu virus, and I'll read a portion of the article. Quote, last week, when it was called out to be infectious, health officials noted it was a strain of flu never before seen. That, in fact, it's incorrect to label it a swine flu, because analysis shows that, bottom line, the new flu virus contains DNA from avian, swine viruses, including elements from European and Asian viruses, and human viruses. So, did this curious mixture just develop naturally out of the blue? The answer, in my humble opinion, is no. But let's look at the facts first, okay? Fact number one. You have troublesome details that the virus has come from multiple continents. Fact number two. There's the fact that the true swine flu is only really transmittable to humans if the flu is spreading human to human. Most likely because it contains DNA from human flu. Ask yourself, could someone have mixed these viruses together? Is it possible? Well, absolutely, it's possible. Was this virus mixing being done artificially in the lab, or had it already been done? Yes. Who was blending potential viruses in the labs? Well, all you have to do is look at the Reuters story. But wait, it gets worse. Fact number three. There's evidence that the U.S. government has been working on concocting new virus blends. University of Minnesota Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy, CIDRAP, along with the Canadian newspaper Canadian Press, revealed back in 2004 that the CDC was launching experiments designed to mix the H5N1 avian virus and human flu viruses. Quote, now, rather than waiting to see if nature spawns such a hybrid, U.S. scientists are planning to try to breed one themselves in the name of preparedness. The goal was to find out how likely it was such a reassortant virus would emerge and just how dangerous it might be. Of course, it's logical to wonder if they also worked with the addition of a swine flu virus too. CDC officials confirmed the government had plans for the research. Now, this was in 2004. The article asks, so the question is, did it escape from a lab, or was it deliberately released as some kind of test? When these kinds of questions are asked, the knee-jerk reaction of the mainstream media is to giggle and talk about conspiracy theories and to joke about wearing tinfoil hats. But here's the potential smoking gun.
Does anybody notice a pattern here? Or is it just me? Am I tripping? Or did all this just happen again?
The facts suggest a potential source of the pandemic could be CDC labs. And at the very least, this possibility deserves thoughtful examination and research.
Practice of censoring science or suppressing science, with simple changes in the vaccine schedule, such as delaying vaccines, getting out the metals such as aluminum and mercury, separating the shots, they can reduce the amount of adverse events. This is the mandate of Congress in 1986, when Congress passed a law with a mandate for safer childhood vaccines. This has never been carried out because the government officials are simply afraid of the results. At this point, it's gone beyond regulatory misconduct, I think, to criminal negligence, because the government, it is incumbent on the government to release this information, to fund these kind of studies on an ongoing basis, so that we will have the information we can change the schedule and to give parents the proper informed consent.
The U.S. military is making plans for a major outbreak of swine flu. Troops will be used to help civilian authorities, but there are also preparations being made to protect military forces from catching and spreading the disease within their ranks. Marianne Silver is live in Atlanta now. And Marianne, why is the military so concerned, and what led to this type of action to try and stop the spread?
Hi, Kelly. The military has confirmed over 2,300 cases of swine flu among active duty troops. And if you add to that some of the family members of active duty troops, it's over 3,800. So they're very concerned about it spreading. You know, a lot of military personnel work in close contact with each other, often working in the same office and even bunking together. So just like what we've seen over the summer with those kids in summer camps, the virus spreading quickly, they're worried about the same thing happening to the military. And they want to get a handle on it because the military has offered to be there to provide testing for H1N1 to the public and also to distribute vaccines once they've been developed. I mean, they've offered their resources, so they want to be ready just in case something happens.
Yeah, and to some it may sound unusual, but it really isn't. You're taking all those kinds of precautions to make sure it doesn't spread. But like military troops, Marianne, young people, they seem to be at a greater risk for swine flu with kids going back to school now in the fall. What are health officials saying about that scenario?
Well, Kelly, that is a big concern. CDC officials announced earlier this week that they're worried that we're going to see a huge increase in the number of cases, even more so than what we saw in the spring when everything started, because kids are going to be going back to school. They identified hundreds of cases in kids that attended summer camps over the summer. That's got them worried because the kids, of course, in classrooms are going to be in close contact with each other, and they're racing right now to get a vaccine available. They're going to have 40 million doses, they hope, by September, and another 120 million by mid-October. And they're hoping that that's going to hopefully help it, keep it from spreading if they can get some people vaccinated.
Absolutely. And you can be sure that a lot of parents out there are indeed very concerned about this one. Marianne Silver, live in Atlanta. Thank you, Marianne. Good to see you.
Hello, welcome to Washington Unplugged. I'm Cheryl Atkinson. If you've been diagnosed with probable or presumed 2009 H1N1 or swine flu in recent months, you may be surprised to know this. The odds are you didn't have H1N1 flu. In fact, you probably didn't have flu at all. That's according to state-by-state test results obtained in our 3-month-long CBS News investigation. In short, only a small fraction of cases that doctors flagged as most likely to be swine flu actually tested positive for swine flu at state labs. The vast majority of the cases were negative.
The president now declaring the H1N1 outbreak a national emergency. The White House says the president signed this proclamation last night. It will allow medical officials to bypass certain federal requirements. Some officials describe this move as being similar to a declaration ahead of a hurricane making landfall, but certainly a heads up on the White House's front on this. For more on the president's H1N1 emergency declaration, we're going to MSNBC's Mike McCara live at the White House. So can you put this in perspective for us? You know, we hear these declarations before a hurricane makes landfall. They are national emergencies. It waives certain federal requirements. How does this work in a health situation like this?
Well, it's relatively rare for
I don't know about y'all, but I'm still seeing a pattern. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they have issues with a hurricane during the COVID pandemic? Ain't that where Biden said one of the best things to do to get prepared for the hurricane is to go get a COVID-19 vaccine? Ain't that what he said? If I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
For this to be declared in a health situation. We know this much because last April, when the H1N1 virus first came to the fore of public consciousness, a similar step happened. Federal officials were quick to point out that there's no reason for this to make anybody panic. This is simply something that we're doing in terms of preparation. A lot of it has to do with logistics. Of course, it all happens in the context of a slow delivery of the H1N1 virus. Expectations were raised high. Everybody thought there would be more doses. You've been talking about it all morning, Alex, and now they're talking about November. The government thus far has blamed that on the manufacturers. Let me read you a little bit from the proclamation here that President Obama signed last night, incidentally, just made public this morning. The president says, as a nation, we prepared at all levels of government. Then he goes on, nevertheless, the 2009 H1N1 pandemic continues to evolve. The rates of illness continue to rise rapidly within many communities across the nation, and the potential exists for the pandemic to overburden healthcare resources in some localities. Thus, in recognition of the continuing progression of the pandemic and in further preparation as a nation, we're taking additional steps to facilitate our response. And he goes on later to reiterate that this illness may overburden healthcare resources. We've already seen lines. A lot of that has to do with the shortage and the shortfall of the vaccine, which they, again, they'd expected to see more of at this point in the process.
Right. Okay. And of course, the White House has no control at this point over the development of that vaccine. That is something that scientists and medical officials certainly do. And apparently for many, that can't get out there fast enough. Okay, Mike McCara, thank you very much for the update on breaking news from the White House. After the latest on the government's response to the H1N1 outbreak, you can all log on to flu.gov.
They wouldn't answer freedom of information requests that we filed. They wouldn't answer questions that we posed to them. And we approached Dr. Frieden, who heads CDC, at an unrelated news conference to confront him about this lack of information. Here's that tape.
I'm Dr. Frieden. I'm Fernando Suarez of CBS News. I work with Cheryl Atkinson from our investigative department. This is on a separate issue. For weeks, we've been trying to get information from your office on the state-by-state breakdown of the H1N1 virus, and your office has been obstructing the release of that information. Can you assure us that you would personally look into this so that we can get that public information released today?
We will certainly look into it. We do work in partnership with states and coordinate with them on release of data that is data reported to CDC by state government. So it's a question of coordinating with the states on release of information. I'd like to see if there are other questions, perhaps on the
last question. The information is available to the CDC right now. What can we do to get that information released to us today? Your office has stopped communicating with us about this issue, so we had to come down here to ask you personally to get involved.
I am aware of the issue. We are discussing with states because some of the states have provided to us preliminary or incomplete data, and we need to make sure that any data we release to the public is accurate and that the entities that have reported are comfortable that that data actually represents what they intended to report. So once we are comfortable in that, we will be happy to release it to you. I do not know whether that will be today or not. Are there other questions about the communities putting prevention to work?
Now, while we waited to get data from CDC, which we eventually did, but in the meantime, we contacted all 50 states directly. I just want to give you a couple of samples of what we found. In California, they took 13,000 specimens, and of those, 296 were swine flu, 12% were other flu, 86% were negative for flu altogether. And in Florida, they had 8,000 specimens, more than that actually. 17% proved to be upon further testing H1N1. 83% were negative. In Alaska, 1% was swine flu. And in Georgia, 2.4% was swine flu. The rest were negative for swine flu. We want to make sure that people understand we're not trying to downplay the seriousness of swine flu, which it can be very serious, but there's a risk of overreacting.
Just as it sounds, this is an influenza virus that is commonly seen in pigs. However, in rare occurrences, the virus does cause infections in humans. Swine influenza infections typically look clinically much like seasonal influenza, having symptoms such as fever, cough, sore throat, and muscle aches. Sometimes additional symptoms such as diarrhea or red eyes are also present. Typically, in swine influenza cases, there is evidence or there's information leading to that the individual had direct contact with pigs. This strain of swine influenza that's been cultured in the laboratory is something that's not been seen anywhere actually in the United States and the world. So this is actually a new strain of influenza that's been identified.
Really do your research and know that, number one, you have a right to make this decision. No government should ever force us. And please don't make this decision based on fear.
This change to a higher phase of alert is a signal to governments, to ministries of health and other ministries, to the pharmaceutical industry and the business community that certain actions now should be undertaken with increased urgency.
I think as Americans, in order to stay alive, in order to preserve our way of life, people are willing to give up and to make sacrifices. Sure. But at the same time, there needs to be an orderly discussion of what the rights are of the American people when this happens.
Jeff, the primary thing that we say to anybody is let's go out there and get this thing over with, and then we'll settle the differences once the crisis is over.
Such clergy response teams would walk a tightrope between the needs of the government versus the wishes of the public.
Unfortunately.
Possibility of martial law, but that's a whole nother conversation.
Down the road, not going there.
That summer and fall, over 1.5 million Americans crossed the Atlantic for war. But some of those doughboys came from Kansas, and they brought something with them, a tiny, silent companion. Almost immediately, the Kansas sickness resurfaced in Europe. American soldiers got sick, English soldiers, French, German. As it spread, the microbe mutated, day by day, becoming more and more deadly. By the time the silent traveler came back to America, it had become a relentless killer.
Baxter International, based in Deerfield, Illinois, said Sunday that it is working with the World Health Organization on a potential vaccine. If Baxter rings a bell, it's because they were the company who accidentally created vaccine samples that were infected with the H5N1 bird flu strain that wound up distributed among a few European countries, including the Czech Republic, for lab testing. No lab workers were infected with the virus from the incident, and the vaccines were subsequently allegedly destroyed, but only after several ferrets were killed by the tainted vaccine.
There are two major news reports out of West Los Angeles that they literally surrounded him with an army. They hit his vehicle with a microwave EMP pulse machine to actually not only disable the ignition, but also knock out any electronics he had to transmit. Because they tried to claim in the news article he threatened the President Obama. He didn't do anything of the sort. What he did actually is he called in and said, I have new information because I'm a biological scientist that they are planning on releasing the Baxter vaccine made in the Ukraine that will be shipped to America. And it will, because it's one of the primary contracts, and it's going to contain lethal genes that will cause the death of millions. And he asked Truott on the air if he could get his contact for a state's attorney who was on his way to the Israeli embassy at the time, which was near the FBI offices in Los Angeles. And the FBI surrounded him with literally an army with the active denial system, microwave tanks, robots. They tasered him and everything. I mean, they must have spent quite a bit of money and had deployed a tremendous number of people. You see the pictures there. They're in the news articles. So this has the ring of truth. There's something going on here where we have whistleblowers coming out that are basically telling us, hey, they are going to release they're not just satisfied with the virus mutating and recombining, either becoming less or more lethal. They want to tweak it along to make sure that it's lethal enough they can declare martial law, which is what the government's pushing for. Because parallel with this, they want to have a bank holiday. They want to revalue the U.S. currency, and they want to switch over to the Amero note sometime in the next 6 to 12 months so that they can form the trade zone of North America.
Our understanding is that the Amero is no longer, that's actually defunct, and they're going with another kind of currency.
They might. Whatever the currency they're going to go with, they're going to do a tremendous devaluation of the U.S. dollar. What I have from my sources is that they're going to devalue it sometime in one of these ways. It could be this fall or winter, but they're getting ready to do that. And they want to have the cover, of course, of a plague occurring at the same time to quell the population because there's going to be a lot of resistance.
This is not an isolated incident. A 4-year-old boy in Sweden named Kevin also fell ill after receiving the H1N1 swine flu shot. He began to have a seizure. Mother had to perform CPR on him in order to revive him. Now, this is 2 children who had gone into violent seizures and needed to be resuscitated with CPR. The doctor in the article also stated that this was not an isolated incident. He is not the first child that this has happened to. So they're doing a huge clinic in Tennessee this week. Keep your eyes open on Tennessee. Let's hope we don't see any more of these kinds of reactions in children. I'm sorry, folks. I think we're going to start seeing these crop up more and more. The more people keep getting vaccinated, the more people are going to start showing these reactions. Common sense, don't you think?
Major concerns about a vaccine given to many teen girls this morning. Even though it could save them from cancer, parents say that the side effects of it may not be worth it. CNN Special Investigations Unit correspondent Abby Boudreau was here with more on all of this. Good morning, Abby.
Good morning, John. So many people are so confused when it comes to the widely distributed HPV vaccine called Gardasil, which the Centers for Disease Control says helps prevent certain types of cervical cancer. But since Gardasil hit the market 2.5 years ago, there's been an alarming number of serious adverse reactions and even deaths that some say are linked to the vaccine. And as more girls come forward alleging the vaccine made them sick, the more confusion and mystery there is surrounding Gardasil and its manufacturer, Merck.
Jaquaria Williams doesn't get to act like a kid anymore. She's just too tired.
It kind of hurt because I used to do a lot.
But Jaquaria's mother says everything changed last December after her daughter received Gardasil, a vaccine that prevents 70% of cervical cancer.
She's never been sick. She's never been in a hospital, nothing, until the Gardasil shot.
2 months after getting the shot, Jaquaria says she got a rash on her face and arms, leaving these scars. She had swelling all over, pain in her joints, and poor circulation in her fingertips. Her doctor told us she now suffers from an autoimmune disease and says it is possible the Gardasil triggered her illness, though she made it clear the cause cannot be proven. According to a federal tracking system called VAERS, there have been 9,749 adverse reactions following the vaccination, and 21 reported deaths since 2006.
I chose to get my daughter vaccinated.
But Merck, Gardasil's maker, points out these are anecdotal cases. In a statement, company officials say it, quote, does not necessarily mean that the vaccine caused or contributed to the event. An official with the Centers for Disease Control says VAERS does not provide enough information for researchers to prove whether Gardasil caused any of the reported side effects.
We want to have better data to reassure people. But again, the patterns of the number of serious events looked at in VAERS do not suggest any increase in risk.
While the CDC believes Gardasil is safe, a conservative watchdog group called Judicial Watch, which has been studying Gardasil safety, says parents' concerns about the vaccine are valid.
So without long-term studies and without a safety test, essentially the public is being used as a large-scale public health test.
What would have happened if you would have known that this research was out there?
I would have never got it. Never. I wouldn't have never had her get the shot.
The CDC tells us it's working on a comprehensive study right now that will determine whether or not there is a pattern that links Gardasil to some of these serious side effects. That study is expected to be released in October. In the meantime, John, both the CDC and Merck encourage women to get regular pap smears, even if they've gotten the Gardasil shot. John?
Yeah, Abby, we have heard in the past about potential links between certain vaccines and autism, and there was one case that was decided by a court that found that the vaccine triggered an underlying condition. Could that be the sort of case here with this vaccine, that maybe if it didn't actually cause the disease, it triggered an underlying condition to manifest itself?
It's so hard to know the answer to that, and I think that's why the CDC is looking into this, and they soon will have their comprehensive study that's going to be out this October. And the young girl's case that we talked to this time, the doctor that we talked to over the phone said it very well could have triggered her autoimmune disease, but there's just no way to really prove that.
Wow. Troubling story. Abby Boudreau for us with that this morning. Abby, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Influenza viruses are notorious for their rapid mutation and unpredictable behavior.
For over a century, the booming science of medicine had gone from one triumph to another. Researchers had developed vaccines for many diseases: smallpox, anthrax, rabies, diphtheria, meningitis.
With the great advances in microbiology, we were eliminating mysteries, okay? The mystery of what causes this disease, the mystery of what causes this disease. The optimism of being able to visualize something, all we have to do is just look under the microscope and we'll see the organism and then take an action and see that something die off or be controlled. That leads to the thought of invincibility.
This is a little song that John Porritt likes to sing in the shower. Mercury is poisonous except when it's injected. If you don't take your shots, you're gonna get infected. Vaccines are good for you. The sun is gonna kill you. You breathe too much, you eat too much, so what are we gonna do? The state should raise your children, and you...
That's leaving some U.S. servicemen and women on the brink of death.
When the issue, I believe, of the use of the vaccine comes out, I believe it'll make the Walter Reed scandal pale in comparison.
It's an exhausting 3-day-a-week routine for 20-year-old Lance Corporal David Fay of Claremont County. His kidneys are failing, his military career is over, and he feels like his country has abandoned him.
I can't look at my old pictures. I really can't. I start looking at my old pictures and I start crying.
To understand the odyssey of David Fay requires going back in time. He was a boy who loved the ocean, but grew up amid the farm fields of Claremont County.
I never missed a day at school. I was never sick. I was never sick.
A passion for sports and a sense of patriotism prompted this Blanchester High School athlete to join the Marines on his 18th birthday.
And I looked at every branch, but I wanted the Marine Corps because the Marine Corps was the view of the crowd.
From boot camp to combat training, it was the happiest time of his life.
It was great. I loved every minute of it.
But a case of friendly fire in the form of a syringe would forever change his life. On November 28th of 2005, David's unit was lined up for what he says was an undisclosed shot.
They asked us our name. We stood on these yellow footprints, and they gave us a shot. Then we got the rest of the day off. After that shot, I started swelling up. I gained 30 pounds of water in my eyes, swelled up where I couldn't see. I started snoring. I developed a rash on my hand.
3 weeks later, Private Fay was back in Claremont County on his deathbed at Clinton Memorial Hospital. His kidneys failing, his body so swollen it left stretch marks.
I used to just pray to God, please take him tonight.
As David appeared to be dying, Cindy Fay began poring over his military medical records in search of answers.
The shot was never listed in his records.
As the months passed by, David's uniform would hang in the closet, while his life would hang in the balance. Still unclear about the shot he was given on November 28th of 2005. The Department of Defense tells Target 5, all service members' vaccinations are documented in the individual's permanent medical record. But David Fay's military medical records revealed no shot on that day. Another Marine in David's unit tells Target 5 there's no shot listed in his medical records either, and goes on to say the people who administered the shot never told us what it was.
My son is a Marine, a PFC David Fay.
In a desperate attempt to save her dying son, Cindy says she called the U.S. Marine Hospital at 29 Palms, California, to find out what kind of vaccine her son was given.
And she says, ma'am, that's confidential. I can't tell you what the shot was. And I'm like, well, my son's in ICU and he might not make it right now. I said, I really need to know. And she says, well, we can't tell you.
11 months later, David's medical records were mysteriously changed with a handwritten notation indicating the mystery shot was a flu vaccine. In the case of David Fay, nothing was put on his record. And then suddenly, flu vaccine appears on his record. Does that surprise you?
No. No, we have a lovely term for that. We call it CYA. That's unfortunately an SOP in the military.
David is one of a growing number of U.S. servicemen and women getting sick after receiving vaccines, and his highly praised Department of Defense medical officer is mortified. He doesn't want to be identified for fear of retribution. Are there a lot of folks out there who've had severe reactions to these vaccines?
Thousands. It ranging on the severity from just joint aches and pains and arthritic symptoms to death.
The Department of Defense tells Target 5 it encourages healthcare workers and vaccine recipients to report adverse events. But the military never reported David Fay's reaction to the Centers for Disease Control and FDA.
So, in other words, what they're saying is, if you in the military, they can inject you with whatever they want, and they ain't got to tell you what it is, even after you've been affected by it in a negative, adverse way.
See the way propaganda and information war is waged against America's sons and daughters, and how patients are treated who claim to be ill from a vaccine. That's troubling. That should trouble America.
How are these young men and women treated when they claim to have had a reaction to the vaccine?
Like they're nuts, like it's all in their head.
And this medical officer believes young servicemen and women are being used as guinea pigs. Do you believe that the Department of Defense is experimenting on these servicemen and women with these vaccinations?
I would hope to God not, but from what I've seen, I would have to say yes.
The Department of Defense maintains the vaccines are safe and effective. Those are hollow words to Lance Corporal David Fay.
I'm in bed every single minute of the day. I can't eat because I throw up. I have no energy. I've been laying in bed, bedridden for so long.
4 months after that interview, David has lost 60 pounds from dialysis and is determined to rebuild his body and his life. Still waiting for a kidney transplant, still waiting for an answer from the U.S. military.
My biggest wish? Just to get up and be without pain. I mean, just to get up every day and just be happy again.
Even after everything David Fay has been through, he still longs to be a part of the U.S. Marines. David still considers himself part of the few and the proud, even though he feels the military has abandoned him. Dave Wagner, Target 5.
Bobby Swank was a straight-A student and cheerleader. That's her near the center. But that was before she became very ill following the standard dose of 3 Gardasil vaccinations.
We're like, we're going to go get it because we felt like almost pressured by the commercials.
Gabby got sicker after each shot, progressing to seizures, strokes, and heart problems. It was her neurologist who suspected Gardasil was to blame.
I think that there are too many people having serious long-term side effects.
Last fall, the government concluded there's no link between Gardasil and serious adverse events like Gabby's, but a new analysis calls that finding into question. The National Vaccine Information Center, a private vaccine safety group, compared Gardasil adverse events to another vaccine, one also given to young people but for meningitis. Gardasil had tripled the number of ER visits, 5,000. Reports of side effects were up to 30 times higher.
We would never have gotten the shot. And she'd be here to hug.
Emily Tarcell's daughter, Chris, died 3 weeks after her 3rd Gardasil shot, one of 29 fatalities reported in 2 years.
Now we know from this report that there are more reactions and deaths associated with Gardasil than with another vaccine given in the same age group. It's irresponsible not to take action.
Merck, the FDA, and CDC question the value of the new analysis, say they continue to review the data, Gardasil remains safe and effective, and its benefits outweigh the risks. Those who believe the vaccine hurt them aren't convinced. Gabby isn't cheering anymore and is too sick to even attend school.
I struggle with guilt a lot because I made the choice to get the shot for her.
Meantime, Merck has asked the FDA to approve Gardasil for boys who can pass on the cancer-causing virus to girls, meaning the number of people getting Gardasil may double. Cheryl Atkinson, CBS News, Washington.
There are questions being asked about the vaccine known as Gardasil. About 8 million American girls have gotten the vaccine, which prevents cervical cancer. But is it safe? Here's Cheryl Atkinson.
The hope is that Gardasil will prove to be a lifesaver, preventing deadly cervical cancer. But today, Merck's HPV vaccine is dealing with a growing number of reports of serious side effects. Jamie Venice passed out and had a seizure after her Gardasil shot.
After my seizure, I remember I didn't want to go to bed because I thought that I wasn't going to be able to wake up.
She was lucky compared to Amanda Ratner. She came down with an illness so excruciating, she had to take morphine. Her parents, both doctors, blame Gardasil.
She's gone from the position of being a competitive varsity lacrosse player in high school to somebody who's chronically ill.
Gardasil was approved in 2006 for girls as young as age 9. The conservative-funded public interest group Judicial Watch has obtained more than 8,000 adverse events reports under Freedom of Information law. The reports reveal everything from massive wart outbreaks to seizures and paralysis. Of 18 deaths, nearly a quarter cited blood clots. Jessica Vega got the shot at school when she was 13. Soon after, she was paralyzed. It took a year of braces and treatment to get her on her feet. Brittany Bell was 12. She collapsed with brain inflammation and paralysis. 14-year-old Jenny developed life-threatening paralysis that's resistant to treatment. Merck and the CDC say Gardasil is safe and effective, and that they've not found a link to any deaths.
Which one was bad? Now, let's see. That was aspartame.
Many doctors have serious health concerns about aspartame, and I'm a person who also has serious health concerns. Aspartame is classified as an excitotoxin, which means it is toxic to the nervous system. So that means your brain, your eyes, your spine. And aspartame is known to cause dizziness, seizures, migraine headaches. I mean, it is a chemical that does not belong in the food supply. And if we had an honest system of regulation, it would have been banned long ago.
Robert, welcome to your health.
Nice to be here.
Mother says milk is good. What is this? Milk is no good.
Let me tell you about milk. The number one protein in milk is casein, C-A-S-E-I-N. That's 80% of the protein in milk. That's the same glue they use to put a label on a bottle of beer. That's the same glue they use to hold your wooden furniture together.
So we're drinking glue.
You're drinking glue and you create so much mucus. This much casein, this much mucus.
Okay, we're getting technical. You're using a lot of chemicals. What qualifies you to talk about these?
Well, the greatest controversy in the history of the Food and Drug Administration was the genetic engineering of milk. I'm the only person in America to be invited to meet with a group of top scientists at FDA. They used to do research, $50 word, psychoneuroendocrinology, the study of brain and behavior, how hormones affect behavior. And I uncovered secrets. I opened up a Pandora's box of secrets that the dairy industry wishes had never been opened.
If milk is so bad, then how come everybody else is so wrong and so brainwashed that it's good for you?
Well, they get Calcium Ripken to pose for his milk mustache. Spike Lee, you got 500,000 kids in the New York area that have asthma. They're drinking this glue every day. Spike Lee, 95% of African Americans are lactose intolerant. How could he wear this milk mustache? This is a message. Money is spent by the dairy industry. If you're a doctor, you call their toll-free number 800-Y-MILK. They'll send you $200 worth of free information.
Don't ever question why. Don't even bother to try. It's all just one big lie. Whoopee, you're all gonna die.
We're developing a society because of all of these different toxins known to affect brain function. We're seeing a society that not only has a lot more people of lower IQ, but a lot fewer people of higher IQ. In other words, a dumbing down, a chemical dumbing down of society. So everyone's sort of mediocre. That leaves them dependent on government because they can't.
See how they brought that right back to intelligence? Made a circle. It's not a pattern. I don't know what is. They brought it right back to that. IQ, the dumbing down of America campaign.
Excel. We have these people of lower IQ who are totally dependent. Then we have this mass of people who are going to believe anything they're told because they can't really think clearly. And very few people of very high IQ who have good cognitive function who can figure this all out. And that's what they want. So, you know, you can kind of piece it together as to why they are so insistent in spending so many hundreds of millions of dollars of propaganda money to dumb down society.
The Supreme Court of the United States ruled today that living organisms produced in the laboratory may be patented. This decision to extend
The U.S. Supreme Court had to decide was whether one man or one company should be able to control new forms of life.
We allow a company or a college to exclusively own the species. What does that say about our reverence for life?
Aspartame, the artificial sweetener found in almost every low-sugar or sugar-free product on the market.
First of all, aspartame is made up of three things: methanol, which of course is what produces blindness,
Aspartame was marketed as a healthy alternative sweetener to sugar, even after they knew all of this. That's why we gotta be proactive about our health. You know, stop trusting systems with your health because they don't have your best outcome in mind.
acid and phenylalanine. These are all poisons. Aspartic acid, of course, produces brain lesions. This was known back in the early 1970s. Methanol produces blindness. Phenylalanine is what you see in the brain, and in high dosage it produces trauma.
Yet despite all of these harmful effects, Donald Rumsfeld pushed it out into the stores in over 5,000 products when he was CEO of Cereal. company that manufactured aspartame.
Let me back up and tell you that I've been watching Codex come toward us for about the last decade. I've been watching Codex accelerate, and I've been watching it expand, and I've been getting more and more troubled.
On to the news. Believe it or not, there's a bill waiting to be passed in the House under the name of H.R. 875 that will make it illegal to grow organic food, grow some tomatoes, or have a chicken coop. Trouble is, the legislation is so broad in its wording that somebody with a little backyard garden could receive a $25,000 fine and have their property seized, even if only they consume what they grow.
Bill H.R. 875 will literally put all independent farmers and mom and pop food producers out of business due to the huge amounts of money it will take to conform to factory farming methods. And if people continue to farm without chemical pesticides and toxic fertilizers, they will be subject to a variety of harassment from a completely new agency that has never before existed. That's right, just what we need. A whole new government agency is being created just to police your backyard food. It's for your own protection, though, of course.
Section 103 of the bill also allows the appointing of so-called officials from factory farming corporations and even allows them to write the legislation, including the legal right to inspect your backyard. For those that remember history, Russia's Joseph Stalin nationalized farming methods that enabled his administration to gain control over the country's food supply, ultimately using food to control the people. If you'd like to learn more, just Google H.R. 875 and be sure to contact your representative and let them know how you despise this bill.
And basically, none of the crops will grow. Most of the people will have died, and the rest of us will be cannibals. Civilization will have broken down. What the few people who are left will be living in a failed state like Somalia or Sudan, and living conditions will be intolerable. The droughts will be so bad there'll be no more corn growing.
Your government loves you, they want you to be happy. Enjoy your stay at FEMA, even if it's crappy. You gotta save nature by moving to the city. You breathe too much, you eat too much, it's really such a pity.
After the Second World War, the Nuremberg tribunals were held, in which people who had committed crimes against humanity were judged by the world community in a court run by the United States and Britain, and they were sentenced to terms in prison if they were found guilty of crimes against humanity. One of the people found guilty of crimes against humanity was the president of a huge industrial megalith called IG Farben. IG Farben produced the gas used in the gas chambers, Cyclone B. They produced the steel for the death camps and the railroad lines. They produced the munitions, they produced chemicals, they produced all kinds of stuff. They produced pharmaceuticals, big pharmaceutical company. So the president of IG Farben was convicted of crimes against humanity. Now, he's a sort of artistic fellow and creative. He was the one who was responsible for the slogan that people saw as they entered Auschwitz, usually for the last time. Arbeit macht frei. Work brings freedom. Creative sort of fellow. So he was sitting in jail and he said, well, that didn't work. What else can we do? I've got it. Food. He who controls food controls the world. So when he got out of jail, he went to his UN buddies and he said, have I got an idea for you? If we take over food worldwide, we have power worldwide. And his UN buddies said, cool idea. And so they created a trade commission. That's a very important pair of words, a trade commission called the Codex Alimentarius Commission. It is not a public health commission. It is not a consumer protection commission. It is a trade commission. Trade is about what? Money. Business. Trade is about profit. Well, they said in 1962, we're going to work toward total global implementation of Codex Alimentarius on December 31st, 2009.
We've got to stabilize the population. When I was born,
So what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff.
And they set up a bunch of committees on fish and fishery, fats and oil, fruits and vegetables, ground nuts, nutrition and foods for special dietary uses, and so on. There are currently about 27 Codex committee. There are regional organizations. There are task forces and so on. So it's a huge bureaucratic monstrosity. It's a mess. Codex has promulgated well over 4,000 guidelines, standards, and regulations on everything which can legally be put into your mouth, with the exception of pharmaceuticals. They are not part of Codex. Important. Now, Codex standards have no legal weight whatsoever. Zero. So who cares about them? They're just standards. So we're talking about an industry-dominated, regulation-setting organization. But if it has no legal standing, who cares, right? Here's the history of Codex Alimentarius before 1962. The Austro-Hungarian Empire said, we need rules by which the courts can rule on cases involving food. So we'll have regulations and rules that the courts will enforce. That's how they get their weight. That was called the Codex Alimentarius, and it was put into place around 1893 and lasted until the end of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the First World War. So the idea was there in the Germanic tradition. We need rules, lots of rules, lots and lots of rules. We need a lot of rules. Let's have rules for everything to do with food. So it was sort of a natural extension for the German industrialists to say, we'll go back to the good old days of Codex Alimentarius, back when we had them in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Cool. So they started promulgating their rules and regulations, and they were voluntary. They were sort of guidelines. Now, Codex Alimentarius Commission is administered by the World Health Organization, WHO, and the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. They fund Codex and they run it at the request of the UN. So they're mommy and daddy to Codex Alimentarius. And that's very interesting because they're supposed to be about health and food worldwide. Some conflicts of interest that we'll talk about. So Codex started promulgating regulations and rules. And the way that's done is that the committees work up a rule, a standard guideline, a regulation, and then they get it to what's called step 8, which is the final step in their administrative process. And then it's presented to the Codex Alimentarius Commission for ratification, like the vitamin and mineral guideline was presented to the Codex Alimentarius Commission on July 4th this past summer. It was ratified. It was approved by consensus. And it is now, despite the propaganda that you're going to hear, if you ever hear about it in the media, it is now mandatory upon any member country of the WTO, the World Trade Organization. Well, what in the world do they have to do with it? And the answer is everything. The World Trade Organization, you see, accepted Codex when the World Trade Organization was formed in 1994. Okay? They said, well, how are we going to decide trade disputes around food if we don't have a set of rules? I know, we'll accept the Codex Alimentarius rules. And all the members of the WTO worldwide will, get ready for an Orwellian term, harmonize with our standards, with the Codex standards. Harmonize. I suggest you capitalize the first 4 letters in your mind. So everybody's supposed to harmonize with Codex. And when they harmonize with Codex, then if they get pulled into the World Trade Organization dispute resolution process, they have a chance of winning. Because, here's the kicker. You ready for this one? If 2 countries go into the World Trade Organization dispute resolution process, and one of them is Codex compliant, and one of them is not Codex compliant, the one that is Codex compliant automatically wins regardless of the merit of the case. People are using Codex compliance as a weapon in a much bigger economic battle. So every country in the world is racing to do what? To become Codex compliant. So in the United States, the situation is, okay, how do we become Codex compliant when we have laws that protect us? And you have to remember that Codex does not serve consumer well-being, does not serve health. It serves what I call the 5 bigs. Big pharma, big chema, big biotechna, big agribiz, and big medica. Little you and little me are not served by Codex in the least.
66% of United States residents' public water is fluoridated. It is known to have tremendous effects on bone cancer, joint problems, bone weakness, lowered estrogen and testosterone levels, and dental fluorosis, which is yellowing of the teeth and pitting in the enamel. Wouldn't it make more sense to enhance public water with vitamins which are meant to be ingested to promote overall health, rather than putting such a toxic chemical in our water with a bogus explanation that it will improve our dental health? We now know that fluoride causes more dental problems than it solves. Something doesn't seem right about this. Do you honestly believe that these companies care deeply enough for the people to spend large amounts of their own money to fluoridate public water when the people already purchase their own toothpaste? But there's a difference between toothpaste and drinking water. We don't ingest toothpaste. If you go to any hardware store and look at any rat poison product, you will only find one ingredient, sodium fluoride. It is the most toxic ionic molecule outside of potassium dichromate. Now, Dannon, along with other companies, have begun fluoridating bottled water. It is becoming increasingly difficult to get away from. And the fact that fluoride is also used in many prescription antidepressants shows that it eliminates aggression and motivation in people.
Fluoride, to my knowledge as a physician, has absolutely no biological benefit whatsoever.
But one of the significant things is that the Russians carried out all sorts of experiments on people living in the Gulag. One of them, of course, was to fluoridate the water. Why? You fluoridate the water, why people are not as aggressive as they ordinarily would be. In fact, what is the active ingredient in Prozac that is so widely distributed in America today? Well, it's a fluoride compound.
And now, we are finding that public water nationwide is showing up with arsenic, lead, cadmium, and thermonium, which is a radioactive form of lead.
Got to start growing your own food. Now, they started off with showing you how they're tainting your food. The food is weaponized. Now, they're showing you how they done weaponize the water against you. That whole fluoride in the water campaign was marketed and sold to the American people under the guise of strengthening teeth and bones, remember? But now they're telling you it was used for something else that had nothing to do with strengthening teeth and bones, but had everything to do with your ability to think for yourself.
Cancer, lowered sex drive, birth defects, sedation, and brain defects. Does this not sound like a wonder drug for anyone aiming to control a population?
It's quite astonishing, Paul, the degree to which environmentalists have not been educated about fluoride. You know, people have an unconscious trust in their doctor or their dentist, and if you can persuade doctors and dentists that fluoride is safe and good, then you're able to reach the rest of the nation. People believe their doctors and dentists, and that was a way of promoting fluoride for Bernays. Fluoride was killing their cattle, destroying their crops. Fluoride given to rats had produced bone cancer and liver cancer, and that those results had been doctored to make it look as though fluoride hadn't caused as much cancer.
The pattern that we saw, it typically is what we see with other neurotoxic agents that are well known to cause a hypoactivity or a memory problem or an IQ problem. When I first presented the results of these studies, one of the individuals sitting and listening to the results, he says, "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" And he says, "You're telling us that we're reducing the IQ of children." And basically I said, yes.
Well, do you know what's in your drinking water? A shocking Associated Press investigation found various pharmaceuticals in the drinking supplies of at least 41 million Americans. Tainted water was found from New Jersey to California. NBC's Tom Costello is following the story from Washington. Tom, I've been dying to ask somebody some questions about this story. First of all, what kinds of drugs are we talking about, and how dangerous is this?
Pretty wide range. Here's the drinking water in Washington, D.C. They found 6 pharmaceuticals in our drinking water here. They include ibuprofen, caffeine, monosin, and about 3 or 4 others. In Philadelphia, they had 56 pharmaceuticals or byproducts. They range everything from epilepsy medication to mental health medicines to pharmaceuticals that really run the gamut. Here's the bottom line from the Associated Press on the study they did. It was, as you mentioned, a 5-month investigation involving the AP investigative team. 50 major cities in 50 states were looked at, and drugs were found in the water of 24 major cities. We're talking 41 million Americans here who drink that water. So what's in the water? Everything from acetaminophen and ibuprofen to mood stabilizers, antibiotics, angina, heart, as well as cholesterol drugs, and even sex hormones. The trouble here, Meek, is that the federal government does not test specifically for pharmaceuticals in the
I hope y'all heard all that stuff that's in the drinking water. People wonder why they have health problems, you know, and they think, well, I've been vegan for years. What water are you drinking? Don't think it's not in most of that bottled water too. You know, a lot of them companies is just selling tap water in a bottle.
water. And in fact, there is no way to scrub water that is in a treatment plant for pharmaceuticals. I did a story about 4 years ago in which we found a river in Colorado, and now we know there are many rivers, in which the fish were turning from male to female. And the reason was because there was too much estrogen in the water. The natural female hormone was literally turning male fish into female fish, and the thinking was that this is a canary in a coal mine. So now the question is, what's the impact on humans?
Yep, that's the next one. Tom Costello on this story from Washington. Thank you very much.
British and American scientists say they've established a possible link between a chemical used to make plastic bottles and cases of heart disease and diabetes. They believe the chemical can disrupt natural hormones in the body.
It's found in drink bottles, food containers, disposable cutlery, and our bodies. The chemical is called bisphenol A, or BPA, and it's widely used in plastic products. Now scientists have linked it to heart disease and diabetes. Researchers at the University of Exeter found adults with the highest levels of BPA in their bodies were more than twice as likely to suffer from one of the diseases than those with the lowest levels of the chemical. Their livers also showed signs of being under stress.
Bisphenol A acts like a hormone, or it disrupts the actions of hormones, particularly estrogen, and that might be having some effect on insulin resistance and on the way that fat is distributed in the body.
Around 3 million tons of bisphenol A are produced each year. It can leach out of plastic packaging, contaminating food or drink. It's yet another worry for consumers. Bisphenol A is almost impossible to avoid. It's even found in the plastic lining of canned drinks. But don't panic yet, says this scientist.
Before we jump to the conclusion that it's bisphenol A that's causing these problems, we should consider what is a more likely but ordinary explanation, and that is that the association is there because they're drinking more canned beverages, which have lots of sugar, and which may cause the disorders.
It would be quite handy to blame plastic chemicals in the bottle for our epidemic of heart disease in the Western world. The truth is, that's not what this study shows. Far more research is needed before we give up on the old lifestyle advice on diet and exercise.
Up next, got milk? You may wish you didn't after tonight's hard target investigation exposes what's really in some of it.
Milk is loaded with powerful growth hormones, hormones that should never be in the human body.
Imagine a cow on crack cocaine. That's how author Robert Cohen describes something shot into millions of cows on American farms.
We genetically engineer a hormone that produces more milk when we didn't need more milk.
While Cohen admits calcium is good for you, he says leafy green vegetables have lots more calcium than milk.
If you look at Nature's Perfect Food, human breast milk, there are 33 milligrams of calcium per 100-gram portion. Potato chips have 40, beans have 50, chickpeas 150, amaranth, the grain, has 267.
Cohen says dairy products are a poor source of calcium for another reason.
Every scientist in the world knows that protein inhibits calcium absorption, and milk is liquid meat. It's protein.
What is in milk that you say is poisonous, and why would the government be covering this up?
But what's in milk? You're drinking body fluids from other animals. 60% of the cows in America have leukemia virus. 80% have something called paratuberculosis. You don't want to eat something with that name, paratuberculosis. You've got irritable bowel syndrome in America. That's what it causes. 4 million American women have irritable bowel syndrome. You're talking about if your doctor said, I want you to eat today 53 slices of bacon because that cholesterol is good for you. You're eating from your dairy products the same cholesterol contained in 19,000 slices of bacon this year. By age 52, 1 million slices of bacon's worth of cholesterol. You don't want that in your body.
But real concern, though, you talk about the bovine growth hormone.
Hormone is the big word here. There are 4,000 mammals. There are 500,000 different hormones. Only one hormone, this is the big secret the dairy industry doesn't want you to know. Only one hormone is identical in all of nature between two animals. It's human and cow. It's the most powerful growth hormone in our body. Drink a 12-ounce glass of milk. Double the only hormone that makes breast cancer grow once you get it.
I went to the University of Illinois College of Medicine in Chicago, and I was so into becoming a real doctor. And real doctors do real doctor things. They deliver babies, they fix broken arms, they sew up lacerations. That's what real doctors do. And diet was boring stuff. Nutrition, yeah. You send them down to the dietitian, and they figure out a 2,000-calorie diet, and don't bother me. And that's how I practiced medicine for the first 8 or 10 years of my career. Well, I have soon, or late, come to realize how important what we eat really is in the creation and prevention of so many of the diseases that we see today. And I'll tell you how I came to those realizations. The two top lines, the lavender line and the yellow line, are the amount of plant-based foods that are consumed in the United States and in Canada as well. And this is back in 1909. You can see we were eating a lot of grain products. We were eating almost 300 pounds of wheat and barley and other grain products, and almost 200 pounds of potatoes a year. Look what happened in the intervening 85 years. Our consumption of wheat and grain products have fallen to half of their 1909 level, and our potato consumption has fallen to half of their 1909 level. Look what happened to the amount of flesh foods that we are eating. The amount of milk we consume has more than doubled. Our beef consumption has gone up by 50%, and our chicken consumption has gone up by 280%. We are eating a tremendous amount of animal flesh, and we have essentially exchanged a plant-based diet for a meat-based diet. And the result has been just disastrous for both our health and the environment.
I say the human situation, I liken to a baseball game. It's in the 7th inning, and we're down by 1 run. So we're back to the wall. Right. What we have to do, though, in the next 2 innings, the game's not over. It's still winnable. But what we got to do is hold them right where they are with our best pitcher, and we've got to get a couple runs on the board. Get him in on base. And then get him in. And that ties it, and another run to go ahead, and we win. That's where we are. We're in a tough situation, but we can play our way out of it if we do the right things. It's time for smart political leaders, no more dummies. We can't afford dumb leadership.
Now, cow's milk is a high-fat fluid exquisitely designed for turning a 65-pound calf into a 400-pound cow in a year. That is what cow's milk is for. Now, whole milk has a butterfat content of 3%. That's the cream that rises up to the top. And you drink a 3% solution of butterfat, it's going to turn your blood fat, as will a 2 and 1% solution of butterfat. But at the dairy, the butterfat is skimmed off, and they concentrate it into huge vats, half the size of this room. And they concentrate the fat to 50, 60, 80, 90% fat. This stuff is so thick you can walk across it. Why do they do that? Well, they do that so you will buy it and eat it. The butterfat is mixed up with air until it hardens the chunks called butter. The butterfat is mixed with sugar and frozen and sold as ice cream. The butterfat is mixed up with cocoa powder and sugar and sold as milk chocolate. Butterfat is mixed up with bacteria and allowed to ferment until it turns into sour cream. A lower fat version is called yogurt. And the butterfat is mixed up with calf's stomach and bacteria and allowed to ferment for about 6 weeks till it hardens into chunks called cheese. These are all forms of butterfat. The folks at the dairy want to buy the butterfat and eat it. And when you do, you turn your blood fat. There's absolutely no reason to run butterfat through your bloodstream at any time. And I'm saying to you that you'll be a lot healthier and happier if you do not. Cow's milk is for baby calves. You have no more need of cow's milk than you do giraffe milk or horse milk or rat milk.
Sustainable development has become the popularized expression for Agenda 21. Agenda 21 is the 1992 United Nations Rio Declaration on the Environment and Development.
It is the agenda for the 21st century you're living in today, for a brave new world where everything that you cherished and held true will no longer exist.
Agenda 21 defines itself as the comprehensive plan of action to be taken globally, nationally, and locally by organizations of the United Nations systems.
It also elevates nature above man. And it contains something called the precautionary principle, where basically you're guilty until you're proven innocent.
Sustainable development is the philosophy designed to bring human beings across the globe under the full control of a narrow human elite.
It's a 40-chapter document to basically control the world. It's based entirely on socialist control mechanisms.
Sustainable developers have designed a global movement coordinated through a global to local action plan to create world government in accordance with certain objectives. These objectives include an end to national sovereignty, the abolition of private property, the restructure of the family unit, and increasing limitations and restrictions on mobility and individual opportunity.
The green goal includes the listings of what's not sustainable. A couple of the examples include private property.
728 lists fossil fuels.
Golf courses and ski lodges are not.
Consumerism.
Irrigation is not sustainable.
Paved roads.
Commercial agriculture.
Herbicides, pesticides. Elsewhere, it lists farmlands. pastures, grazing of livestock,
and the family unit. The focus of sustainable development is the abolition of private property, societal undermining of the family, and abandonment of the constitutional protection of unalienable rights as described in the Declaration of Independence. You see, I sat on the Santa Cruz Agenda 21 committees. Now, this was a lot of crazy ideas. This is back in the mid-90s. Crazy ideas I heard. Mother Earth's surface wasn't to be scratched. Human beings were to be concentrated into human settlement zones. Educational systems were to focus on the environment as the central organizing principle. All aspects of life were covered. Well, I went to these committees to request some people who told me that I didn't understand what was going on. This is crazy. This is so silly. It has no chance of having any effect on it.
It's almost over, but we ain't got to watch the whole thing. You know, I think they done hit on all the points.
Okay, all right. Now I was just about to tell you, man. I probably was gonna aim for about the 6-hour mark. Try to give me a little rest. That'll be 5:30. Yeah, 12 more minutes I hit thing. But so you can go ahead on there. You can keep playing this. You know what I mean? I was just letting you know.
Yeah, it'll be over before that. And then we can end the stream.
Yeah, this shit's serious too.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Society. Well, I was wrong. The United States government's support for sustainable development, Agenda 21, is very clear. In 1992, while the Rio Conference was going on, George Bush, then president, was there, where he executed the Agenda 21 protocols on behalf of the United States and brought it back to Washington, D.C. Within a year, Bill Clinton, by executive order, no congressional review, established the President's Council for Sustainable Development. In Santa Cruz, we've got a 2-lane freeway system. We need 4, but what we're getting is hundreds of millions of dollars of federal money to take a dilapidated rail line that Southern Pacific wants to put in the hands of somebody else so that a commuter line can be built along the railroad track. That'll be followed by 14-story buildings where people will live in stacked and vacuum units, where developers, or so-called sustainable developers, will build these high rises with federal dollars. In fact, Santa Cruz has received a $300 million federal grant to build the first 3,000 of these stacked and vacuum units. The County Board of Supervisors said, if you are a sustainable developer, you're immune from any construction defect liability. It's a partnership between selected developers building this new world order and the government using the American taxpayer dollars in order to do it. This is a map of the Wildlands Project. To explain the map, the red are areas that are to be off limits to human beings. No resource development, no human activity. If you live there, you won't. The yellow areas are the areas for major control of all human activity. If you live there, you won't. The black areas, the black dots, are the smart growth zones. That's where human beings are to be stacked and packed in small living units along rail tracks. The smart growth program ultimately has jobs assigned and children cared for by the state.
The question has been asked many times how people who are perpetrating these things expect to do this and make it last. The answer to that is that you steal a generation of children and you indoctrinate them so that they accept these ideas and they become global citizens in the coming global village.
UNESCO came out and declared 2005 to 2015 the decade of education for sustainable development. But they go on to say that it will encompass the 40 chapters of Agenda 21. That is your federal national curriculum. The entire purpose of second-grade social studies is to transfer loyalty from the family to the government and teach them about sustainable economic consumption. Students construct their own understandings of reality and realize that objective reality is not knowable. So why bother? The truth is, the truth, which keep men free, is being suppressed in order to prop up the attitude training agenda. And it moves on. This is our new math called connected mathematics. Standard 3 tells us that students learn that mathematics is man-made, that it is arbitrary, and good solutions are arrived at by consensus. Most of us assume 2 + 2 is always going to equal 4. You're wrong. We might reach a new consensus. How well does it work? Well, they tell you in the teacher's guide in the back, it tells us that because the curriculum doesn't emphasize arithmetic computations done by hand, some students may not do as well on tests assessing computational skills. We believe such a trade-off in the favor of CMP is very much to the student's advantage in the world of work. Our children are mathematically illiterate on purpose. How do I know on purpose? Why isn't this just a basic bad idea? Because the Sustainable Development Plan tells us so. Generally, more highly educated people who have higher incomes consume more resources than poorly educated people who tend to have lower incomes. In this case, more education increases the threat to sustainability. Charlotte Iserby, I owe you an apology. I did not believe for the longest time it was a deliberate dumbing down. I thought the dumbing down was a natural consequence of a bad idea. Folks, it's deliberate. It's deliberate.
The sustainable globalist goal is the orchestration of a planned fall of American principles, values, and lifestyles. The effect on the average American will be devastating. With modernizing technology, the ordinary person will live without independence, privacy, or substantive rights.
We're really keeping our heads above water, trying to just help the community to be able to have good, healthy, organic food. And especially with everyone telling us that there's nowhere really for them to get it, or there's affordable for people. I mean, that was, I think, the hardest thing at the beginning was people just couldn't afford to eat healthy. And so we began with this passion to help people to be able to eat healthy. After a while, we just began to take on a little bit of a different perspective. Farmers started calling us, asking if we could come to their farms and help them out with getting their products to people. And so we started helping do that as far as our friends and everyone that wanted to order with us in the co-op just started, and we're interested in the farmers' products. So they would order it and we go down and get it and bring it up. And that's what we still do. Things took a drastic change about a year ago when the health department came in. And through some communication between them, they never answered one of our requests and letters to them back in December of 2007. And then we didn't hear anything again until December 1st last week, 2008, when we had a sheriff's department group of about 11, 12, I'm not sure, 13 men come into our home. It was violent. It was belligerent. They didn't identify themselves. And especially to myself and my children who were upstairs, and they were very forceful and bringing us down the steps and taking us and keeping us in the back room of our living room for about approximately 6-7 hours. I'm not sure. And in the meantime, we had people with guns inside and outside, and cars, just a volume of cars just pulling in, and plainclothesmen getting out of the cars. And we don't even know where they even came into our house, because we were isolated, and people getting in and out of their cars and coming in and out, and just people all over our property, outside, all over our property, in the house as well. It was extremely traumatic. We teach our children to be peaceful with people, and we had many, many nights after that, very difficult time sleeping. Myself, I was up for 3 nights every night, and any little noise, I mean, even to this day, when we hear someone at the door, we're all jumping. We have practitioners that are helping us to work with us with regards to that.
And they also, with the stuff they confiscated, there was a lot of our personal food. They never distinguished between what was co-op and what was personal. They took personal property. They took my daughter-in-law's computer, which she communicates with her husband, who is in Iraq, serving this country.
They took food from our personal food, a year's supply of food for us, chicken, beef, lamb that we raise and for ourselves, and that's all gone. We have nothing with regards to that for the next year. They've also shut us down from ordering this co-op, which is literally prevented us from even ordering food for our family and feeding our family, even the staple items that we normally would eat. Our schooling, we school our children, plus I in school, and all of our schooling was on one computer. We've been shut down in that regards. We can't work in that. And just between the physical things that they took and the spiritual and emotional trauma they've caused in our lives, it's just our hope that somehow we can help others with this.
In the 1970s, President Jimmy Carter commissioned the Global 2000 report. The findings of the report blamed virtually all of the world problems on the population growth of non-white people. The report went on as far as recommending the elimination of at least 2 billion people in third world nations off the face of the earth.
Now you see how we began when they said the problem was Catholic and Jews, right? At the beginning of the eugenics program. Ain't that where we was, OTK? Anyways, now they done flipped it, and now they are saying that the problems in the world are from non-whites.
By the year 2000, in order to restore Western supremacy. Interestingly enough, also in the 70s, the AIDS epidemic broke out, claiming huge amounts of life in third world nations, as well as amongst the growing black and Hispanic population of America. It was said that the virus originated from green monkeys in Africa and was later passed on to the local population through either acts of bestiality or through consuming them as food. From there on, AIDS spread like wildfire across the African continent and later on to the rest of the world, claiming millions of lives. However, the story was just a smokescreen. On June 2nd, 1988, the Los Angeles Times published an article refuting the idea that the human AIDS virus originated from green monkeys. It uncovered evidence that the DNA composition of AIDS was totally inconsistent with that of green monkeys. In fact, it could be proven that the AIDS virus could not be found anywhere in nature and could only have ever survived in the human biological system. If the virus did not exist anywhere in nature, the question is raised as to where exactly the virus all of a sudden stemmed from. On July 4th, 1984, the New Delhi newspaper in India called The Patriot published an article making the first detailed charges of AIDS as being a counter-biological warfare agent. An anonymous American anthropologist was quoted, claiming that AIDS was genetically engineered at the US Army's biological warfare laboratory at Fort Detrick near Frederick, Maryland. Then on October 30th, 1985, the Soviet journal, Literaturnya Gazeta, repeated the charges made by the Indian newspaper, making it an international controversy. All this, however, was easily passed off as a communist rhetoric by the Masonic West. However, on October 26, 1986, the Sunday Express became the first Western newspaper to run a front-page story confirming the findings of the Indian and Soviet newspapers entitled AIDS Made in Lab Shop. The outbreak of AIDS has been linked to vaccine programs around the world. The internationally respected London Times newspaper published an article at the front-page story on May 11, 1987, entitled "Smallpox Vaccine Triggered AIDS." The article establishes a direct correlation between the smallpox vaccine administered by the World Health Organization to an estimated 50 to 70 million people in different Central African countries and the subsequent outbreaks of AIDS in those regions. The World Health Organization is the medical wing of the United Nations. The evidence suggests that AIDS is a genetically engineered virus spread through vaccination programs in third world countries, germ warfare against the innocent and the weak, aimed at eliminating an entire populace off the face of the earth. AIDS is nothing other than the modern-day final solution, and all of this for the purpose of installing an economic policy that would give complete global domination to the Masonic West. However, for the Freemasons, economic domination on its own is not enough. In order to have Masonic governments at the head of global union, under complete Masonic control, an economic union may suffice, but to keep it there, they would need a military union, and that union would be none other than the UN.
You're sitting here and you are laughing at some of these problems. Are people going to look at this and say, I mean, he's sitting there just making jokes about money with it? How do you do it? I mean, explain the mood in your laughter.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be there's got to be a little gallows humor to get you through the day.
We've had to endure much, you and I, but soon there will be order again. A new age. Aquinas spoke of the mythical city on the hill. Soon that city will be a reality, and we will be crowned its kings. Not better than kings. Gods.
The pharma industry really cares about you and me.
So y'all see, like I was saying, y'all better take responsible for your own health. Start producing your own food and water and medicine. Stop trusting systems with your destiny. Buy back the land if you ain't got it already so you can do all these things. So all these things can be implemented. You can't do that if you don't own no land. I think that's all we got for y'all tonight. We appreciate y'all, especially those who hung with us to the end. Like, share, subscribe, and I'll holla at y'all, folks. You there, OTK? I guess he'll end the stream when he come back. Grand rising to y'all. Y'all be safe out there.